Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Someone was walking through puddles early in the morning and sighing. An unknown person was in a hurry and running fast. Someone was holding a gun in his hands and swinging it. A man was standing and hitting a dummy on the head 500 times with all his might. At 5 p.m. he was doing squats and sweat was running down his legs. A guy was holding a barbell behind his head and doing all his might with it. Someone was putting an envelope in his pocket, and someone was talking about repeating this routine for 14 days. The hero confidently put a piece of paper on the table, and someone was saying that he had decided to quit his job. The character was sitting on a machine, and was tired, and someone was thinking about someone asking him if he had gone crazy. The man was staring at something, and someone was saying that maybe it would be better if he had actually gone crazy. The dark-haired man looked at the notification that the door of the apocalypse would open very soon, and they needed to get ready, and someone thought that a little more and the world would end. Then messages appeared that there were 3 seconds left, then 1 second, and then a sound. 15 days ago, a crowd of people were on the street and everyone started receiving messages on their phones. A couple of people looked at their phone screens in fear when a notification appeared that monsters had appeared and all residents of the neighborhood were asked to evacuate as soon as possible, and children from another city were terrified. The boy looked at something in panic. Monsters were seen in the park and people read about it with fear. Some family anxiously read the words of the messages, which were becoming more and more every minute. Some scared person was filming a live broadcast and showing a monster on it, and people wrote angry messages in the comments. The guy madly suggested coming closer since he had gone so far. Someone wrote about what was behind. Many people in a panic told the character to turn around. He smiled madly and said that they were just making fun of him, because he saw that the creature did not move at all. But suddenly the monster was behind the hero, and the hero screamed. Someone stood with his back and screamed in horror. The protagonist winced in disgust and said that he was scared, and then he asked why the video looked so realistic. Nick looked at the phone screen in surprise and said that if you think about it, they received emergency messages today, and then he asked about what was happening on Earth. The hero was surprised and said that their life was already hard, and then some monsters, and he thought about the fact that someone believed in such things. He exhaled and calmly said that lately there are so many fake videos on the internet. Suddenly he looked at something in surprise. There was an upset creature lying on the asphalt, and its leg was in a trap. The monster looked ahead sadly and groaned, and the guy thought that it really was a monster. He was confused and thought that now he was scared and had to leave, and then it said that today was the day when a math tutor would come to him. Someone looked at him with pity and his eyes filled with tears. Nick looked at it with disgust and thought that it was asking him for help, and despite the fact that it was helpless and trying to make a cute expression, the sight of it gave him goosebumps. The eyes looked pitifully, and someone said that he was a human. The protagonist looked away and thought that he was not kind enough to show compassion to the monster. Then he closed his eyes with force. The character looked and thought that he could not help the creature, even if it continued to look at him like that. Someone showed a photo of a happy family, and said that he wanted to go back to them. The monster cried, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Suddenly, the hero got angry and looked at something intently. In his palm was a bag with a silver goblin pill, after consuming which, something will happen. The guy looked closely at the object and remembered that he eventually helped the monster, and received something in gratitude for this. He looked at the notification with interest and thought about what it meant and what kind of hologram it was. Nick carefully examined the pill and said that it looked too suspicious, and at that moment the TV was showing urgent news. The character was distracted and listened attentively to the fact that unidentified buildings were appearing all over the world right now. The protagonist was holding the object in his hand when something was shown on the screen, and they said that they looked like towers and the soldiers who went on reconnaissance were not getting in touch. The guy listened excitedly to what someone said about whether the end of the world had really come. The young man nervously looked out the window at the city. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion and the hero got scared and jerked. He looked at the light in surprise and screamed. People were running down the street in panic and screaming. Someone was talking on the phone and pointing at something in horror. Houses and cars were destroyed. A huge tower stood in the middle of the city and its end was not visible. Smoke was coming from the building. Nick went out onto the balcony and looked at the sky when someone said that an unknown tower had just appeared in Korea. The guy clenched his fist. The hero put the pill to his mouth. I thought that he did not know if he was doing the right thing, but this was the first time he could do something so crazy. The protagonist went up and his body was shining with a bright light. The veins appeared on his face and he was tense. His eyes were bright blue and a notification appeared that he had received a window of sage status, which would provide a guide with the highest survival rate in his current situation. Some portal appeared in the sky and the young man looked at it with interest. He was surprised when a book approached his hands. Nick held the object in his hands and wondered what it was. He decides to open it and see what's inside. The diary opens and a bright white light shines from it, and the hero looks at it in surprise, and then a notification appears that the door of the apocalypse will open very soon and it is recommended to prepare. Someone stood in a t-shirt and thought about how he thus followed the recommendations and decided to drop everything and focus only on exercises for the remaining 15 days. The hero looked at something in surprise. He was lying on the ground, and next to him was a notification that the door of the apocalypse was opened, and he thought that this is really the end. The guy turned around and noticed with interest the sword lying on the path, and then he said that it was a little different from what he imagined. Nick was surprised when someone said that the game was starting right now and there would be training first, and then a human class called a combat swordsman appeared. The protagonist looked at the tables in surprise and thought about how much to read. The character confidently held a weapon in his hand and his data appeared. He was happy and said that it turns out that everything really began. The forest was surrounded by trees and the guy said that now he must either survive for 60 minutes in the forest, or find a way out and escape, and if we are talking about training, then in games they give extra time so that they can get used to it. The hero was surprised when a notification appeared that the guide will provide a window with the status of a sage with the highest survival rate in their current situation. The guy thought and said that he could use the sage status window even here, and it seemed that the guide recommended him to do some exercise because it knew what was waiting for him. Someone was moving in the bushes when the man was talking about how he should hunt monsters because running away from the forest was not recommended. The training began and Nick looked fearfully into the foliage. A creature appeared in front of him, and he was surprised. The raccoon was smiling and someone was thinking that this was the enemy, and it seemed cuter than it should be. The animal got angry and looked forward with hatred. It jumped on the character from above and growled. The hero swung his sword and hit the beast and received basic weapon mastery. The ghost was flying near the monster when MC was talking about how he died here from one blow of basic sword mastery, and probably, during the training, everything will be pretty simple. The guy looked away and thought about how using a sword costs 2 units of mana and he only had 10, which meant he could only use the skill 5 times. Nick moved quickly and dealt with monsters and thought about how he would have to increase his mana level while hunting. He attacked. The creature got angry and used up its strength and screamed. The protagonist was glad that he had increased his level, and that was great because he was running out of mana. The man was looking at something with interest. A notification appeared in space saying that every time he increased his level, he received points and could use the points he received to increase his characteristics. The hero was scared when a message appeared saying that since he had a sage status window, his level would increase more slowly than other players. The guy was excited about the fact that there was some kind of penalty for owning the sage status window, and he was thinking that he couldn't believe that they just took this level from him, and then he thought about how he was going to get back to the second one. He held his hand out and said something about the status window. The man looked at the screen in surprise and said that something was strange. The protagonist's data was on the table, and he was thinking about why he still had available points. The hero was turned away and was thinking that if he was thinking correctly, then it wasn't that bad. He smiled happily and thought that on the contrary, and maybe the sage status window was some kind of powerful bug. The beast was flying at the guy and screaming. He quickly swung his weapon. The protagonist swung his sword seriously and hit the creature. Nick was smiling contentedly and looking at his achievements. He looked at the notification and said that, as he thought, he was thrown back to level 1, but the available points do not disappear anywhere. He was happy and thought that the higher the level, the more experience is needed to move on to the next one, and it will be easier for him to simply pump up the characteristics with the help of a bug, and then start increasing the level in a normal way. The hero thought and said that he was trying to increase the characteristics, and he had 4 points. The guy waved the ball and said that for a combat swordsman the best option is to increase strength and dexterity. Nick dodged the blow and said that with the help of strength his attacks will become stronger, and dexterity will help him move and react faster. He reached out to press the button and thought about what he needed right now. A loud scream was heard in the forest. The raccoon, not moving, lay on the ground. The guy looked at the weapon and thought that the animal is not such a strong monster even for training, he easily kills it with the initial stat. Many animals were lying on the ground, and the hero was thinking that the only question was how many animals he would be able to find in a given time. He smiled and said that, frankly, finding them had become much easier after he increased his sensitivity by 1 unit, and it seemed as if he could even feel someone's strength with such a quantity of sensitivity. Suddenly, he heard something and froze. A large raccoon stood in front of the young man and looked at him angrily. The creature looked forward with fury and someone wondered what kind of monster it was. The animal dug its claws into the ground. It suddenly jumped at the guy, and he was surprised. Nick quickly dodged and screamed. From the sudden movement, he rolled along the path. He looked in fear and thought that the animal was fast, and that it was like a rhinoceros. The creature was angry and its horn was stuck in a tree, and someone wondered what kind of a boss it was. The monster was slowly approaching the hero, and he decided that he should calm down, because he was different from his smaller comrades. Suddenly, the raccoon jumped and went somewhere. The guy stared ahead. He quickly reacted and hit the animal with his sword on the body, and someone thought that it did not matter. The protagonist calmly and surprisedly looked at the beast and said that after this he should be given the 7th level. He looked tired when notifications appeared that he had completed the training, and the hero said that he did not think that an hour would last so long. He closed one eye and said that in any case, that's it. Then he was surprised and said that it was over. A crowd of people were in the building and were nervous, and someone thought that he was in a different place. There was a loudspeaker on the ceiling from which sounds came. 2 people looked in surprise when someone said that they were welcome and that they had successfully completed the training. The girl looked at him in fear when someone said that they were now in the lobby of the tower. The man looked away with disgust. The protagonist looked up in surprise and asked questions. He looked away and saw panicking people and thought about the fact that there were 14 men and 11 women here, and he thought about the fact that they also ended up here after completing their training. The guy stood in the middle of the room and thought about how everyone was starting to get nervous. But they could be understood, the whole world had changed in just a moment. Someone looked at his palm and thought that if he hadn't known in advance that the end of the world would come, he would have been in shock like all of them. Nick seriously decided that the main thing was not to give in to the general panic, and he would be able to get out of there alive. The girl looked away and wondered what kind of place this was, and someone told her that this was the end of the world tower. She looked down in surprise. Some happy rabbit was standing in front of her. Carl stood there smiling, greeting everyone and saying that he was the manager of the lower floor. People looked at him with fear and said that he literally appeared out of nowhere, and some wondered what he had brought them there for. The animal looked at him with disappointment and thought that this was an adequate reaction. Suddenly he looked away when someone said that he had a question. The protagonist calmly said that if this was really the end of the world, then what should they do? The animal smiled and said that this was a great question. The hare calmly looked at him and said that they were all present here. Then he smiled evilly and said that they would participate in a game where their lives would be at stake. The crowd heard this and became scared and began asking questions. The hero was scared by what he heard. Behind the huge tower stood a rabbit and smiled evilly and said that all the people from the ground were in the building and they had to work together to complete missions on each floor and thus climb higher. The character seriously asked about the fact that they would be able to return to their previous life only when they reached the very top. Carl smiled and said that he did not know. Nick looked down in fear and wondered what the point was in climbing up then, and he told him that one should try to find meaning in everything. People looked at the manager with alarm and he calmly said that death awaited those who remained below. Then he stopped and wanted to say something else. He turned around and smiling said that a lot of people died during the training stage. The man got scared and thought about why he had not thought about it and that it was only training, but a large number of people could not cope with him. The guy remembered the smiles of people and thought that this could not be. Carl lowered his head and said, "What now?" He spread his arms out to the sides and asked if any of them wanted to try to kill him. The protagonist listened attentively as the rabbit talked about how he needed to die to get home and whoever helped him would get a special reward, and the hero thought that it was a trap. The animal smiled contentedly when the protagonist thought that it looked harmless on the outside, but he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat someone level 55. He decided to stand behind and watch, and at that moment a notification about a new guide appeared in front of him. The message said that he needed to help the manager of the lower floor get home. Nick looked at the beast and thought about what was happening. He could attack it. The character tensed up and thought that so far the guide hadn't advised him anything bad, but he wouldn't regret it after doing something so suspicious. He looked down and thought about what to do. Suddenly, someone from the crowd confidently said what he would do, and everyone in the room was surprised. The man smiled and said that if Carl wanted to die so much, he would help him, and at that moment the hero thought that he was too late. The animal screamed with happiness that it would be able to return home, and the man said with a smile that he hoped that he would not regret it, since he was going to kill him so that he would experience all the pain. The manager smiled contentedly when the man swung the weapon in his direction. The animal looked up contentedly, expecting a blow. Suddenly, a fist flew towards the enemy and he screamed. The muscular body of the animal moved towards the man, striking. People looked at what was happening in horror. Blood flew towards the frightened girl. The rabbit stopped and expressed regret. He smiled contentedly and said that he accidentally counterattacked. 2 people looked away in horror. People watched what was happening in fear. The blonde fell to her knees and began to scream loudly. The crowd began to run away in panic and shout that he was dead, and the protagonist stood silently and looked at the blood. He thought with horror that he could have been in his place, and that monster was asking if there were any volunteers. Carl stood there happily and laughing, said that there had been a misunderstanding. He put his hand forward and asked if anyone wanted to try again, and then the notification appeared again about helping the manager get home, and Nick thought about whether the guide had deceived him. The hare, embarrassed, put his hand out and asked about who would help him check in early after work. The protagonist stood quietly. He was surprised and thought about whether the guide had lied. Suddenly, the guy's eye lit up and a notification appeared about the Sage status window being called. He looked at the screen and thought about how there were other skills there, but why did they suddenly appear only now? The manager's figure was visible in the pupil. Nick smiled and thought about whether that was it. Carl stood there contentedly and said that he wanted to go home, and suddenly someone raised their hand up. The character with a smile on his face said that he would do it, and he thought about whether the guide had lied to him. The beast looked at the guy appraisingly and said that he was level 1. The hero asked about how his level didn't matter if it was a good deed, and he said that the man was right. The protagonist took out his weapon and looked at the animal, who said that then he should quickly send him home. The girl ran to the character screaming and said that it was too dangerous, and he saw how the man died. People were screaming in panic that he shouldn't do anything reckless. Nick calmly said that everything was fine and he had a plan. He turned around with a sly smile and said that someone would see something exciting. He swung his weapon and prepared for battle. Carl smiled contentedly and screamed. Suddenly, he jumped on the guy screaming that he needed to be destroyed. His fist was aimed at the protagonist's focused face. The hero recalled the events and thought that there was something strange in the manager's words, and he was sure that there were 25 people in this space. But the beast said 24, and the guy thought that it was a simple mistake. The monster looked with fury, and someone thought that the horror of meeting a level 55 monster, and the fear that he could kill them, all this was intentional. Nick dodged the blows and thought that the reason why Carl said that he had dialed the wrong number. People looked at what was happening with horror and screamed. The protagonist thrust his sword into the rabbit, which was aiming at his head. The creature looked with fury, and someone screamed about the reason. The guy jerked the weapon sharply, and the animal's body split in half. He looked somewhere with fury and thought that because there were only 24 people there. The hologram lying on the floor began to disappear. The animal said quite well that the character was very good. The beast disappeared and said that for those who are brave, let the odds always be in their favor. The young man stood calmly, and the figure of the rabbit disappeared. The hero turned around and calmly exhaled. Some ball fell to the floor. People looked at it in surprise. Someone reached for the object and said that it meant it was a fake. The man looked at Nick and asked how he knew. The guy calmly said that by coincidence, he saw how the blood went through the girl and her face and clothes should be in blood because of the proximity. That's why he decided that it was all a show, and then he thought that it would be better to come up with an excuse. The red-haired man approached the character and said hello, then said that he was wrong to think so. He said with hatred that in any case, he was just lucky, and if he had noticed, he would have immediately intervened. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by in vain, and he said that he was still level 1 when they had already completed training, and that meant he was either weak or couldn't kill anything and simply ran away. The character frowned and listened to him say that he would simply die quickly, so for the sake of all humanity he was giving him a chance to give in, and the guy thought about what kind of arrogance that was. He broke the ball and said that giving in was not his hobby, and the man was surprised. Kyle smiled furiously and said that he was quite greedy for cannon fodder, and then asked about him trying to save face because of his level. The protagonist looked calmly and thought that from experience he could say that the wisest thing to do was to avoid people like the redhead. But how long could he continue like that? People were surprised when a notification appeared that their gold would be issued from that moment on. The couple listened attentively as they were told that they could use gold in the shop and that extra gold would be given out based on the number of monsters they killed in the tutorial. The crowd was surprised when it was said that the highest starting gold in the area was 7,400, and someone shouted that one of them would get that much. Kyle nervously shouted that if he had known that it would be like this he would have hunted better, and Chris happily said that he didn't know who won first place but he was great. Nick stood quietly and thought that the player who won first place was him, and of course he didn't plan on revealing that information because one man was already jealous of just one stat point. Magic screens appeared in front of the people, and someone said that there were 3 main things you could do with gold, such as buying items, leveling up skills, and increasing stats. The guy increased strength by 9, endurance by 6, agility by 13, and he thought about raising the characteristics to 21st, and at that moment Kyle screamed furiously about why increasing the skill level was so expensive. The protagonist's body was glowing with a bright light. He smiled contentedly, and new clothes appeared on him, and he thought that he could not continue to wear his sports uniform. Suddenly he was distracted when someone approached him. The girl stood awkwardly and said that she needed advice, and the guy asked why she was asking for advice from the first level. Emma smiled and said that despite his level, she was very impressed by his courage. The hero used magic and asked the heroine about how much gold she had now, and she said 800, and he thought about the fact that he needed to hide that he was using a cheat key. He looked at the girl and asked her about her enjoyment of sports, and she replied that she was okay with walking, and he said that then her stamina stat was probably not very good. The blonde listened to him say that if she lacked stamina, she should invest in this stat, and she wouldn't even be able to use items for long, despite the gold spent on them, and she said seriously that they would follow his advice. The couple listened attentively to the fact that the quest on the first floor would start soon. People were standing and talking when someone said that they needed to create a group of 3 people, and players who weren't in it would be assigned to a random one, and they would be given 30 minutes. The guy looked down in frustration and thought that he expected there to be a group quest, but they gave it to them earlier than he thought. Kyle said happily that since they could see each other's levels, maybe they could tell each other their classes, and someone thought that, as the man suggested, they started telling each other their classes, and people started creating teams with the players they wanted. The The girls smiled and asked if they could team up with her if they wanted, and someone thought that she was the first member of the party, and he had no reason to refuse when the healer asked to take his team. People laughed, and someone thought that everyone else had answered the same way. The hero was upset, and thought that even though they had a healer, they were more concerned about his level, and it was true that a level 1 combat swordsman was not very attractive. The crowd smiled happily, and someone thought that the level 4 players were very relaxed, and everyone had already created their own parties. The guy looked ahead and said that they were left. 30 minutes have passed and the incomplete groups will be filled randomly, and the tasks on the first floor will begin soon. We are shown a forest illuminated by the sun, and someone said that he was so unlucky. Red sighed with displeasure and said that just think, he is in the same group with this person. Kyle looked with disgust, and someone thought that just think, he was less popular than him, and he is level 4, and thought about whether it is possible to cooperate with him. The hero lowered his head and thought that since it has come to this, the problem is not whether it is possible or not, because he must make it possible. Clouds floated in the sky and the sun was shining. Nick seriously looked up and thought about surviving here. The guys walked through the forest, and the system reported that it was necessary to destroy the kobold tribe in 12 hours. Turning around, Kyle said that he would destroy the kobold tribe or whatever they were, so they shouldn't get in his way, and the protagonist countered that it was a team mission. Frowning, the man asked why he was talking so much if he was letting him ride on his tail. The protagonist extended his hand and replied that he would try riding his tail then, and see how good it was, thinking that he should listen to him for now. The companion turned away and said that he was only going to ride his tail anyway, so there was no point in him rebelling uselessly. He only pulled himself together when someone was going to kill him. Emma looked worried and wondered if everything would be okay with this group. Cal frowned and asked why the hell there were so many bugs here. The guys were walking under the trees. Nick looked up, thinking that there really were a lot of bugs here, since they were in the mountains. He looked at the apples on the branch in surprise. The guy looked away, listening to his name being called. Turning to his friend, the protagonist said that there was a chance that the monster was stronger than the one-horned raccoon, but since they were still on the first level, it could be dealt with. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that they should be on guard. After all, this is the tower of the end of the world. The monster threw his weapon over his shoulder. The kobold put his hand to his hip. The muscles on his legs bulged. Nick looked at him in fear. Looking at his opponent, he thought that the enemy was too different. Sitting down next to his companion, the guy suggested checking the surroundings first. There could be more kobolds here. The man came out from behind the bushes. The protagonist sat in ambush, listening to him say that he was hiding like a damn coward. Kyle jumped above the monster. The monster looked at him in surprise. Hitting him with his fist, the man shouted that that was why he was still on the first level. Emma was taken aback. The protagonist looked at him in shock. Kyle grinned happily. Beating the enemy in the face, the man told him to look at himself, because he was holding on. He dealt many blows and said that they should try to hold on with the tie then. Nick bit his lip, thinking that he couldn't believe that he had gone there alone so brazenly. He hadn't expected him to be so stubborn. The girl gathered mana in her hands and shouted that she would help him too. Kyle raised his fist, asking where the others were. The guy watched as his companion frowned and thought that he was definitely up to his level. With Emma's help, he might even be able to defeat him alone. He watched carefully, wondering why the damage was so low. Maybe he had some other weakness. A notification popped up that the guide was opening. The system reported that since kobolds were passive monsters, they wouldn't attack unless provoked. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it meant that the man had stirred up a hornet's nest for no reason. The protagonist pressed the screen, thinking that he needed to be positive. They still needed to catch a couple for research. Nick looked ahead in surprise. Kyle swung his sword furiously and shouted, "For God's sake." He hit the tree and told his enemy to die. The trunk wobbled. The tree fell on the monster's head. The kobold stood calmly. The opponent bared his teeth furiously. The monster rushed towards the man. Covering himself with his hand, Kyle thought that this was a curse. It seemed like he was in big trouble. But what was the protagonist doing? Not even helping him. Looking at the flash in the bushes, he wondered what kind of nonsense this was. Had this loser really escaped? The monster swung his sword with a scream. Swinging her sword, her friend shouted that it was dangerous. Emma tripped over a stone. She fell to the ground. The girl was taken aback. Emma turned around in surprise. The kobold swung his club. An apple was flying at him from above. The protagonist pierced the fruit with his sword. The protagonist cut the enemy with the blade. The monster looked at the wound. The cut was oozing dark mana. The opponent was absorbed by the energy. Nick landed and a notification popped up that he had destroyed the kobold. The boys stood around the corpse. Stunned, Kyle turned around and asked if it was him. Emma smiled and burst into tears. The boy grinned and thought that it was no surprise. Remembering how he looked at the apples, he thought that while the bugs were eating all the fruits, they did not touch any of them, and he thought that something was wrong. The protagonist imagined the fruits on the branch. The protagonist imagined how he looked at a poisonous apple, thinking that this was it. The system reported that kobolds were vulnerable to poison. It was necessary to collect poison in the mountains and use it. Remembering how happily he held the fruit, Nick thought that this was the key to the first level quest. Kyle gritted his teeth. The guy was helping his girlfriend get up, asking if she was okay. The girl looked at the turned-away man and said that her friend had come in time. Thanks to him they had survived, and asked where he had gone. Kyle, cowering, shouted that he was a loser. The man held out his finger and shouted that it was a damn freebie. The protagonist was hiding somewhere in the corner when it was really dangerous, and after he had dealt him a few blows, he simply flew in and stole the last blow. The protagonist, dumbfounded, listened that he was a freeloader. He knew it when he saw him gaining stat points. The man angrily left and said that he should be better since his level was higher. Sighing calmly, Nick thought that given that he couldn't read the room, it would be even harder for him. The plot moves us to the kobold village, where evening was coming. Swinging his fist, Kyle thought that his big name was in the ring. He struck the boys, thinking about the insignificant monsters. The man threw his head back from the blow, deciding that the monsters would never be able to stop him. Kyle grinned furiously. He extended his hand in anger. The companions happily waved their swords, and the system reported that they destroyed the kobolds. Turning to the boys, the man thought that it was a curse, how they did it so easily. The monster hit him on the head. Kyle fell to the ground in front of the enemies. Looking at the paw of the monster, he thought that it was too painful. The kobold was beating him with claws, and the man thought that he was waiting for help from someone. Kyle covered his head in tears. He opened his eye in surprise. The wounded opponents stood in front of him. Their heads flew off. The man watched as blood dripped to the ground. The main character extended his hand to him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he wrote a little instead of him, asking how he was doing. Kyle looked up desperately. He smiled happily. The man looked at the trees and shouted that he was his brother. A notification popped up that the task was completed. The guys were leaving the portal. Kyle was sweating anxiously, thinking about what he had done. He remembered bowing at the guy's feet and saying that he would serve the sir. The man grinned, thinking that he had called some second-level rookie sir. The only one he wanted to serve was his boss. Kyle frowned furiously, thinking that if this became known, he would be finished, but he was a man and could not go back on his word. Nick watched as the companion clenched his fists, thinking that he needed to go to the bathroom or something. The guy walked in front of the guys, saying that it looked like they had gotten through faster than the others because they had been lucky to find the kobold's weak spot. Clenching her fist, Emma shouted that it was not luck, it was all thanks to his observation. She would never have thought of using poison. The protagonist smiled and replied that if it weren't for her support, it would have been much harder, thinking that he felt like a fraud. The guys were leaving the portal. The protagonist looked away at the glow. Another team returned to the lobby. He stood calmly with his friend and reported that it seemed that the other groups were returning too, wondering if this was Chris and Nate's party. Nick thought with a serious look that they must have found poisonous apples too. He wondered if the others would be able to return. The portal began to glow. The man put his hands to his cheeks and shouted that another group had returned. The guy fell to his knees with his girlfriend and said that he had done it. Leaning towards them, Emma asked what about the third one. The girl cried bitterly and replied that they were the two of them. The loudspeaker announced that the first level task had been completed by all groups. The participant bared her teeth. Emma blushed and shouted that someone had not returned yet. Frowning, the protagonist listened as a total of 6 groups returned alive and 8 of them did not return. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he expected it would be difficult for everyone to return alive, but 8 were dead. He imagined himself standing on the turtles, wondering how many more would die before they reached the top. Chris stood in front of the crowd, listening as they announced that the calculation of rewards for completing the first level of the quest had begun. There were groups that did not lose a single player. Nick looked at the screen, hearing that the group that completed the quest first would receive 1,000 gold each. Looking at his own stats, the guy thought about how he received 2,000 gold for both bonuses, a little short compared to the tutorial, but gold is a kind of insurance for his future survival. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he should save up as much as possible. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard the stranger ask which of the participants came first. Turning back to the crowd, he thought that this time he would have to reveal it. The party that returned second already knew. Nick raised his hand and said that it was them. Kyle arrogantly crossed his arms and said that it was an obvious result, so they shouldn't be upset. The guy looked at him in confusion, asking if their group was first. Extending his finger, the man asked what kind of reaction this was. Was he really angry that he took first place? The protagonist looked away with a smile and thought that he probably forgot about how those kobolds beat him, but that would reduce the attention to him. Turning around, the girl said with displeasure to look at him, he took first place, and he was only level 2. The guy looked at him indignantly and asked if he really got 2,000 gold without doing anything. Raising her fist, the rival said that he was carried. The protagonist smirked, listening to how they discussed him and thought that after all, no. Emma ran up worriedly and shouted that in fact it was not so. A friend put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was okay, they weren't going to listen anyway. Frowning, Nick said that he had to show them. Chris clapped his hands and asked for attention. Smiling, he said that they needed to calm down, they had to focus on surviving. Nate clenched his fist joyfully and said that he was right, they had to cheer up and keep moving forward for the sake of those who had died. The guys around him clenched their fists and answered that it was right, they shouldn't be sad, they had to come together. The guys stood in the crowd and shouted that they could do anything, they had to do it. The torch burned with a blue flame. The fire suddenly changed color. All the torches on the walls glowed pink. The protagonist looked up in surprise, hearing people asking what was going on, why the color of the flame had changed. The worried guys stood in the lobby, listening to the fact that the survival rate at the first level of the region was below average. A penalty mission was being introduced. The protagonist frowned, learning that the deadly task was about to begin. The boys looked on in fear, hearing that it was necessary to choose one candidate. The player who received the most votes would perform the deadly task. The system showed a timer for 5 minutes. The boys looked at the screens, hearing that if they did not choose anyone, they would automatically vote for themselves. Nick stood behind the frightened crowd, thinking that people understood that voting here meant death. He imagined crows pecking at the corpse. The boys nervously looked at the timer, thinking that they should choose someone. People exchanged glances and the boy bit his finger. Emma spread her arms out to the sides and shouted that if they all voted for themselves, then no one would have to perform the deadly task. The man anxiously extended his hand and asked what if they all had to do it. Now was not the time to argue. The girl clutched her head and said that time was still ticking. The stranger pointed her hand forward. She pointed her finger at the protagonist and shouted over there. Nate's name appeared above the protagonist. Emma approached him, worried. The guy looked at her in fear, listening to people say that this was too cruel. No one said that it was not anonymous. Nate lowered his head and said that he was sorry, because they had to choose. Nick smiled and said that he expected this, given the atmosphere, but was a little taken aback. The player was sweating, listening to how he didn't want to die after all. Emma held out her hand and said that it was not too late if they all voted for themselves and their friend voted for Nate. Looking at the confused Liam, the protagonist said that he was right, it was unknown if this would work. He looked down and said that trust had already been broken. Names appeared above the protagonist, and he thought that time was passing. Nick looked at the large list, thinking that he was sure that there were several reasons. The guy stood in the center of the circle, thinking that the main reason was that he was a low level. They had lost the idea of society that the strong should protect the weak. Emma raised her fist in panic and shouted that they were all too cruel. How could they do this to people? The protagonist thought with a serious look that the masks were removed and people revealed their true selves. Frowning, the girl said that she was sure he would have died anyway, considering his level. There was 1 second left on the timer. Pointing his finger down, Kyle apologized to Sir. The protagonist looked at the list, thinking that it was a cruel reminder that the end of the world really had come. A bright spark appeared and the system reported that all the votes were cast. The portal to the deadly task was closed. Nick stood in front of the gate. People stood around him, asking if this was true. Emma covered her mouth in tears. Laughing, Kyle reported that now that he thought about it, his problem was solved. If he was not, he was a genius. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that the sacrificial lamb was chosen. The altar was set up. Walking towards the portal, he thought about the faces behind him with an expression of guilt and relief, and he had no choice but to ascend Golgotha. The lamb was reflected in his shadow. The protagonist stood in front of the gate, thinking that at the top of Golgotha there was no death. Nick entered the portal and the system reported that it was recommended to take part in a deadly task. He would have a high chance of passing it, and there would be a worthy reward. The guy smirked, thinking that a delicious treat awaited him. The torch burned with a blue flame. The guys were sitting in the lobby. Emma looked up, hearing the guy ask if they were okay. Chris stood sadly in front of them and said that even though it was short-lived, they were still comrades who covered each other. It was a shame to part like this. Extending his hand, Kyle replied that he was getting what he deserved. He smiled and asked if he couldn't tell just by looking at the man, adding that the protagonist had only tried to take advantage of him while he was dragging the group. Emma, with tears in her eyes, clarified what he meant. Wasn't it thanks to Nick's abilities that they had completed the task? Frowning, the man shouted that there were no abilities. He had just gotten lucky with his schemes. He had simply delivered the final blow when he was already at the bottom. Kyle grinned, hearing the girl ask if he was sure that it wasn't him who had saved him from death. Remembering how the boy fought the monsters, he thought that if he thought about what he did, he had a skill that allowed him to change the level he showed. He would not have returned here alive. Chris stood calmly and said that he personally hoped that Nick was as good as Emma. Turning around, he said that then he would have at least a small chance to return. The girl remembered how the protagonist said that they should see it with their own eyes. She wiped away a tear. Clenching her fist, Emma said that she believed in him. He would return safe and sound. She was sure of it. Chris smiled and replied that he was sure of it too. Meanwhile, birds flew over the trees. A crow sat on a flag. The protagonist walked through the camp and said that these were not the same kobolds that were before, somehow creepy. He happily looked at the screen. Looking at the guide's recommendation, the protagonist said that he was thinking about voting for himself if nothing happens. It's good that everything is going as planned. Remembering the smirking Kyle, Nick thought that although it seemed like he needed a little distraction from his antics, this was his attempt to deliver the final blow. Kobolds appeared behind the guy. The monsters looked at him furiously. Frowning, the protagonist decided that they were here. The leader stood behind the crowd. The monster growled furiously and the system reported that a deadly quest was beginning. It was necessary to kill the leader and the hunting party, angry at the death of their fellow tribesmen. A window popped up with information that the kobold leader is the boss of the dungeon, a level 12 monster, like other kobolds, vulnerable to poison. The protagonist squeezed the apple. He poured juice on his sword, thinking that a level 12 boss monster, especially with other kobolds, was an almost impossible opponent. Standing in front of the crowd, Nick thought that if it were anyone else in their place, they would have resigned themselves to their fate. The enemy swung his spear. The guy dodged the attack. The protagonist cut the beast's paw. He cut the monsters, thinking that everything would be different. After all, it was him. The protagonist stood in front of the corpses, thinking that now that all the side characters were dealt with, there was only one left. Nick looked at him seriously. Swinging at the chief, the guy shouted that it was time to see what the boss monster of the deadly quest was like. The protagonist struck his opponent. The kobold held back the attack. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he minimized the blow by jumping back at the moment of the blow. He watched as the enemy crossed blades, thinking that the monster had such skills as expected of a boss monster of a death quest. The opponent suddenly turned away. Looking at the fleeing enemy, Nick wondered if he was just running away. The guy was catching up with the kobold. Swinging his sword, the protagonist thought how he could call himself a boss monster. It seemed like it would end soon. This was a bonus stage that anyone who came here could pass. He put his sword behind his back, deciding that it was good for him. The protagonist struck his opponent with the weapon. Looking at the stop sword, Nick thought that it was sudden. The monster stood silently in front of him. The kobold looked up. The red moon was shining in the sky. The beast's eye changed color. The enemy cut the guy's shoulder. Meanwhile, Kyle smiled and said that they can't do anything to those who are already dead. Crossing his arms, he said that he will take them to the end of the floor. Emma clasped her hands in a lock, praying for salvation. The man stood next to her and asked if she didn't know what death was. It was obvious that he was already dead, so why was she praying for him or for him to rest in peace? The girl turned around and said that even when the world was in such a state, it should have at least some conscience. She sat in front of the guys and asked what he would do if Nick returned safe and sound. The guy looked at the portal, listening to Emma clarify whether he would really behave like this until the end. The girl was taken aback when she heard the player clarify whether it was a gate. The guys watched in shock as the protagonist appeared. Chris looked in surprise. Nate smiled happily. There were scratches on the protagonist's face. The wound on his chest was healing. Coming out of the portal, the guy listened to the system report that the player who participated in the deadly quest returned alive. Nick grinned and said that he returned. The plot moves us to the past, when the guide suggested that we should be careful, since the kobold leader's abilities increase when his eyes turn red. The beast frowned furiously. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought of red eyes. The protagonist stepped back. Clutching his wound, he thought that he should stop this bleeding. The monster ran towards him angrily. Nick studied its shadow, thinking that he only needed one good blow, but how? The guy bit his lip in fear. The monster extended its blade. The protagonist dodged the blow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he punched a hole in the wood, like in soft tofu. He looked thoughtfully. Imagining a broken blade, Nick thought that a sword could not cut through a wall. The guy imagined a driven nail, thinking that it could pierce it. The protagonist remembered swinging the weapon, thinking that he thought that a sword was a weapon that could only cut. The protagonist frowned. Sitting in front of the enemy, he thought, this is good, worth a try, uses his momentum as he rushes towards him. Nick swung his blade, thinking about adding his own weight to it. The kobold dug his claws into the ground. The monster jumped up. He swung in midair. The guy stood in front of the attacking opponent. The protagonist was a clot of mana. The protagonist looked at the wounded monster, thinking that he was focusing it all in one point. He pulled out his sword. Nick smiled, thinking that it worked. A notification popped up that piercing had been added to his basic swordsmanship. The system reported that he now had slashing and piercing strikes. The girl ran towards him. The guy looked at her in surprise. Emma held out her hands, happily saying that she knew he would come back alive. Kyle pushed her away. The girl flew to the floor. She sat against the wall, scared. The protagonist looked at his ally in surprise. The man was smiling in panic and screaming that he believed he would come back. He hugged him tightly and said that as if a small death mission could stop his bro, the strongest in the universe. The protagonist looked calmly upon hearing his name being called. Holding out his hand, Lester asked if he had really completed the death mission. The guy looked worried and said that he was very glad that he was okay, but if he had completed the mission, he should have gained a lot of experience. Frowning, Nick listened as he asked if his level had changed. The ally looked at him and said that if he thought about it, he was still at level 2, what if it was the same as that time with that rabbit, and it was just nonsense. The protagonist thought sadly that he had assumed that he had gotten used to it. Remembering looking at his report card, he thought that the world wanted the weak to stay weak. The protagonist imagined the kids at school discussing how he must have won this exam and must have cheated. Nick imagined holding the papers sadly by the corner. He remembered the mean kids saying that he must have cheated. How could a pathetic orphan get top marks if he didn't even go to the academy? And thought that it was like they couldn't let a worm squirm. The protagonist stood quietly, listening to the kids saying that he hid somewhere and was biding his time before crawling out. Like in training, he must have hidden in a hole somewhere. The level was low. Clenching his fist, he thought about how they wanted to pounce on him and crush him. He knew this too well. Prejudiced people do not change their views so easily. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he needed to be strong now. The boys turned to Emma, who was yelling at them to stop gaping so thoughtlessly. Raising her hand with mana, she asked why they continued to doubt him. Hadn't he already proven that he survived the deadly mission? The girl stood next to her friend and said that they didn't know anything. Kyle stepped in front of his ally. Frowning, he yelled that his older sister was right. Not only did they not throw a party in honor of the glorious return of his brother, the strongest in the universe, they even dared to ruin the mood. The man raised his fist in front of the boys and asked if they were all crazy. Kyle grinned furiously. Nick closed his eyes and thought with a smile that he felt a little calmer. Looking down, the guy thought that no matter what, he needed everyone to survive in the tower, and if he wanted that, he had to show them something convincing. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd and said that he had something to show them. He raised the indomitable sword. Liam stood with his friends and asked if it was cheating that it added 15% attack. Chris smiled and said that it was amazing that he kept the poisonous apple. As Emma said, it really is unusual. Raising his hands, the guy said that such a wonderful item as a reward is much more valuable than a little experience to help them survive. The protagonist smiled and said that he was talking about survival. He calmly said that it seemed like they had forgotten everything. Frowning, Nick continued to say that they all almost drove him to death. The guys stood in front of him in surprise. Emma raised her hand in alarm. Nate bit his lip. Standing in the back of the crowd, he said that his ally was right. The boy hung his head and said that he justified it, thinking that nothing could be done, but in the end, it was pure selfishness. He thought that everything was fine as long as it was not him. The guys stood sadly in the crowd, listening to how, even though they knew that voting for him, since he had the lowest level, was tantamount to silent exile. Nate bowed and said that they threw him into a deadly situation so that they themselves would stay alive. He was very sorry. He cried and said that he was sincerely glad, because he returned alive. The protagonist stood calmly in front of him. Adjusting her hair, Clara said that there was no need to go so far, someone had to go anyway. He even returned with a rare item, so everything was fine. Turning around, Nate asked what she was saying. He angrily extended his hand, clarifying whether she did not feel the slightest guilt. The protagonist covered him with his hand and said that he brought it up. Frowning, Nick explained that it was not to discipline him, but to prevent it from happening again. The guy said with a serious expression that they must have already realized this during the vote for the death mission, but the tower was trying to divide them. Imagining angry guys, he said that it provoked mistrust between them. The protagonist imagined guys fighting, saying that the tower wanted to start conflicts. The protagonist remembered piles of corpses and said that perhaps it enjoyed sending them on their way to death. The girl stood in front of him, surprised. Clenching his fist, Nick said that this is why he believed that his return alive from the death mission was an opportunity, because he had already proven that their actions could contradict the tower's intentions. Chris extended his hand and asked if he had a plan for the future then. The guys were taken aback, hearing that they would rise higher and higher. Liam stood with his friends, listening to the guy say that one day they would reach the end. The protagonist raised his head. Looking up at the light, he said that they could bring their lives back. The crowd stood in the lobby and discussed that he was right, they would someday. Clenching her fists, Emma said that to do this, everyone here would have to come together. Nate stood behind them. Smiling, he thought that this was a very generous person, they shouldn't judge him by such a trifle as his level. Carl approached the teams and said that he was sorry. Snapping his fingers, the manager said that the next task was a survival game. The guys looked at him, discussing whether he left, why he was here again, whether he would give them stat points this time too. Frowning, the protagonist said that as long as he didn't say what he meant by the survival task. The rabbit looked angrily and interrupted, saying that it was true, the second level task would take place among 15 players in this location. He grimaced furiously. The players looked at each other in fear, hearing that it was a battle royale. The guys looked at each other worriedly. Extending 2 fingers, Carl said that since it was a low level, it was just light entertainment for all of them, so they should not be sad. After introducing the two teams, he said he would explain the rules. The second level mission would have 16 players and 16 doubles, so there would be 32 people in total. The manager imagined the people in front of the corpses, saying that the conditions for passing were to kill all the doubles, simple enough. The rabbit imagined the people's brains, saying that the doubles would not only have the same stats, but also the same memories, so it would not be easy. Smiling, Carl said that the most important thing was rule number 3. He imagined the guys fighting and said that the player who killed the double would not receive any reward, but if the player killed the player, he could get stat points and gold. The manager clasped his hands, saying that in other words, this mission could be an opportunity for them. The rabbit clasped his fingers and said that the last moment, for every 30 minutes that no kills were made. There was a click. Creating a sparkling portal, Carl continued saying that everyone would be immediately called to the lobby and face a huge disaster. The guy looked at the monster's hand and said that someone was coming out. The guys were running away from the monster's hand. The protagonist looked at the unknown level, thinking that he understood who it was. The enemy was appearing from the gate. The protagonist looked at him in fear, listening to how he was asked to get out of the way. Grinning, Nick thought that he really expected them to fight him. We see a huge explosion. After what happened, smoke flies around the area. The guys are lying on the floor in shock, and there was a hole near them. The protagonist turns his head and thinks. There is a monster in front of him, and clenches his fist, and the situation was a disaster. The guy opens his mouth and says that he easily passed the first floor. The girl is shaking and asks to save her because she does not want to die. Frowning, Nick realizes that people are in a panic. The monster begins to attack with his hand. Jack is sitting on the floor and screaming. Suddenly, he is picked up and they begin to run away. Grinning, Nick says that the second floor mission hasn't even started yet. Carl grabs his ears and closes his eyes. Looking down, he remembers the hare saying that every 30 minutes without killing, everyone will be transported to the lobby into the clutches of a disaster. Smiling, he realizes that this is some kind of demonstration. Behind him, people are flying in the air. They open their mouths and try to grab onto something. One of the guys shoots a bow. Kyle throws a stone at the enemy. All attacks hit the enemy's hand. Chris says that no matter how much he shoots, nothing works. Grinning, the main character understands that they are probably really going to be killed. Emma raises her hands and restores people's health. Although there is no more mana, Nick thinks that there are no dead yet, but it is only a matter of time. The guys look up, because a fist is flying at them. Turning his head, he orders to retreat. Holding a sword in his hands, they ask him to run too. Nick bares his teeth and starts attacking using basic swordplay. His sword glows as his fist flies towards him. Opening his mouth, he decides to strike. Straightening his arm, the protagonist creates a stabbing blow. After that, he tears the opponent's arm. The guys stand and are surprised. The girl is happy. Kyle opens his mouth in shock. The rest of the people look up in surprise. Nick holds a sword in his hands and is confused. The people are still surprised. Raising their hands up, they begin to rejoice. He looks at the sword and everyone calls his name. A window appears near him, because something has changed. The screen says that he used power that exceeds the limit, and therefore the state of powerlessness will last 3 minutes. Narrowing his eyes, he almost does not hear anything. Nick begins to fall to the floor. He opens his eyes and sees people in front of him. Opening his mouth, he receives a notification that the state of powerlessness has been lifted. The guys sit down near him and ask if everything is okay with him. Nate starts crying and can't believe that with such power, he was modest and the last fainting ceremony went flawlessly. The girl starts to lift him up and Nick asks what happened to the crash. Carl raises his hand and says that he sent it back and it was just a demonstration. Opening his mouth, the hare says that they almost died, but the warm atmosphere remained. He starts to approach them. The guys look down and are told that every 30 minutes someone must die. We see the hare's legs. The guys are standing near the main character. Kyle takes his cheeks. Standing near them, he says that perhaps one of them is a killer. The guys are starting to be surprised by such news. The hare starts to climb into the portal and says that his work is done for today. The portal starts to disappear at this point. Some people are sitting on the floor, others are standing. The main character starts to bare his teeth. His eyes have become serious. There is a torch on the pole that is burning. Nate walks with the man and says that if they can't find the double, they'll have to kill one of them. We see someone's legs, and others say they can put a mark, but the doubles have their memories. Everyone turns their attention to one person who called them. Nick folds his arms and says he has a way. Emma opens her mouth and asks what? The guy gets up from his knees and talks about the mission. Looking serious, he says who he'll be. Everyone's mouths drop in surprise. People look at him and Nick says that they need to gather at the highest point of the second floor and if anyone other than him tries to act, then they can be considered a double and eliminated. Clark looks at him and says, "Is this a strategy?" Raising her hands, the girl asks why they should follow his instructions. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks if they remember what the hare said. There is a man near Carl and he said that if you kill a player, you can get characteristic points and gold. Putting his hands on his cheeks, he says that perhaps someone standing will become a killer. People kill each other, and the tower is clearly pushing them to kill. Opening his mouth, the guy says that he will no longer play by the rules of the tower and believes that this is the best way. Folding her hands, the girl asks where? Raising her hand, Chris agrees with him, and this will definitely help reduce the damage. His eyes narrowed because he is talking about this. Nick also looks and thinks if he can recognize the double. A smile appears on his face, and he answers in the affirmative. Screens appear that the second floor mission has begun, and you need to make at least one kill in 30 minutes. There were as many doubles as players. Someone is walking and laughing on the ground. Kyle squeezes his hand and says that they should gather at the highest point and not do anything too much, and does not like mountains at all. His eyes widen sharply. Standing behind a tree, he sees that someone is walking. Looking back, they start calling him. Opening his mouth, Nick asks who else of such a size could be behind the tree. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought it was a double. When suddenly, he is cut in half. The main character is holding a sword in his hands. There was blood on his face. Looking seriously, he says that only he will kill. The guy looks at the screen, because the second floor mission has begun, and you need to make at least one kill. He looks at the screen and is silent. Smiling, he sees a guide that the player will be the first to reach a certain level of sensitivity and receive the skill of absolute sense. We see a screen in his eyes and he thinks he can tell the difference between doubles, but he is afraid in his soul. Nick raises his hand because there are minuses of sensitivity, and he needs to raise a lot. Raising his hand, he achieves absolute intuition, and now the 5 senses are developed to the limit. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thinks that half of the gold went into this, and it feels like he set the filter to a higher level. In his ear, he hears a muttering. His eyes widen because he knows that voice. A man is walking towards him not far away. Kyle is walking along the road and saying something. Opening his mouth, he says if it is too much for him to gather at the highest point and do nothing. Nick smiles and says that he is 500 meters away from him, but he feels close. We see his nose, because he feels something. Taking his face, he understands that the smell is not very good. We see the guy's fangs. Nick looks at him in surprise because it is a double. He is standing near the corpse, because he killed the double. Looking at the sword, the protagonist thinks that he killed the double, although he pretended until the very end. Looking up, he understands that the method worked, and the main thing is that everyone followed his instructions. He remembers Chris, who supported him, because of which it was possible to reach an understanding with people, but it is impossible to predict the variables. Nick stands calmly and thinks that until everyone gathers at the top, nothing special should happen. The screen shows that the player is killed. His eyes have become bluer, because there are fewer players now. Frowning, he understands that the player has died. Sweat runs down his face and he thinks whose handiwork this is. Nick presses his lips, because nothing is clear. We see dust on the ground. The guy starts running with all his might to find him as soon as possible. Nick climbs a tree. Holding onto a branch, he realizes that while he was dealing with another double, another player was killed. Something catches his eye. There is a man standing near a corpse. He gives off an evil aura. The guy's eyes widen because he found him. Nick starts running towards him. Jack is shaking all over near him. Suddenly, he is killed with a sword. Standing near the corpse, the protagonist thinks that it could be his double, but in the end it turned out to be someone completely unexpected, and it's good that he noticed him before even more damage was done. Looking at Lester, he thinks. Nick kneels near him, because something is wrong. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that his weapon is an old longsword. Lester is bleeding from his mouth, but the wound was not from the sword. There is a man not far from him. Chris is holding a bow in his hands and aiming. Hiding behind a tree, he thinks that there must be another double there. Looking out, they ask him who is there. He had an arrow in his shoulder. Coming out onto the path, he asks if everything is okay. Looking at him, they ask him not to move. Holding a bow in his hands, the guy says that he cannot distinguish a double and should keep a safe distance from it. Pointing to the double, he says that he just killed. Putting away the bow, he understands that it is really him. Raising his head, he asks to beware of his double. He falls to the ground, and Nick runs to him. Chris is carried, and Emma says that she will heal him. The main character holds a sword and asks to go back, because they are doubles. We see worried guys. Then their eyes turn red. Nate starts running to the main character. Crossing knives, he says that he is probably still thinking about a deadly mission. Lester takes a bow in his hands to take the girl. The guy looks into the distance, and thinks why these doubles appeared before him with such confidence, especially the girl. Emma is behind him, who wants to strike. Nick turns around and she misses. Nate decides to attack him from behind. The main character falls to the ground. Then he jumps and lands. His eyes widened, because an arrow is flying at him. We see a white light. The arrow is in the tree. Blood begins to flow on his face. turning his head, they begin to regret him. Lester makes a crazy smile and thought that it would be a checkmate. We see legs that are standing on the ground. Another person is also standing. The doubles are standing near Chris, who is holding a bow. He had a crazy face. Then the main character kills the double. Nick holds a sword in his hands because the current composition has changed. A smile appears on his face. He holds an arrow in his hand and was previously a deep-sea fisherman. We see how fishing rods with a worm are thrown into the pond. The guy takes the arrow out of himself. A fish approaches the fishing rod. Chris still holds the arrow, and he loved human fishing. Putting his hand to his face, he says that he got a little carried away. Opening his mouth, he asks what he feels now. Nick has blood running down his face and they asked him, disappointment? The player trembles and puts his hand to his face, and also inquired about anger. His eye turned red. Exhaling, Nick thought when he would show his true nature, but he turned out to be more insane. Standing near the doubles, he asks, did Nick know that he would get a blow to the back? The guy remembers how he carried the guy. Then his eye notices something. Wiping the blood, the protagonist says that he sees the statuses of other players and his indicators have grown a lot. Chris looks at him seriously. Raising his hand, he asks if he is a favorite of God, and Nick asks to stop talking nonsense. Standing not far from him, he asked if gold and stats are really so necessary? Holding a sword in front of him, he asks the question, is he so ready to kill? Leaves fly across the sky. He kills the player, because murder is not punishable here. He sits in a tree and kills a girl. Leaves fly near him. Having shot from a bow, he asks the question, why not kill here? We see him smiling and cheerful. The protagonist stands while an arrow flies at him. Then he dodges and his eye turns blue, because he was wrong. Nick starts running, because the player was pretending the whole time. His eyes were red and crazy and was a psychopath. The doubles start running towards the protagonist. Nate swings his sword. Nick runs near him. Then he starts climbing a tree. An arrow flies towards him. The guy cuts him into pieces. Looking at the next arrow, he understands that they are consistent. An arrow also flies behind him. The protagonist dodges it. He lands on the ground. Making a serious face, he thinks that he has not yet been shown all the skills. Behind him, they begin to approach. Near him, there are two doubles, and in front of his face is Chris. He remembers and understands that this is a flawless composition. Standing on the field, Nick does not know how he managed to persuade the doubles, but he did a good job. Opening his mouth, he thought that this time he would cope easily, but he is very persistent. He twirls an arrow in his hands because it is good. Chris begins to lick it and says that the more he fights, the more he will finish. Nick looks at him seriously. Then they begin to aim a bow at him. Holding the weapon in his hands, he asks what to do. After that, the guy releases the arrow and decides to spread the net. The main character's face is serious. The circle of absolute intuition is activated near his feet. It becomes even larger and captures the doubles, because they have collected an outstanding combination. An arrow flies at the main character and they run to him. Emma has an open mouth and the level was 7. Nate's eye is glowing red and he is level 8. Nick is holding a sword while arrows are flying at him. His eye turns blue, his level was 2. After that, he kills Nate in one hit. The protagonist is standing on the ground after the attack. The girl's hand is burning to restore her ally. Suddenly, her hand is cut off. Emma looks at it and is surprised. The protagonist is standing next to Chris and there are 11 doubles left. The guy starts to smile nervously. He frowned and sweat is pouring off him. The player kneels down. Nick looks at him seriously. He starts to cry and begs for mercy. Scratching the ground, he says that he lost his mind for a moment. Bowing near him, he says that seeing his abilities made him worried and crossed a line that he should not have crossed. Looking down, he trembles and asks for a chance. After that, his foot lands on the ground. He holds an arrow in his hands and his smile becomes crazy. At the same moment, Nick strikes him. We see his calm face. Chris is still smiling. He remembers how the fish swims to the bait. And behind it is another large fish. The guy looks down, because he killed the player. Blood drips from the sword onto the ground. There were wounds on his cheek and he understands that he still had to kill a person. Everything around him turns red, because he opened the path of flesh and by committing a murder, he will be able to walk along this path. Something begins to form near him, he is holding a sword in his hands. Looking at the screen, he is told that if he accepts the challenge, he will receive buffs on stats and support from doubles. Opening his mouth, he sees a notification, becoming a killer, he will receive advantages. Nick looks up, where something was forming. Grinning his teeth, the protagonist puts his hand on his head. We see that the person has red eyes. Someone holds out their hand. A girl with white hair is standing. We see a notification asking if he is ready to accept the challenge. Nick opens his mouth in surprise. Looking at the screen, he understands why Chris was able to control the doubles. A notification appears near the girl at the top, saying that if he becomes a killer, He will receive legendary armor, access to legendary skills, increased status, and exclusive talents. Nick presses his lips together. He remembers the doubles, because he was nervous when he killed them, but he knew that they were not people. He lies on the floor, because from now on he will have to deal with players more often, because among them there will be those who will follow the path of the killer. Nick pokes at the screen, where he is shown the conditions and offered to become a killer. The girl still holds out her hand. He waves his hand away, because he refuses. Nick turns away from her, remembering Chris, because he will not become crazy. We see a man's leg. The protagonist is standing near the guys. His eyes widen from the light. Kyle puts his hand to his lip and asks why it took him so long. Nick picks up the sword and wonders if he is a crazy psycho. Standing near the crowd, he thanks them for the trust. Two identical guys ask if he really learned to distinguish doubles. Standing with his back to us, he answers in the affirmative. The guys are surprised and are told that everyone followed his instructions well. Someone comes up to them. The main character starts looking back. We see Nick holding onto his shirt. It was his double. People are wary and ask who to believe. Two guys are standing not far from each other. They were serious and wearing the same clothes. The double and Nick are standing near the crowd. The guy looks at them with disdain and understands that they are in trouble and therefore wanted to take care of the double in advance. He remembers Chris, who is holding the sword because the plan failed because of him. He has a stone in his hands. The guys look at each other. They want to put the white stone down because it's a game between them. Liam opens his mouth and asks for help because he said he would take care of the doubles. They turn their heads and are asked who these dead doubles are. One of them is silent. We see the players who are left. 3 of them are leaving because their identities have been established. Looking into the distance, he thinks that the proof of this fact proves that he is a player. 2 of them open their mouths at the same time. Looking at each other, they say the same things. The guys look at them and are surprised. Grinning his teeth, Nick thinks, why did everything turn out like this? The double raises his hands and asks him to think. The guys look at them with disdain and are told that Kyle and Emma were in the same group with him and therefore developed a trusting relationship. But out of all people, he managed to find and kill them first. Raising his finger, he asks how likely is that? Looking at the double, Nick realizes that he has taken the initiative. The guys stand in a circle and say that everything is obvious, there is no guarantee. Nate puts his hand to his chin. Pointing his finger at Chris, he says that he is a double and does this mean that he killed the real one? We remember the smiling guy, because he was a high-level member of their zone and a practical leader who encouraged them in difficult times. Pointing his finger at Nick, he says that it is impossible to even imagine that he died. Putting his hand on his chest, he asks, how can he be a killer? The girl turns to the crowd. The others open their mouths in shock. The double's eye lights up, because he did not know how Chris died. He holds a stone in his hands. Opening his mouth, he says that his inner impatience to portray a reliable ally helped to reveal his true essence. Then he puts the stone on the table and says that he is a killer. Straightening his finger, the double calls him fake. Nick begins to bare his teeth. The girl holds a sword in her hands and says that it is obvious, and that they need to destroy the double and deal with the rest. Squeezing his hand, Kyle says that he is a double, and the girl says that you can't judge by the words of one side. The protagonist purses his lips, does not listen to them, and just remains silent. His look becomes more serious, and he thinks that it looks like self-praise. But under the circumstances, he did everything he could. He begins to walk on the ground. Opening his mouth, Nick says that this is exactly how he killed Chris. Moving away from the double, they ask him if he gives up. Then they take the stone in their hands. The protagonist begins to take out the sword. The stone is placed on the table, breaking it. Turning his head, he decides to tell them something. Opening his mouth, Nick says that he turned out to be a traitor. Chris is hit on the body because he killed the player. After receiving the blow, Chris lowered his head down, and the rest of the guys who saw this were very scared, shouting his name. The clone of Nick held his hand out in front of him, asking what was going on and why he was running away. At that moment, he turned around abruptly when someone called out to him. It was Nate, who was grabbing his sword and surmising that if he was the traitor, then this was the copy. With his rational gaze fixed forward, the brown-haired boy mused that if he was right, then the real Nick was his killer. Remembering how the protagonist had gathered them all together in a clearing in the middle of the forest, the swordsman knew that the odds were stacked in their favor. Imagining the doppelganger killing the player with the sword, Nate mused that they couldn't attack and wouldn't reveal themselves for a year. Visualizing the man destroying his doppelganger, the brown-haired boy realized that if Nick could actually see them, then killing the doppelganger would prove that he was the real one. With a dumbfounded look, the swordsman thought that Chris couldn't be the traitor and said his name. Looking at the real protagonist standing in front of him, Nate wondered if he had killed someone. Looking back, picturing the mad expression on their former leader's face, the boy explained that he was a devil disguised as an angel. Recalling how this man had killed innocent people, the protagonist explained that he had hidden his true nature well, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Clara, trembling with fear, asked how this was possible. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, she remembered how the archer had saved her from the monster, and could not believe how he dared to insult this man. Instantly maddened, the girl rushed forward with her blade. Suddenly, she stopped and was very surprised. The girl turned around when an arrow hit her and asked who did this. Falling to the ground, she saw Chris's double shoot her. Immediately after that, the system announced that a player had been killed, and Nate, Kyle, and Emma were very shocked. When the system notification showed that there was one less player, and announced that they needed to make another kill in 30 minutes, the rest of the people were also very surprised. Nick looked straight ahead with displeasure, unable to believe that he had any strength left. At that moment, Chris, lowering his head, began to laugh madly, saying that this is it. Making a face full of madness, the archer said that he really missed these faces. At that moment, a soldier hiding in the bushes killed him with his dagger, and the system immediately announced that the double was killed, there were fewer of them, and also that they needed to make another kill in 30 minutes. From behind the trees, Clark apologized to the boy for doubting him all this time. The man stared ahead with a menacing gaze, asking what he should do now, while the system showed his status window, which said that he was a former Special Forces soldier and a survival specialist. Hearing the soldier's words, the protagonist looked straight at him in surprise. Immediately after that, the other survivors, looking at what was happening with displeasure, asked if he was really a double, and realized where the real protagonist was. In a moment, they all seemed to go crazy and grabbed their swords, preparing for battle. Coming closer to the real Nick, people asked what to do now and were going to follow him, and he just remained silent. Suddenly, memories began to flash through his head, how these same people, looking at his level, sent him on a deadly mission. Looking down, the boy thought that this was some kind of unfamiliar feeling. For a moment, he directed his serious gaze straight ahead. At that moment, he said with a serious look that he would now make his final offer. At that moment, his double appeared behind him, about to strike, saying that since it had already happened, there was nothing left for him to do. Immediately after that, he struck with his blade and said that it was all or nothing. The real protagonist parried it. Reflecting the blow of his double with his sword, Nick told everyone to spend all the gold. Throwing his opponent back, the boy added that they needed to increase their stats. Listening to his advice, the rest of the people invested money in stat increases, and easily defeated their doubles. Pointing his blade forward, the protagonist realized that the doubles could no longer match them, while the others continued to increase their stats with gold. Immediately after that, a battle began in a clearing between the real people who had increased their stats and the doubles, and Nick, watching this, thought that they were stronger than yesterday. Looking at the people sitting in the tower's waiting room, the boy reasoned that the doubles had taken over their stats from the second floor. Watching the guys who were very confused by everything that had happened recently, he thought that, so, by increasing their stats, they could complete the mission without unnecessary losses. Realizing that everyone around him was thinking badly, the protagonist did not know what to do. Suddenly looking to the side, he heard someone saying that if it weren't for that bastard Chris, everyone would have been singled out. It was the one sitting reasoning that perhaps the situation in other zones was even worse, and not everyone would be able to pass the test like him. He thought that perhaps the situation in other zones was even worse, and not everyone would be able to pass the test like him. A soldier stood to the side, blaming himself for everything, and Nick, looking at him, was sure that he was in pain, because they were on the same team. Looking away, the boy thought that he was also sorry, because he would like to do without casualties. Imagining in his head a huge number of corpses lying right on the ground, the protagonist thought that perhaps the situation in other zones was even worse, and not everyone would be able to pass the test like him. Visualizing a man with a bloody path of these very corpses behind him, Nick wondered if someone would prefer his path. Looking at his hand, the boy thought that the upcoming battle would be even more brutal. Imagining in his head an opening blue book, the protagonist realized that he was weak, but there must be a reason why he received special abilities. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist reasoned that, of course, everything was not so good until now. Clenching his hand into a fist, Nick understood that there were people who believed in him, and he would do everything possible to save them. Suddenly, the boy saw someone approaching him, which surprised him greatly. It was Clark, who, with his head down, thanked him, because with his help he survived, and the protagonist answered that it was because they followed the advice. Standing right in front of him, the military man announced that, despite the second level, he did more than everyone else, and he must have been given some kind of ability, and for this they limited the level. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Nick remembered how Clark killed the crazy double of Chris and thought that the caution and prudence of this man are impressive, and in the future he can become a reliable support. Suddenly, the military man bowed to him, declaring that he sincerely apologized for doubting him and ignoring him. The others began to support him in this. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, noting that they shouldn't go that far. Kyle, standing behind them, laughed at the whole thing, saying that they clearly lacked foresight and should have immediately sat on his neck, as he did, and Emma, standing next to him, concluded that she was the first to notice his extraordinary nature, while Nate, biting his fist, tearfully asked for forgiveness once again. Clark, looking clearly guilty, concluded that perhaps he shouldn't say such things now. Stretching his hand forward, the former military man said that he hoped that in the future he would lead them forward, which greatly surprised Nick. The boy, with a stunned expression on his face, looked straight ahead. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face, and he said that he agreed. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to 5 minutes before the end of the mission, when the system announced that only the last double remained. After killing their clones, the people were very stunned and wondered if they had really dealt with everyone. Liam looked around in surprise, wondering where the last one had gone. At that moment, Nick approached a bush and stopped in place. He stood there holding a blade in his hands, not knowing that someone was hiding there. Poking the sword right into that bush, he hit Clark's double, and the system notified that the double had been killed and that he had completed the task. The system notified that the calculation of gold based on the results of the work was starting, and everyone in the waiting area was in anticipation. The guys looked at the system notification window and were happy that they had received their gold. At that moment, a widely smiling Kyle began to laugh. Showing everyone his muscles, with a smug look, he declared that he had received as much as 2,000 gold. The bodybuilder approached everyone and bragged, while Nick, standing to the side, silently watched. Smiling slightly, the boy thought that it seemed like everyone had followed his recommendations and received rewards. Thinking that he was happy for them, the protagonist looked at the system notification window, which notified him that he had been awarded 12,500. Suddenly, Nick noticed something incomprehensible in the system notification. At that very moment, he received a notification that he had reached 10,000 gold on his balance, and now he had access to an improved store. Having opened it, the boy looked at the assortment in surprise, thinking that this is how the system is, and in order to buy rare items, you need to increase the rank of the store. Running his finger over the store's goods, the protagonist thought about what he should buy. A moment later, the system notified that he had acquired a mastery upgrade, and his level of basic swordsmanship increased. Immediately after that, Nick, holding the sword in his hands, was very surprised when the system notified that the beginner comrade had reached level 3. With a smile on his face, remembering how he used a fighting technique above his level and immediately fainted, the boy thought that if he could freely use this skill for only 5,000 gold, then the deal could be considered profitable. Thinking that the purchase was complete, the protagonist suddenly saw something to the side. At that time, Emma was very surprised when she received notifications from the system that a player named Nick transferred 1,200 gold to her. Seeing this, the girl looked at him in surprise and asked why he suddenly did this, and he answered that she should just accept it. Remembering their battle with Cobalt, and when the healer helped fight them, Nick talked about this. Visualizing how he led the rest of the guys into battle during the recent test, the boy explained that even when he fought with doubles. Seriously looking straight at her, the protagonist stated that she always helped him. Watching Kyle show off his muscles to everyone, he added that in a place where survival sometimes takes lives, they can laugh and rely on each other. Nick held out his hand, saying that they can support and smile. He then added that all of this was possible only because of her existence, and Emma, who heard this, was very confused. Hearing this, the girl was overcome with incomprehensible feelings, and she was about to say something. Standing right in front of Nick, the healer turned to him. With a grateful expression, Emma said that she would definitely become stronger, and the system notified that her healing hands level had been increased. Suddenly, the system notified that the protagonist transferred 200 gold to Kyle, and he looked at him in surprise and asked what it was, while the latter asked him to stop fooling around and study hard. Nick closed his eyes, thinking that he was a guy with potential, and if he tested it, he could be very useful. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind, and the boy looked there with one eye. Right behind him, he saw Kyle crying gratefully, who declared that from today on, he was his sycophant, and he only had to tell him what to do. Seeing this, the protagonist grabbed his blade tightly. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Nick thought that it was time to check the basic mastery of the 3rd level. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to the mountainous area, when the system announced that the mission on the 3rd floor was starting. The guys looked at the castle standing on the mountain in surprise, receiving a task from the system about the siege. Then the system notification window announced that here they would encounter players from other areas for the first time, which surprised the people very much. When the system added that the condition for passing is that their group is assigned a mission to attack, they must capture the castle and occupy the altar, the guys listened to all this in surprise. Suddenly, the countdown timer began, and the system announced that there were 24 hours left and the penalty for failing the mission was not revealed. Putting his hand forward, Nick received a return stone, and the system prevented him by saying that it was a temporary item exclusive to the 3rd floor. Holding it in his hands, the boy looked at the crystal in surprise and wondered what it was doing. Looking at the huge castle above in surprise, Liam asked if they really had to kill people again and why now, and the girl did not understand what kind of return stone it was. Looking at the system notification window, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded to see something there. At that moment, he called out to Kyle, who happily responded to his call. Taking out his blade and rushing forward, Nick asked that he said that he would do everything he asked. Noticing this, the man with red hair was very scared. After a while, he started to climb the very mountain where the castle was located. He was breathing heavily, trying to climb higher and higher. Holding his throat from fatigue, Kyle said that this was too much, and asked if it was too cruel. Suddenly smiling widely, the red-haired man pointed out that even if he died there, it would not be real. The notification window of the strategy guide system said that on this floor, the return stone returns them to their original position after death. Cracking his neck, Kyle said that he had to do it anyway. Stopping right in front of the fortress gate, the red-haired man remembered that he had already said that he would transfer a whole 100 gold after reconnaissance. Remembering this, Kyle wrapped his fists in energy and declared that he would destroy everything here. Immediately after that, he struck the gate directly, and the system notified that the durability was reduced. Seeing this, the red-haired man began to strike a huge number of times, and the durability of the gate was rapidly decreasing. After some time, Kyle struck the gate again, smashing it to pieces. With a smile on his face, putting his fist straight in front of him, the red-haired man received notifications from the system that the gate was open. Slowly walking inside, Kyle received notifications from the system that there were 2 seconds left until the gate was restored, and laughed, wondering how such a gate could even withstand his power. Turning back, the red-haired man saw the gate being restored, as the system notified, and realized that this is how it works. Immediately after that, Kyle sharply looked to the side. Right on the walls above, he noticed 2 people, thinking that they first put up protection on the castle walls. Then the red-haired man looked in the opposite direction. Noticing the people guarding the strange structure, Kyle thought it was an altar, and it seemed like there were about 10 people there. Smiling widely, he recalled Nick's words, who said that they should not kill anyone, otherwise they would not understand the purpose of the return stone, and thought that even though he insisted. Looking straight ahead with a sneer, the red-haired man thought that they were just a bunch of low-level soldiers. Just when he was about to rush forward, thinking that he would quickly deal with them, something strange approached his face. A moment later, Kyle received a blow right on the head. From the damage received, he began to bleed. Drops of blood fell right on the ground near him. Falling to his knees, the red-haired man coughed up blood. Dumbfounded, he looked down, wondering what happened. Immediately after that, he raised his gaze and looked forward with tears in his eyes. There was a girl standing right on the altar, aiming at him, and Kyle thought it couldn't be. At that moment, she fired again. The boy, who heard his ally's story, was very shocked that they had a gun. The red-haired man, waving his arms to the sides in displeasure, asked if it was possible, because it was like a sick magic bullet or something like that, and the protagonist, who was listening to him, thought that it was incredible, but it was impossible to have a gun now. Looking at Clark, who was standing to the side, Nick remembered how he wielded a dagger and thought that even he, a military man, did not have a firearm. Remembering the goddess of murder, who appeared before him after the murder, the boy realized that this could only mean one thing. Visualizing the rewards that could be obtained by embarking on the path of murder, the protagonist, with a frightened expression on his face, understood what it was. Nick stared straight ahead menacingly, wondering if this was going to be such a tough fight. Suddenly Emma grabbed his hand. Starting to shake him from side to side, the girl asked him not to worry. Smiling widely, the healer said that she would support him no matter what. A moment later, the rest of the guys also started to support her, saying that they would also help in any way they could, and that this shooter would not do anything to them. Seeing the reaction of his allies, the boy smiled widely. Confidently holding his blade in his hands, the protagonist was about to explain the plan to them now. Incomprehensible drops fell right onto the ground. The man tried his best to hold on while an incredible amount of sweat dripped off him. In the middle of the night, a girl was sitting right on this very man in the center of the altar. The rest of the people trembled in fear, guarding the approach to him. Staring his magical gaze forward, Nick mused that one of the useful skills of the second floor was absolute sense. At that moment, he became aware of people standing on the walls of the fortress. Looking at each other, the boy saw that they were 2 level 8 archers, and he thought that, as his ally said, there were only 2 of them on the wall. Suddenly, Kyle stepped forward, asking if they weren't expecting him. Emma, who was standing behind him, saw this and asked if they wouldn't guess what the return stone was for, and the boy next to him replied that they could, but they wouldn't be sure, and most likely, they would think that it was a feature of this person. Noticing a stranger near the walls, the headphones immediately began to aim at him. Seeing their reaction, the protagonist suddenly rushed forward, which surprised the girl greatly. A moment later, the archers standing on the walls of the fortress released their arrows. The red-haired man, surprised by this development, did not understand what was happening, because this was different from what had happened before. At that moment, the arrows were cut in half. It was Nick who did it, arriving at his ally's side in time to parry the enemy's blow. After the lunge, the boy stepped right on Kyle's shoulder. The protagonist then pushed off of him to jump right onto the wall of the fortress. Nick flew into the air right above the heads of his opponents, who were very surprised by this. A moment later, the boy struck him with his blade. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, the protagonist stated that there was only one chance. Nate, happily watching from the side, agreed with this, stating that they could not screw up, otherwise the enemies would understand what the return stone was for, so they needed to attack with all their might. Hearing this, the man with red hair declared that this was great and headed towards the gate, telling everyone to follow him. Turning back with a look full of confidence, Kyle declared that he would break through the gate, they should follow him, and if they fell behind, it would close. After saying this, the red-haired man wrapped his fist in energy and was about to strike. Suddenly, before he used the stone fist, a magical field flew straight at him. While Emma was trying to heal her ally, the gate was destroyed, and the system announced this, also adding that it could no longer be repaired. Nick, who was on top of the fortress wall, looked down and was very surprised. Suddenly, the wounded man lying on the floor laughed, saying that he did not know why he left them alive, but with such an attitude, he would not escape. At this time, a girl with a gun was visible through the hole in the gate. She was aiming her gun straight ahead, while her subordinates said that this woman was very scary. The shooter's eyes showed no emotion at all. Seeing Chloe's stats window, the boy was extremely dumbfounded and couldn't believe it was real. The protagonist, with a look full of surprise, continued to look at her stats and wondered if she was really an assassin. Looking at the girl standing in the middle of the altar, Nick wondered if she was level 13 because she had committed a massacre on the second floor. At that moment, the shooter below noticed him. Without a second's hesitation, she pointed her gun at him and fired. A moment later, a magic bullet hit the protagonist right in the chest. Hiding behind the barrier, Nick took out a healing potion to neutralize the damage received. Drinking the healing potion, the boy thought that she had hit him from such a distance and more aggressively than he expected. Having finished the treatment, the protagonist straightened his jacket. Looking at Kalia's advanced grade leather clothes that added 50% magic defense, Nick thought that it was worth it to be on the safe side. Then the boy peeked out from behind cover, thinking that one bullet consumed 10 mana points. At that moment, Chloe noticed this, and he continued to think that if she used a magazine of the same class as him, most likely, she had not yet purchased energy recovery items. Realizing this, the protagonist immediately jumped off the wall of the fortress. Landing right on the ground, Nick realized that this meant that she had 13 bullets left. At the same time, the rest of his squad also rushed to attack. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy thought that they should break through. Together with the rest of the guys, they went to attack their opponents. The members of the protagonist's squad confidently rushed to attack, loudly screaming in rage. Suddenly, they saw a cluster of pink energy in front of them. A moment later, magical bullets began to hit people. At that moment, memories appeared in the guy in the blue sweater's head, asking how they would get to the altar if they were shot at. Standing in front of the rest of his team, Nick explained that she did not have enough bullets to kill everyone, and they were magical, which meant that the ammunition was energy, and Nate, who heard this, noted that it was only a question of the amount of her energy. Pointing his finger up, the guy gave a positive answer, adding that they needed to withstand at least one shot. Remembering those words about this very shot, the guy in the blue sweater barely held back the pain. With a sly grin, looking straight ahead, he used healing. Chloe, standing in the middle of the altar, continued to shoot at her opponents with her magic weapon. The protagonist's squad members were rapidly moving forward, despite the damage they were receiving. All this was possible only thanks to Emma, who was standing behind them, healing them all. The girl used her ability. Nick, who was looking at her, understood that she was the key to their success. Realizing the deplorable nature of her situation, watching everything that was happening, the purple-haired girl thought about what to do. After a short time of thought, she kicked the man who was kneeling with her foot. Pointing a gun at her team members, she gave them the order to move forward. Watching what was happening with displeasure, the boy thought that this is where the difficulty arises, because in close combat there is a risk of losing several comrades due to sniper fire, and therefore they need to get to the altar as quickly as possible. A moment later, a man appeared right in front of him, who was about to strike with his sword. The protagonist deftly dodged the enemy's withdrawal, striking back with his knee. Suddenly, another man tried to attack him, but he failed. With a deft movement of his hand, Nick incapacitated him with a blow to the back of the head. Suddenly, the boy saw a magical field approaching him. At that moment, Nate blocked it with his blade. The blow caused the sword to slip out of his hands. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, Chloe could not believe that he had reacted to her shot. The brown-haired guy was telling his leader to leave quickly, when suddenly a magical bullet flew into his face. Seeing this, the protagonist was beside himself with rage. At this time, the healer continued to use her magic to maintain the state of her allies. Looking around, Nick realized that more and more people were dying. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the boy realized that they would be reborn anyway. At the same time, several more people disappeared due to damage from the magic bullets. At this time, the shooter continued to use her magic weapon to destroy the opponents. Seeing how another of his allies died under the onslaught of this girl, the protagonist wondered how it was possible to kill people with such an expression on his face. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Chloe's face. Then she said that they were all very funny, and Nick, who heard this, was beside himself with rage. Immediately after that, the boy enveloped his blade in his own blue energy. With deft swings of the blade, he destroyed opponents, using the skill of a novice swordsman of level 3. A moment later, the protagonist was already right next to the altar. Pushing off the ground with his foot, he headed towards its center. With a look full of madness, Nick was about to strike again. The girl, who noticed this, was also about to counterattack. At that moment, the two strongest on the site clashed in battle. With a wide grin, Kyle declared that they were finished, and the opponents who heard this were very surprised. Activate your stone fist, he declared that now that his leader is at the altar. With a mad expression on his face, the red-haired man rushed to attack, adding that he no longer needed to linger. A moment later, he used a level 2 stone fist, throwing the opponents back. At this time, Chloe and Nick stood opposite each other, pointing their weapons forward. Looking straight at her opponent, the girl asked who he was with such an ability at level 2. With a smile on his face, looking back at her, the boy wondered what her level 13 meant in the order of things. Hearing this, the shooter silently looked at him with displeasure. Suddenly, a blue light appeared under the protagonist's feet. A moment later, it began to spread towards the altar. The system announced that the altar was captured by one of 3 people and that they needed to get rid of the enemy player at the altar, and Nick, who heard this, was very surprised, continuing to point his blade at Chloe. Looking down, the boy thought that that was it, that 3 more people would be needed to completely occupy the altar. Realizing that he needed to deal with the problem first, the protagonist saw the girl pull the trigger. At that moment, a magic bullet flew right past Nick's head. Thinking that he needed to deal with this woman, the boy pointed his blade right at her. With an appearance of complete indifference, using her pistol, she managed to parry the attack. Surrendering to madness, the protagonist dealt a huge number of blows directly to his opponent, and she could not believe that he was reacting even to her weapon. Suddenly, Chloe noticed that Nick was gathering energy in his sword and preparing to attack. A moment later, the girl jumped off the ground, finding herself in the air. Looking straight ahead, she fired several shots from the magic weapon. Watching what was happening, the shooter was very surprised. She saw how the boy dodged her bullets and could not believe that he read it. After what happened, the protagonist only grinned maliciously. Imagining Nate in his head, Nick thought that he was the same as him, and also one of the strongest in their area. Visualizing his image with a ping-pong racket in his hands, the boy reasoned that he used to be a genius player of this sport. Imagining how 2 athletes hit the ball right on the table, he thought that in table tennis, where the outcome of the game is decided in seconds, it is not easy to follow the fast balls. Visualizing how a player is going to hit the ball with his racket, the protagonist thought that because the higher the level of the players, the better they read the position, the direction of the opponent's gaze. Seeing where his opponent was looking, the man aimed the ball in the opposite direction, and Nick reasoned that they could predict the trajectory of the ball better. Imagining the look of the brown-haired guy, he remembered what his nickname was. Visualizing the moment when he reflected the magic bullet with his blade, the boy added that he was called a genius of predictions. Looking straight at Chloe, who was about to shoot him, the protagonist noted that thanks to him he received a hint. With deft movements of his body, he managed to dodge each conclusion of the enemy. The girl, who noticed this, was very stunned by what was happening. Getting closer, Nick struck his opponent with his sword directly. It hit a stone steel located right behind. A moment later, she fell with a crash right to the ground. The shooter blocked the blow with her gun, so she remained alive. Menacingly looking straight ahead, she thought about this guy. Looking at Nick standing right in front of her, Chloe thought that his statistics were higher than hers. At that moment, Clark, wiping his dagger, said that he was completely finished, and Kyle, walking next to him, noted that they needed to make it before the dead returned. Wiping the blood from her face, the girl realized that the function of the return stone was resurrection, and the protagonist standing in front of her gave a positive answer, noting that it did not matter now. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, Nick thought that even if she managed to use some trick and hit, he would be able to withstand it. Taking a fighting stance, the boy thought that he would let her hit and finish him off for sure. Suddenly, she asked that he really thought he had won, which greatly surprised the protagonist. At that moment, the shooter's gold balance began to change dramatically, and the system notified that her sniper level was increasing, and she herself was enveloped in dark energy. Noticing this, Nick gritted his teeth and rushed to attack, realizing that this was very bad. A moment later, Chloe looked at him with her red gaze. Then she fired several shots from a traumatic pistol. Her bullets hit the boy straight, causing critical damage. The protagonist's allies, who noticed this, immediately ran up to him to help. At that moment, his body began to disappear. When the system notified that the mission on the 3rd floor was completed, everyone was transferred to the waiting room of the tower, and Nick saw that the man with red hair was acting strangely. Seeing his sad expression, the boy asked what was wrong with him. Looking straight at him, the protagonist noted that they had won. At the same time, Kyle, discontentedly poking his finger at the system notification window, explained that this time he had taken out the mission, and they had given too little gold, while the protagonist, listening to this, only smiled. Remembering how he took critical damage from Chloe, Nick thought that she hadn't expected the shots at the end. At the same time, memories of the girl coughing up blood appeared in his head. Visualizing how he stabbed her with his own blade, the boy reasoned that at the same moment his sword pierced her heart. Right before disappearing after taking critical damage, the girl asked him to say his name so she would remember it, and he answered her. Looking at his allies who were happy with the rewards they had received for completing the floor, the protagonist thought that after the three of them had occupied the altar, and they had won, it was very creepy, so he hoped they would not meet again. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to look, and Nick, hearing this, immediately turned to the side. Right in the middle of their waiting room, a huge portal opened, which showed other people, and the guy watching this thought that this was the group they had fought. The system announced that a disaster would be unleashed on the losers, and right from the open portal, a monster headed towards the defenseless people. The guys who saw it were very scared and trembled with fear, while the system continued to announce that the targets would be players who had not committed a single murder on the third floor. Approaching the portal to another waiting room, the man in glasses asked to save him. Coming right up to him, Emma said that they should help him. At the same moment, she received damage from the portal, bringing her hand close to it. At this time, a huge monster was destroying innocent people. The girl, realizing that she was powerless in this situation, simply turned her head to the side. Kyle and Clark watched the murder with great surprise. The rest of the protagonist squad were also scared by everything that was happening. The huge monster was going to finish off the last surviving person with its foot. Seeing what happened to the other people for losing on the third floor, Nick was extremely scared. A moment later, through the loudspeakers on the ceiling, the system announced that only one player remained alive in Zone C-142, and therefore the group was reorganizing. Looking up in surprise, the boy wondered how this group would reorganize, because the only one who managed to kill the enemy was that very girl. At that moment, someone appeared right in front of him. The protagonist was extremely dumbfounded when he saw this. It was Chloe who was in the front, looking straight ahead with indifference, and the system was notifying that a new group had been formed. Wiping the blood from her face, the shooter declared that this was complete crap. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after what had happened, Nick thought that it was like a curse, and it was no wonder that he was uneasy. The story's narration moves to a ruined city when dawn begins. There is a broken car on one of the streets. The guys moved to this area and looked around in surprise. The girl with a confused look asked if the fourth floor was really a ruined city. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of everyone, in which there was a notification that in 6 hours a catastrophe would hit the city and they needed to hunt monsters to find portals to escape. Nate and Emma looked at the system notification window in surprise as it announced that the portal was being generated randomly. The military man read the information in the system notification window that there would be 20 portals created in total. Nick looked at the notification with a thoughtful expression on his face, which said that portals could not be transferred. A moment later, the timer began to count down, and the system announced that the time limit was 6 hours. Happy with the information received, the rest of the guys were glad that finally there was a mission to hunt monsters, and after what happened, they seemed like a miracle, and with 20 portals there was no need to compete, because there were only 13 of them. At the same time, Kyle began to show his muscles, declaring that this was great, and he would destroy all the monsters, offering to finally increase his strength. Suddenly, a girl approached him, noting that it was said that the portal could not transfer food, which meant that there were still restrictions, while a guy with brown hair standing aside confirmed this, noting that if one person opened several portals, someone would not be able to escape. Remembering the notifications from the system that there were only 20 portals, Nate assumed that perhaps the seemingly generous number of portals was a trap of the tower. At that moment, Clark entered the conversation, who, standing his hand forward, said that no matter how many monsters they killed, it was better to run as soon as the portal opened. Hearing this, the guy with brown hair raised his hand up, asking if everyone agreed, and concluded that as soon as the portal opened, you need to stop hunting and immediately run into it, to which the others agreed. At the same time, the healer was asking what kind of expression he had on his face. The red-haired man, taken aback by such a question, was asking what was wrong. He was born with it, and the boy, watching everything with a smile, was thinking that now everyone understood the essence of the intervention, and he felt that they had finally become a team. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, realizing that there was only one problem. Crossing her arms over her chest, Chloe was asking why she had to do this. Turning her back to him, the girl said that she didn't need to tell her what to do, let her best man just die. Nick and the rest of his friends, hearing this, were beside themselves with rage, thinking that she was clearly asking for trouble. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to 12 hours ago, when Kyle, with a clearly displeased expression on his face, asked how dare she crawl there. When he mentioned that without a weapon, someone like her was simply nothing, he immediately received a punch right in the face. It was Chloe, who, enraged by what she heard, hit him with her fist. A moment later, the girl struck him again, slamming him straight into the ground. The rest of the protagonist team were extremely dumbfounded by the situation that had just happened. Looking at the red-haired man who had just been defeated, the shooter asked if he really thought he was immortal. Immediately after that, Nick stepped forward, declaring that there was no need to create problems on someone else's territory. Looking straight ahead with great displeasure, he remembered the image of Chris, thinking that he had eliminated a novice killer, but who knew that the real one would appear. A moment later, Chloe came closer to him. Looking straight at the real guy in front, the girl said that they met again, and he asked if she really wanted to say something. When he said that he did not think that they were friends, he felt like he had a sight on his forehead. At that moment, the protagonist jumped back abruptly, not understanding what had happened. The shooter was looking at him with a crazed expression on her face, while the system was notifying that the killer wanted to mark him as the main target. Nick was looking at several system notification windows that seemed to appear out of nowhere, notifying that his value had been recognized and that he had been marked as the main target, while he himself did not understand what that was. Dumbfounded, the boy noticed that his guide had been updated. After reading the new information received, the protagonist was extremely scared. Then he looked straight at Chloe, who was turning her back to him. The girl's expression was very cold. Suddenly, the narration of the story shifts to a scared orc, who was being apologized to by someone for hitting such a beautiful face. It was Kyle, who was throwing his fist right at the monster and stating that he needed experience points. After killing this orc, a portal appeared right on the site of his corpse, and the red-haired man who saw it was very unhappy, noting that he really didn't want it. He continued to look straight ahead with a look full of displeasure. Then Kyle turned his head back. Turning the corner, he saw Nick there. He, noticing his ally, was extremely dumbfounded, and the red-haired man was very scared. Taking a step back out of fear, Kyle asked his brother what he was doing there, and he, standing right in front of him, asked why he was so surprised or what he was planning. Hearing this, the red-haired man, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, noted that nothing special, and thought that he had already opened the portal. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy at that moment realized that he had already opened the portal. Dumbfounded, looking straight at him after hearing this, Kyle could not understand how he had guessed. Saying that he thought so, the protagonist kicked his ally right into the portal that opened. Nick sighed heavily, concluding that it was expected. Staring straight ahead with a serious gaze, the boy realized that he had one less problem, when suddenly a notification from the system came that the guide had been updated. After reading the new information received, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. The system notification window contained information that the killer fully reveals his characteristics when the Day of Blood comes, and by killing him on the Day of Blood, he will receive a very high reward, so he must focus all his efforts on leveling up to prepare. Swiftly moving forward, Nick thought that he did not know when this day would come, but most likely it would turn into a massacre, and many would die. He saw an orc ahead, who thought that he was a low-level human, and began to attack. In an instant, the monster was defeated with just one lunge of the boy. Finding himself behind his opponent, the protagonist reasoned that he should become as strong as possible, while the system notified that he had received experience points. Stopping in place, the protagonist turned towards the orc's corpse and, after a while, said that the portal had not opened. Looking at his sword, Nick thought that destroying all the monsters was possible given time, but not everyone had escaped yet, and this was not an option. Slowly moving straight along the rails, the boy thought that he should keep an eye on Chloe, who was probably somewhere dealing with monsters, and he should do something. Suddenly, the protagonist smelled a strange smell and was very surprised. While he covered his nose with his hand and said that it smelled like someone had died here a long time ago, a monster appeared right behind him. Suddenly, a guide appeared right in front of Nick that all orcs stink, but the stench of an orc that left the portal is especially unpleasant. Upon learning this, the boy turned around sharply, saying that it was all him. The monster standing right behind him was very scared of what was happening. Noticing his opponent, the protagonist immediately rushed forward. A moment later, he pushed off the ground with great force. Immediately after that, with a deft blow of his blade, he managed to cut the orc's body into two halves. Finishing his attack, Nick received notifications from the system that a portal had been created. Having completed this mission, the boy smiled widely and thought that it was good if this was it. Suddenly, a voice rushed through one of the streets of the ruined city, asking what he was doing. Chloe silently watched what was happening and seemed to be shaking with discontent. Raising his hand to his face with an innocent expression, Nick asked why he was so unlucky and could not believe that he had not found a portal yet. Looking directly at him with discontent, the girl wondered if he was a loser by nature, and he stated that he had told her about it. The denier shaking his head from side to side, the boy explained that he had never won anything in his life and was not cut out for such missions. Grinning maliciously, continuing to pretend helplessness, the protagonist thought that he was deliberately avoiding the orcs who opened portals. Looking at the shooter, who was clearly angry with this outcome of events, Nick reasoned that since she had to kill him on the Day of Blood, she had no choice but to hand over her prey to him. Continuing to kill monsters with an innocent expression on his face, the boy reasoned that it would be worse for her if he died there without opening a portal. Continuing to pretend to be unlucky and killing orcs, the protagonist noted that although he had already opened one secretly, the system notification window notified that a portal had been created and there were only 5 left. With a smile on his face, seeing this information, Nick thought that it seemed like the others had no problems. Putting his hand on his head, the boy continued to act, asking if there were really only 5 portals left, and this was definitely a game of luck. With a look of complete madness from dissatisfaction with what was happening, Chloe looked straight at him and asked him to just shut up and continue hunting, and he was very scared and went forward. When the monster swung to strike, the protagonist suddenly saw Kyle in it, not understanding what it was. Making his lunge, using the blade, Nick thought that he felt both guilty and cheerful every time he killed an orc. Looking at the girl standing to the side and biting her nails from nerves, he noted that it was similar to their relationship with her, and she was worried about how to kill him. Swinging his blade, the boy brushed the blood off it. Turning back, the protagonist noted that he did not open a portal, wondered why she was so tense, and she hid her hand, not understanding who was tense there. Moving her hand to the side, Nick asked why she didn't just tell him how many portals she opened. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the shooter, after a short pause, answered that she opened 5 portals. Looking at her puzzledly, the boy thought that it was quite a lot, but still within the acceptable limits. Immediately after that, he imagined in his head Chloe, who opened 5 portals, and himself, who opened 1. Visualizing the mathematical example, the boy came to the conclusion that the remaining 11 would open exactly 1 each, and there were still 3 portals left. Looking at the system notification window, Nick saw that there were exactly 3 remaining portals. Looking at the sun, which was already approaching sunset, the boy thought that this meant that on the 4th floor there would be only the 2 of them, and therefore he should split up with her. Suddenly, the system notification window notified that there were only 10 minutes left until the end of the task, and the protagonist, who saw this, was very scared. Abruptly rushing forward, he, turning back, said that he would find the exit himself, and she should go alone. At that moment, the girl asked him to wait, which scared Nick very much. Looking to the side, he wondered if she had guessed. The boy stopped in place, looking straight at Chloe standing behind him. Waving his hand, he asked if she really needed anything else from him, because she understood what it meant that less than 10 minutes were left, but she was just silent. Immediately after that, the girl, trembling a little, was about to say something. Looking straight at her with confusion, the protagonist thought that something was wrong here, and that he needed to quickly run away from there. At that moment, the shooter suddenly moved from her place. Nick, who noticed this, was very scared, preparing for a fight. A moment later, Chloe grabbed him right by the clothes. Looking away with an embarrassed look, she said that she had already forgotten where her portal was. Looking straight at her with confusion, the boy did not understand what was happening to her. At this time, the girl continued to be even more embarrassed, and the protagonist, who saw this, wondered if she really had a bad sense of direction. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the waiting room of the tower, where the guys were happy that the protagonist had finally returned. Noticing their leader, Kyle immediately ran towards him. Nick looked straight ahead with a look full of seriousness. The man with red hair with a joyful expression on his face said that he knew that he would return. A moment later, he gets hit right in the face. Immediately after that, Kyle was thrown back. Puzzled, looking straight ahead, the boy said that he scared him and already thought that the mission was not over. Chloe, standing next to him, with her arms crossed over her chest, said that he really reminded her of an orc, and the protagonist added that he had to double-check. With a smile on her face, seeing the appearance of the girl with the leader, Emma was glad that she also returned safely, and Nate supported her in this. The brown-haired guy extended his hand in a friendly manner and stated that they had met as enemies, but were now allies, so they should be friends. Hearing his words, the shooter just looked at him silently. A moment later, she turned her back to him and said that it was very noisy there, which greatly shocked the brown-haired guy. Wiping the blood from under his nose with a displeased expression, the red-haired man stated that it would be better if she died on the 4th floor, and she told him to shut up, calling him a pig. Hearing this, Kyle became very angry, raising his hand up and declaring that it was not fat, but muscle, while the protagonist, watching all this, suggested that maybe he should have just abandoned her. Sighing heavily, he thought that there was little point in dying under the protection of the system, and at least let him be in debt. Remembering her confused expression, Nick reasoned that he should keep an eye on her since she was so dangerous. Realizing this, the boy directed his serious gaze forward and thought that nothing should happen to the blood, so everything is fine for now. Suddenly, an unknown voice asked that it seemed that everyone had already adapted to this situation, and the people who heard it were very dumbfounded. The protagonist, who was standing to the side, was also very surprised by what happened. Carl, with a wide smile on his face, declared that here he is, the cutie of the tower. At that moment, his head was destroyed by a magic bullet. Holding her magic gun right in front of her, Chloe asked the rabbit why he crawled out there in the first place. The guys who saw this were extremely scared, and Nick, who was standing behind her, with the same emotions, wondered why he immediately shot. In an instant, restoring his head and appearing right next to her, the rabbit said that she was probably greeting him so warmly. Immediately after that, he sent the girl straight into the wall with a deft kick. After the damage she received, she coughed up blood. The boy who noticed this was extremely scared. Chloe was standing right next to the wall with her wounds, calling the tower supervisor a small rodent. The protagonist, dumbfounded, looked straight at her and couldn't believe that he had dealt with her so easily. At that moment, an image of a crazy Carl appeared in his head. Continuing to imagine this rabbit in your head, Nick thought with a serious expression that, given her characteristics, he had spared her, which meant that she was important to the tower. At that moment, the tower supervisor, adjusting his head, suggested that everyone calm down, because it was too early to leave. The people who heard this were very puzzled and waited for what he would say. With a crazy look, he threw his head back and declared that it was time for the next mission. Snapping his fingers, the rabbit suggested that before moving to the next floor, they change the background in the hall for a minute. Immediately after that, the waiting room began to glow with a bright blue light. Nick was dumbfounded by what happened after that. Looking at Carl, the boy saw that a library had appeared right behind him. Taking a book straight from the shelf, the tower watcher declared that each of them had to choose one book. Then, with a crazy expression on his face, he declared that they would choose a useful book and live, or a useless book and die. The choice determines fate, so they should do it wisely. Dumbfounded, Kyle asked him what he meant by a book deciding his fate, and a thoughtful Nate wondered if he could become stronger if he found a martial arts manual. Standing right at the entrance to the library, Carl declared that they were not allowed to reveal the contents of the books to each other, and once the mission on the 5th floor began, all the books would disappear. Holding a book about how to live like a cute rabbit in his hands, the tower watcher wished them all not to regret their choice. Immediately after that, his image began to disappear. The man looked straight ahead, scared, and asked if that was all, and the girl told him to quickly look for the books he needed. When the rabbit left them, all the other boys began to explore the library, looking for books that would suit them the most. Nick, puzzled, thought that naturally everyone was looking for categories related to their classes, and of course, in a situation like this, looking for something else was a waste of time. Looking down at the system notification window, the boy realized that, however, it was not that simple. The guide contained information that he needed to select a book called Random Encounters of an SSS Class Regressor, and the protagonist who saw this could not believe that it wanted him to read a novel. After some time, Nick was holding Random Encounters of an SSS Rank Regressor in his hands, and the system notified him that he had selected it, so he could no longer change his choice and reveal the contents of the book. Dumbfounded, looking straight at this book, the boy reasoned that the title already sounded cheap. Then he started flipping through the pages of the book, realizing that it was recommended to him for a reason, so it was worth reading. After finishing reading, the protagonist, with an expression full of displeasure, wondered what kind of trashy pop fantasy this was. At the same time, Nick looked to the side to see what the others were doing. Nate at this time learned the Hadong swordsmanship, excellent in the use of a blade. Kyle used the King of Fists technique, striking directly in front of himself. Enveloping herself in green energy, Emma used Dangi to the gods. Nick enviously watched them, feeling like a loser, because perhaps he should have chosen something else. Suddenly, hearing unfamiliar sounds, the boy looked to the side. Right in front of him was Clark, who was hammering a nail into the ground with a shovel. Having finished setting up the tent, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the protagonist, watching him, wondered what he was even reading. Hearing some more strange sounds, Nick looked in the other direction, thinking that the sounds for some reason did not stop. There he saw Matt and Chloe, who was hammering a nail right into a rabbit doll and saying that next time she would definitely kill it. The girl continued to wield her hammer, and the boy watched her dumbfounded. Fearfully turning his back to her, the protagonist thought that it would be better not to disturb her. After some time, the system notified that the time was up and that a transfer to the 5th floor was taking place. There was a school board hanging right on the wall, which was very surprising. On the desk there was a notebook and writing utensils. The guys were transferred right to the school office, sitting at desks, and could not believe that this was a classroom. Looking at the students sitting in this office, the guys wondered who they were, because their time seemed to have stopped. The girl with glasses was spreading her arms out to the sides and noting that they looked younger, which her friend agreed with. Clark was upset that he had no muscles, and Kyle was laughing at him for being skinny, while Nick was looking at himself in shock and wondering if they had really become teenagers. Looking at the guy with red hair, he couldn't believe that it was his friend with a shaved head. Suddenly, the boy heard someone remark that he hadn't changed much. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw the healer and thought that she looked completely different. Nick watched as Nate told Emma that she hadn't changed at all, and she was noticing that he hadn't either. Stunned, the boy pointed at the girl with purple hair sitting next to him and asked if she was Chloe. Hearing this, the girl broke her glasses with her hand in displeasure and asked him what he was staring at. After doing this, she turned her embarrassed gaze to the side, and the protagonist, who was watching her, thought that she looked different and probably had bad eyesight. Suddenly, an unknown indicator in the corner of the room lit up red, and a voice came from there. Hearing this, Nick immediately looked away. It was Carl's voice, asking that since they were enjoying rejuvenation, youth was indeed very beautiful, and Chloe, who was listening to him, was very discharged. The guys sat silently at their desks and listened to the rabbit tell that the task on the 5th floor was a role-playing game, and this place was another dimension where people and monsters exist, so from now on they were cadets training at the Monster Hunter Academy. Watching them through the control room, the tower supervisor stated that quests would appear over the next 4 days, and if they failed the task, they would immediately be sent on a death mission, so they should try their best not to screw up. After hearing all this, the protagonist looked at the other guys, who were scared, realizing what it meant that if they failed even once, they would be sent to their deaths. Looking seriously to the side, Nick remembered how he went on a death mission and reasoned that he had already survived it once, but it would be much harder for an ordinary player to avoid death. Staring menacingly straight ahead, the boy reasoned that instead of a novel, he should have found a useful manual on martial arts. At the same time, Carl said into the microphone that they would begin now. Then the rabbit announced the loading of memories necessary for the role-playing game, and unknown white spheres moved forward. In an instant, they penetrated directly into everyone's heads. Nick's head was also penetrated by this unknown white energy, and new memories began to appear in his head. Writhing in pain, the boy said that his head felt like it was going to explode. After a while, the system announced that the injection of memories was complete, and he lowered his head, sweating. Dumbfounded, the boy looked straight ahead, saying that it was strange, and that it was as if there were 2 sets of memories in his head at once. At the same time, the protagonist thought about the memories he had just received, like a puzzle coming together, and realized that they were taken from the random encounters of an SSS rank regressor. Immediately after that, the rabbit, waving its paw at them, explained that the quests would take place after school, so they should enjoy themselves for now. A moment later, the rest of the class suddenly began to come to life. The teacher, showing something on the board, was telling about the most effective way to instantly increase mana. Leaning closer to Nick, Nate whispered to him that people were moving, and Nick, watching everything that was happening, reasoned that if this was a novel, then he and his comrades were not even secondary characters. Looking at the guy sitting to the side, the boy thought that he was the main character. Watching Mike twirl a pen on his finger, the protagonist thought that he was also a regressor who knew the future. Remembering how the wolves threw him right off the cliff, Nick thought that thanks to this knowledge, many random encounters fall to his lot. Visualizing the image of a guy with a spear, the boy added that he was gaining great strength. At the same moment, the teacher pointed to the equation with a pointer. Holding a book in his hands, he asked if anyone could answer this question, noting that he would give store points for the correct answer. Looking at Mike smiling, Nick thought that usually the cadet would never be able to answer, but he wanted to try. Immediately after that, the guy raised his hand, when suddenly someone said before him that this substance was called action. With a self-confident expression, the protagonist said that Professor Brown's team was currently conducting his research at Columbia University. Looking straight ahead in admiration after hearing this, the teacher said that he did not know that there would be such a prodigy in the class. Receiving a notification from the system that store points were awarded, Nick smiled and thought that now he understood why this novel was recommended to him. Immediately after that, he imagined fencing and martial arts in his head, realizing that he did not need it. While the guy with purple eyes looked dumbfoundedly straight at him, Nick the opportunities he received. Smiling sarcastically, the boy was going to take them for himself. A moment later, he happily jumped up from his seat, thanking the teacher for the praise. Sunlight enveloped the building. Kyle walked next to Nick and asked how he knew about that thing and what it was, to which he received the answer that this knowledge came to him with new memories. Waving his hand, the guy asked why the main character was so lucky, after which the protagonist replied that if he was jealous, he could complain to the main characters. Emma walked behind and asked when the quest would start. Nick thought with a serious look that if everything was as in the novel, then the quest would start now. Notifications about a new quest appeared in front of the guys. Looking at the projection, the main character read that they needed to clear the dungeon that formed on the side of the building, after which he thought that the item that the dungeon boss dropped would come in very handy later. Clenching his hand into a fist, Nick noted that he would never let them take it. The guys started running, shouting that they needed to hurry. The surprised guy turned around. Looking at the guys, he asked how they got there. The protagonist stepped forward. He rushed past the guy at great speed. Swinging his blade, Nick cut the orc. The monster began to scream in pain. Grinning, the protagonist asked where it was written that only a guy could go there. Taken aback, the stranger asked again. Frowning, he could not understand how the guys found this place. Watching the battle, the guy wondered if the cadets of their class had always been so strong. Looking at the protagonist and the girl, he noticed that these two were especially strong. The embittered guy emphasized the fact that it was impossible for him not to remember someone so experienced. A spear appeared in his hand. Swinging it to throw, he thought that if this continued, everything would be stolen from under his nose. The stranger made a powerful throw. Nick and Chloe suddenly turned around. The spear pierced several orcs at once. It flew at a tremendous speed. The spear suddenly turned around. The guy caught it. His face was serious. Watching it, Kyle clarified what it was. Dumbfounded, Nick thought that the protagonist of the novel was the protagonist, even he was stuck. Sighing, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Mike was not going to give up the reward so easily and he would see who would win. Nick looked at the projection, which said that 48 minutes were left, and he noted that at this pace, it would not be difficult to complete the quest. The protagonist imagined himself standing on a mountain of corpses and declared that in order to collect the reward, he needed to defeat as many orcs as possible and knock out the right to challenge the boss. Blue mana hovered around him, and Nick thought that Mike was stronger, but finding monsters was his specialty. The protagonist saw orcs behind the walls. He rushed into battle with a smile and noted that finding monsters was his specialty. Kneeling, Chloe thought that she had been fooled by a trivial trick. She also moved on and said that she would not let him this time. Nick ran towards the monsters. The protagonist dealt them a series of blows. He rushed past them. An enraged orc stood in front of him. Nick swung his blade with a serious expression. Streams of light began to emanate from his sword. The enraged monster swung his sword. Chloe held the gun in her hand. She pushed the orc's head away. The girl killed the second monster. She felt an attack flying towards her. Chloe managed to jump away from the blow. Taking aim, the girl fired. Light streams of mana emanated from the spear. Mike swung his weapon. He cut the orcs around him. The guy frowned. Emma watched the fight and said that they were incredible. She said with a surprised look that Nick was fighting harder than usual. It was noble, because the protagonist did not want them to go on a deadly mission. The confused guys said that the protagonist was doing all this for them, although they voted for him, just so they could survive. Jack covered his mouth with his hand and said that Nick's heart was very big. He raised his sword above his head. He loudly suggested doing everything possible with a dumbfounded look. There was a bright glow in the cave. Confused Nick turned around at the screams of the guys. Blood was dripping from his blade. The protagonist wiped the drops from his face. They arrived at the gate and saw messages that the orcs were destroyed. The boss room was created. Nick's face was serious. Mike's face was pleased when the system said that he could challenge the boss. The enraged protagonist thought that he tried his best, but it was not enough. Watching Mike go, Nick wondered what to do and whether to give up. Mike reached out his hand to the gate. He stopped when he heard the protagonist's voice. The protagonist stood behind him and asked for permission to challenge the boss. Nick asked with a serious expression if the guy wanted to know how to break the chain of regression. Mike's face was furious. The protagonist, looking satisfied, came to the conclusion that he couldn't just give up. Nick opened the gate. He entered the boss's room. His face was calm. He remembered Mike pulling out the spear and asking who the protagonist even was. Nick frowned and suggested that they figure it out first. The angry guy asked how the protagonist found out that he was a regressor. Blood was dripping from Nick's neck and he clarified if it was important. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he was bored, noting that he was talking about his 32-year-old Winter. Mike was furious at what he heard. The protagonist imagined it was raining outside and asked if it was true that the guy's regression began in November of 1917. The man held a glass of wine in front of him and said it was wonderful. He stood next to Mike and said that a life that repeated the golden years from 17 to 32 was envious. Looking out the window, Mike asked if he had told him that he wanted to see the Winter of his 32-year-old self. Touching the window, he began to talk about regression. The guy said with a sad smile that he was tired of regression. Blue energy emanated from Nick's hand. Removing the spear from his neck, the protagonist said that if Mike gave him the boss's room, he would tell him how to break the chain of regression. Nick seriously reasoned that Mike had dreamed of lifting the curse of endless regression for thousands of years. He had no choice but to accept his offer. Enraged, Mike looked away. He lowered his weapon. Mike said with shining eyes that if this was a joke, the protagonist would not laugh for long. He left from there. Nick calmly noted that he had managed to get into the boss's room. A huge orc stood in front of him. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that it looked terribly difficult. Standing in front of the monster, Nick mentally asked himself not to be nervous, noting that even though this was a novel and there was no strategy guide in it, he already knew how to fight. Frowning, the protagonist thought of the first strategy. A blue aura was directed at the monster. Nick staggered when the orc began to roar. Trying to stay on his feet, the protagonist noted that most attackers lost their fighting spirit from this roar. Nick closed his eyes. He imagined himself in the darkness and emphasized that absolute sense, not only enhanced all his senses, but also blocked them perfectly. Opening his eyes, the protagonist thought of a mental sonic attack. Nick rushed into battle. He flew at the monster, shouting that it wouldn't work on him. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said it was time for the second strategy. He struck the orc's legs and noted that his upper body was made of steel, but he was vulnerable from below. The monster swung his axe. The protagonist crouched and dodged the attack. His eyes began to glow. Blood began to spurt from the orc's legs. Nick delivered a series of attacks to the monster's legs. The protagonist found himself behind the orc. The monster fell to his knees. He lowered his head. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The orc saw the protagonist pounce on him. The protagonist delivered the finishing blow and said that he had succeeded. Looking at the bright light, Nick read that an item was dropping from the orc warrior. The boss room was cleared. Nick was playing rock, paper, scissors with Kyle. The upset guy started shouting that he lost again, and the protagonist noted that this was already the 11th victory in a row. Stretching out his hand, Kyle asked if the protagonist was cheating. Nick was sipping coffee and replied that you can't cheat in this game, so Kyle should stop whining and give him gold. Looking at his ring, the protagonist thought that there are only 2 mythical items in this novel. Nick imagined Mike's spear and added that it was the first mythical item that guarantees a hit on target when thrown. Looking at the projection with the item, the protagonist emphasized that the second item was Nick's ring. Smiling, the protagonist said that its essence was simple. It was the same cheating item as the Gungnir. Looking at his ring, Nick noted that in the near future it would be his reliable insurance. An image of Mike appeared in his mind and the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would now have to move on without the ring, but he planned to give him the information he needed. Looking down, Nick stated that there was only one thing he wanted. Chloe slammed her mug on the table. She sat down opposite the protagonist. Frowning, the girl asked to play with her too. Frowning, Chloe reasoned that rock, paper, scissors was not just a game of chance, it was a test of reflexes. Her dexterity stat was close to 50. Looking at her, Nick asked what the bet was. Angry, Chloe said that she was betting 3,000 gold. Stunned, Kyle shouted 3,000. The protagonist sat silently at the table. He answered with a serious expression that he was betting 5,000. The plot takes us to the academy the next day. The guys were standing in one row. A drop of sweat was running down Nick's face while he thought that this was the same cliched scene in all novels. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they were about to hit the machine to measure power. Touching the crystal, the man said that when they hit the crystal, their magic level would be measured, and in 2 days this result would be useful to them on a mission. Looking out from the crowd, Jack said that it was timely and he was interested in how strong the cadets were. The guy got into a fighting stance. He struck the crystal. The scoreboard showed a power level of 43 units. Holding his chin, Jack clarified whether this was a high score, to which he received an answer that there was no such thing in the downloaded memories. The man looked at Jack and said that he was next. Jack struck and saw that his power was 69 units. The surprised guys asked if he had always been this strong. Kyle pushed him away, saying that when it came to striking machines, this should be left to him. He struck the stone. His face was smug. The magic strike hit the target. Chloe held a gun in her hand. The tablet said that her strength was 98 units. The dumbfounded guys wondered if that was even possible. Wiping his nose, the protagonist mentally assumed that the skills of his comrades from the tower were superior to the cadets. Mike walked away from the crystal with a calm expression. Puzzled, Nick thought that the protagonist was an exception. His face was serious. The protagonist watched the guy and thought that if his memory served him right, he would soon. They were sitting indoors. Kyle greedily ate food and asked why the protagonist hit so modestly, after which Nick clarified why he should strain himself over something that was of no use. The protagonist remembered how he hit the crystal lightly and thought that if he showed the leader's level, it would be harder to get into the same group with Mike during training in the dungeon. He was taken aback when he saw a message that the second quest was starting. The boys were shocked by what they saw. They saw on the projection that the mission was to save Mike. Emma got up from the table and asked if this was the strongman they saw yesterday. Nick was sitting at the table and did not show any sign of the boys' screams. The protagonist frowned. He imagined Mike fighting and told that after returning, he taught the local hooligans a lesson. An image of a man appeared in his imagination and he noted that one of the hooligans was the only son of Bill, the head of the Red Moon, one of the 10 largest guilds. He was sitting on the couch, and the protagonist emphasized the fact that Bill sent his best henchman to kill Mike. The girl burst into the room. The boys quickly ran down the street. Looking at her ring, Emma followed him and asked if things were bad if Mike got into such a dangerous situation, to which she received a positive answer. Nick imagined the bandits, and told them that they would have to work hard. It would not be easy to deal with these opponents by conventional means. Looking at the moon, the protagonist mentally emphasized the fact that no matter how experienced Mike was, he was only a cadet. The guys were moving at great speed. The beaten guy was trying to catch his breath. The bandit stood over him and called him an impudent brat. He asked with an enraged look how Mike dared to touch the young gentleman. He saw a bright glow. A magic shot hit the bandit's chest. Smoke was coming from Chloe's gun. The stunned protagonist asked her not to hurry. Kyle rushed into battle shouting that he did not like Chloe, but her fearlessness was captivating. Looking after him, Nick tried to call out to him. A blade appeared in his hand. The guys ran into battle. Reflecting the attacks, the guys asked if they were cadets. Holding his stomach, the angry guy began to swear at the guys. Looking at Chloe, the protagonist thought that it seemed reckless, but it was very timely. Looking at the bandits, Nick reasoned that there were only 3 enemies, but the difference in strength was obvious. The only way to gain an advantage was to attack from behind, like now. The ring on Mike's finger began to glow. A spear appeared in his hands. He dealt damage to one of the bandits. Mike began to spin the weapon above his head. The guy struck his opponents. The guys rushed at him. Kyle was the first to run into battle. Mike and Nick stood back to back. Frowning, the guy clarified how they got there, noting that now was not the time for chatter. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they would explain later, but for now they would focus on resolving this situation. The bandit's face was displeased. Kyle flew at him with a satisfied look. He swung his fist and came to the conclusion that this guy was the weak link. A powerful aura pushed Kyle aside. His fingers were broken. The guys were taken aback by what had happened. The stranger's face was displeased. He was enveloped in a red aura. Kyle was lying on the ground. The bandit grabbed his face. He said with a mad look that they were under the protection of the academy and did not know anything. He took off his glasses. The enraged guy rushed at the students, shouting that they did not know how scary the world was. The guys began to fight. Stunned, Nick shouted that while they were holding off the bandits, Chloe should cover them from behind. The girl began to shoot, saying before that she was ordered again. Kyle's hand was enveloped in green energy. Emma stood behind him and treated him and Mike. The surprised guy mentally asked if the cadets could really do this. Nick fought the bandit and said that the enemies were very strong, but they could not be given an impossible quest. Turning around, the protagonist cried out that the time had come to reveal the skills learned from the books. Jack rushed into battle. Kyle was furious. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The guy began to drive stakes into the ground. Frowning, the bandit asked him to stop talking nonsense about quests and books. Nick was suddenly taken aback. The bandits prepared for an attack and asked if they thought they were that simple. A powerful blow was heard. Flames enveloped the forest. Clouds of smoke began to rise. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance. He tried to catch his breath and thought that this was strong. The protagonist remembered how he fought with his comrades and emphasized the fact that they became an unrivaled team when they all overcame previous missions together. Looking at the guys enveloped in mana, Nick thought that their experience was on a completely different level. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He realized that the bandits were standing in a triangle and noted that they were forming a trinity. If they destroyed at least one, the rest would fall apart, but he didn't know how to do it. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of a huge wall and emphasized the fact that the guys were like an iron door without a single crack. Emma began to heal him. The guys, enveloped in a green aura, heard that they would be supported. Smiling, the guy emphasized that they were quite stubborn for children. The hunters of their country had a future. Warming his hand, the stranger said that there was no time for talking. If they hesitated, they would be in danger. The man's face was furious. His eyes filled with blood. He rushed into battle. The man jumped into the sky, shouting that this was pissing him off. Swinging the bat at Emma, he said that he would deal with her first. Turning around, Nick called out to the girl. Mike swung his spear. He threw it at the man and asked who would let him do that. The dumbfounded man noticed a cut on his stomach and thought he was sure he had hit Mike. He landed on the ground and called Mike a fool. A dumbfounded Nick watched the fight and concluded that the line was broken. He imagined a crack forming in the massive iron door. The man was holding a club with spikes sticking out of it. Standing surrounded by students, he said that since it had come to this, he would simply kill them all. His comrades were trying to get closer to him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he could sense their impatience. They were worried about the unexpected delay. Nick imagined an open book and said that he knew the reason for their concern very well. The bandits were trying to run to their leader. They were preparing for a joint attack. The protagonist calmly assumed that Chief Bill must be furious. The bandits were suddenly taken aback by what they heard. Looking at Nick, the man asked what kind of nonsense this fool was talking. Turning around, the protagonist said that Chief Bill of the Red Moon was very hot-tempered. The man was shocked. The surprised guys asked how Nick knew. The protagonist imagined an image of the iron door cracking more and more. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that countless subordinates had died because of his lack of restraint. Nick imagined Bill standing in front of a pile of corpses. The bandits suddenly became angry at the protagonist. The door was destroyed and water gushed through it. The guys were surprised and realized that now they needed to attack. A spear hit the man. Mike stood in front of him. Chloe hit him with several bullets. Her eyes were shining brightly. Nick rushed into battle and swung his blade. The man was scared. Blood began to spurt from him. The man was lying on the ground. The guys were surprised and looked at him. There were people standing in front of them. One of the guys opened his mouth and laughed. Mike was holding a staff and they were told that they would stop there. One of the men took out a weapon and approached the man. Oliver takes the guy and says that if they return like this, the chairman will be furious. But he saw the hunters, who are the future of Korea, and therefore does not regret. Jerry also helps to carry his friend, saying that he is reckless, and then they ask him to take care of himself. People begin to disappear while they are being watched. Everyone begins to rejoice, because the quest is over. A screen appears near them, because there are 2 minutes left. He pays attention to the person who is asking the question. Mike looks at him seriously and asks if he knows what will happen today. The protagonist puts his hand on his hips and asks if maybe he should first thank him for saving him. Making a strange face, he says that he can't hear well. Nick looks at him and smiles. Mike is embarrassed and thanks him, because the most changes have happened in his life and this did not happen in previous regressions. The protagonist turns and says that this regression is more difficult than the previous ones. Opening his mouth, he asks to ask him something. The protagonist stands with his back to us and asks him if he is a regressor. He smiles and replies negatively. There were almost no leaves on the tree branch. Raising his hand, he says that he is something more. The guy looks at him in surprise. They grab him by the shoulder and ask where he is going. Nick turns his head and asks to tell him how to get rid of the curse of regression. We see a building, the sky stood. A man stands on the podium and announces teams for tomorrow's training in the dungeon. There was no smile on his face. Making a satisfied face, he looks at the screen. He received armor in a notification, which was rare. Mike has a bag on his hand and thanks. Putting a pen to his chin, he thinks that this was expected. The main character perceives everything differently. Not far away sits a guy who becomes the leader of the 4th team. 3 more guys who were on his team are named. Squeezing his hand, he looks at the ring and mentally thanks. Making a calm face, Nick thinks that in order to get a better reward, he needs to get into Mike's group, but it is too early to rejoice. Evening comes and we see a building. He opens his mouth and says that in the dungeon where they will train, everything will go wrong. The protagonist just stands there and remains silent. Waving his arms, he says that it is not surprising for the events associated with the disasters to happen at the same time. Looking down, he says that he fought every time, but could not find the reason. Then he looks into the distance. Raising his hand, Mike says that he is more than a regressor and must know something. We see black holes, because according to the plot of the novel, accidents happen in 3 teams. Mike stands near the guys, because only he managed to escape. His face was serious, because the reason for this and other details are not even mentioned in the novel. Nick opens his mouth and asks for forgiveness, because he also does not know. Then he is grabbed by the clothes. Mike holds him and says that even if the events are predetermined, shouldn't they at least try to do something? Taking his hands, he screams that he really does not know. Grinning, he thinks that the author did not reveal the hints and everything ended unequivocally. The girl walks down the alley and hears voices. Chloe turns the corner to look. She sees 2 guys, one of them has a bare shoulder. Her face immediately changes. The guys look in different directions and are silent. Chloe starts to leave, because she took the wrong turn again, and they ask her to wait, because she thought about the wrong thing. The commander points to the portal and asks the 4th team to go. Their feet step into the teleport. They walk through the dungeon and needed to clear the training dungeon. The main character did not have a smile on his face, because Chloe asked them not to come closer. The guy holds an object in his hands and says that they will split up and explore the dungeon, and if they find anything, then let them call through the communicator. Looking in the other direction, he decides to go there. We see legs walking on the floor. Nick holds a sword in his hands. Looking down, he thinks that the disaster is happening in the 4th, 9th, and 12th teams. Remembering the girls, one of them was in the 9th. Smiling Kyle was in the 12th. Putting his hand to his chin, Nick thinks that everything will be fine with the 9th team, thanks to Emma's abilities. We see the girls, because it was impossible for the star blessed by the tower to die on the 5th floor. Kyle smiles and says that the leader of the 12th team went forward. Nick closes his eyes and thinks. We see the paw of a monster. The protagonist begins to look. 2 wolves appear near him. Nick takes the sword in his hands. Looking seriously, he thinks that he will focus on the situation. There is someone behind him. It was Jack, who was crying and was an explorer. Closing his eyes, he begins to cry even more. Nick thinks why he is acting like this. The wolves were killed and are lying on the ground. The protagonist approaches the guy. We see a man walking towards the portal. Opening his mouth, he asks, "Do you still remember what happened then?" Wiping away tears, Jack says that he did not have the courage to talk to him, and should have told him a long time ago. Wiping his other eye, he asks for forgiveness. Nick looks at him and thinks that he is soft. He puts his hands on his shoulders. Opening his mouth, he says that he has nothing to apologize for, and even if such a situation happens again, he will have to retreat. Dead wolves are lying on the floor, because this time they found themselves in a serious situation. Looking at him, Nick says that they can die at any moment, and with such a character he will not survive. The guy looks at Jack and says that he needs to think about his own existence. His eyes widened. Then a smile appeared on his face. He puts his hand on his head and asks him not to feel guilty. A smile appears on Jack's face. His eyes widened and he is called tough. Turning away from him, Nick asks why? Following him, he says that before the apocalypse he was amazing. The main character looks down and thinks. He remembers the guys, because he was in an orphanage and they said that he copied. Nick stands and holds a sheet of paper in his hands. We see evil smiles on his face, because all he did was survive and fight discrimination. Sitting at the computer, he was an office worker and barely made ends meet. Then he was about 20. A monster sits on the ground, because in the tower he became special by chance. Looking seriously, he understands that if it were not for this, he would not have lived to see this moment. Smiling, he thinks, who is he to lecture? Jack walks near him and asks, what are you thinking about? Opening his mouth, he thanks him. Smiling, the guy says that he said to think about himself first, but he always puts himself in danger to help others. Then he turns his head to him. Nick opens his mouth in surprise, because the boy also wants to help. Smiling, he remembers something. The main character strokes his head, because the most important thing is the future, so there is no point in looking back. Someone puts their hands on the wall. Nick stands next to him and says that strange energy comes from this place, to which they answer affirmatively, because something came out from there. Putting his hand to his chin, he thinks that his intuition is silent, and maybe he will be able to feel something with the help of the skill. Jake turns his head, because he is asked to move away. Nick holds a sword and wants to strike, using the skill of a novice fencer. He runs and hits the stone. We see the light from this strike. The whole room was in the light. Together they enter the labyrinth. Jake looks around in surprise. Nick also opens his mouth, because it is a labyrinth. Remembering the book, he understands that the novel did not mention anything like a labyrinth. They walk along the road, because this place was not created by the author, and perhaps the root of the dungeon's problems lies here. Not far away we see a light. The guys are standing near the monster. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise. We see his characteristics. His name was Connor, and he was an elf. Extending his hand, he says that people are annoying. There are other monsters standing near Nick. They turn to Connor and ask him to wait, because the guys were not characters. Pointing at Nick, he talks about him. Nick's face changes abruptly, because he changed the plot and gave a huge spoiler. His eyes widened and sweat ran down his face. The monster's face showed anger. They all folded their arms and looked at him. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Then they all surrounded him. Looking down, he asked what his true face was. The boy looked down at him. He then covered his lower half with his hand and said that he was a man who read the story. Opening his mouth, he opened his eyes and found himself in a novel. Two of the elves began to whisper. With their hands folded, they were asked who they were. One of them looked at him seriously. The other also looked and said that they were trying to patch up the holes in this trash novel. Holding sledgehammers, they were repair elves. Nick put his hand to his chin and thought. A smile appeared on his face. Closing his eyes, he said that they had a hard job and must have had to fix a lot. Putting his hands to his face, he said that he understood their work. The elf wipes away his tears, because he initially wanted to raise him to the ground, but now he will erase his memories and let him go. Opening his mouth, he thinks that the elf is saying such terrible things with such a face. He looks down at them. Straightening his hand, and if the memories disappear, he will forget the labyrinth. We see his mouth. Nick says that there is a mistake on the third floor. Looking at his hand, he says that there is a big plot hole and asks if they have found a way to patch it. The elves were surprised and opened their mouths. Looking down, he is sure that there is something to learn from them. The elves look and are surprised. The protagonist smiles and asks, what if he tells him the way? The guys are standing near the portal. It begins to disappear. Taking hold of the straps of his backpack, Jack says that it must have closed. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. The guy looks at him and asks what happened. His name is called, but Nick is just silent with his mouth open. Smiling, he offers to help them find a way to fix the plot hole. The elves put their hand to their chin, because if they leave things as they are, it will be a disaster. Raising their hand, he asks if we can try. We see 3 portals. Raising 3 fingers, he suggests connecting the dungeons that are going crazy at the same time. 3 fingers and a portal connect into one. Putting his hand to his chin, he says that if the 3 dungeons are connected into one, the situation with the monsters will be natural. Looking down, he says that it is not a bad idea. Widening his eyes, the elf says that if the dungeon becomes so huge, then the rewards for completing it should increase. Raising his hand, he says that this is the law of cause and effect, which cannot be broken. Looking down, Nick thinks that if Mike gets a big reward, then the plot might get confused. He He begins to squeeze his hand. Opening his mouth, he asks if he can get the reward himself. The elves opens his mouth in surprise. They start whispering around him. Squeezing his hand, the protagonist says that everything depends on him. Suddenly, his face changes dramatically and they tell him that it is easier to erase his memory. The dwarf raises his hand, because it can create problems if a secondary character stands out so much. The protagonist opens his mouth and asks that it is not necessary. He shows the middle finger while a hand is placed on him. Jack hits him in the face, asking him to wake up. He has a hammer in his hand and he asks what the evil elves did to him. Nick is shaking and a dent has formed on his face from the beating, but he himself says that he is fine. Smiling, he is glad that his ally has woken up. The guy looks at him. They are walking along the road. Jack holds onto the straps of his backpack and asks for forgiveness, because he thought that he had lost his memory. There was still an imprint on his face, and he was lucky that the mission on the 5th floor was limited in time. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that in any case, he will disappear tomorrow. The elf stops and looks, because there was no need to erase the memory of someone who will disappear anyway. The guy looks at the hammer. Taking it in his hands, Jack smiles. He remembers how the elves took Nick and the hammer was lying on the ground. He holds it in his hands, because they were so busy with it that they did not notice how he grabbed it. We see a notification, because the hammer was unique and the duration is 24 hours. Looking at it, he says that this is amazing. Smiling, Nick thinks that he is not so weak. A notification about a hidden mission appears. Looking at the screen, he thinks that a secret agreement was concluded between him and the elves, as a result of which he received a personal task. The guy looks down, because he needs to act secretly so as not to make even more plot holes, but if he succeeds, he will receive a reward. They walk along the ground. The guys stop from the sound. The protagonist's face becomes serious. Jack looks back, because the dungeons were united. His feet stop on the ground. Nick opens his mouth and says that he must be on his guard from now on. Moving on, he asks to go northeast and find Mike, and with his tracking skills he could avoid dangerous monsters and get to the place safely. Raising his hand, Nick thinks that he is braver than he seems and there is no need to worry about him. Looking at him, he asks how he is. The protagonist begins to smile. We see his face and he thinks. There is a monster with purple eyes on the ground. The guys look in different directions and say that they began to spit poison, and it seems that the monsters woke up because of the disaster in the dungeon. Mike turns and thanks, because without her they would already be dead. The girl holds her hands in front of her and heals everyone. Something flies towards Mike. Suddenly it stops. Poison flows out of the monster. Chloe walks on the ground and asks to be more vigilant. Holding a weapon in her hands, she says that if she does not want bones to remain from him. Someone is running on the ground. Nick is holding a sword in his hand because he heard the shots, because it was the same dungeon where the team is. Chloe. The guy jumps over the abyss, because they have an advantage over the poisonous monsters, which pose a great danger to other students. We see his black boot, because he must remain in the shadows and could not help in the open. A pit appeared behind him, because they had to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. We see a monster standing on turtles. He opens his mouth, where there was drool. The guy goes to the dungeon. He stops and says that a pungent smell comes from here. Looking up, he expected it. The main character is standing near the monster, because it is the Scorpion King. He jumps from the ground from the poison. He is standing not far from the monster. Grinning his teeth, Nick thinks that he cannot get closer to the poison at all. He remembers Mike, who is standing near the wolf. His eyes turn blue because he had to deal with the remaining 2 dungeons and this was necessary to reach the highest rank. The monster began to spit poison again. The protagonist had a serious face because he could not allow such a catastrophe to happen in front of his eyes. Nick runs and dodges the poison. Then he cuts the Scorpion King in half. After that, he jumps. Something formed near him. Then we see an explosion. Nick lies on the floor with his mouth open. The monster opens its mouth and laughs. The protagonist bares his teeth because he must find a way to break through. Then he kneels down. Looking into the distance, he decides to use something. He puts his foot on the ground. After that, Nick starts running. He remembers the commander who held the water and says that if 1 drop spills in a minute, then it is a success. The guy raises his hand because for this they gave a disposable perfect sword. Grinning, he thinks it's a one-time item obtained during a side quest. Poison comes out of the monster's mouth. The protagonist creates a dome around himself. It was a shield. Nick starts running again and thinks that this is an incredible item that perfectly blocks any attack. The Scorpion King looks at him. Then he raises his claw. Nick holds a sword in his hands. After that, he strikes and kills the boss. We see a red portal. The protagonist went through it and walked. He holds a weapon in his hands. Looking into the distance, he realizes that there is only 1 dungeon left. The picture turns gray, because he worries about Kyle. He remembers how Kyle looks and asks if he wants more such trash. With wide eyes, Nick remembers him and wonders if he is worried about him. Smiling and turning his head, he thinks that this can't be and just a sense of duty. He looks into the distance and thinks. Nick is standing in the wasteland and wonders why it is so empty. When suddenly, he pays attention and looks down. Something flew out from under the ground. We see the paw of the monster, which was on the sword. Nick looks up, where it was twisting. The mole had red eyes and he swings his hand. The protagonist kills it, because they were disgusting. There were many trenches on the ground. He pays attention and looks back. Something begins to happen to these trenches. When suddenly, moles crawled out of them. They jump around him and make blows. Squeezing his hand, Nick calls them small and fast. Holding the sword in his hands, he understands that if he does not concentrate, he may be in danger. Kyle is standing in the wasteland. A dead girl lies on the ground. A guy lies not far from her. Kyle clenches his hands because the moles are also annoying. We see trenches on the ground. The guy swings his hand and asks to attack. One of the moles climbs out of the hole. Suddenly, he hits the hole. He also hits the other hand, because all the machine guns are in the local store. He covers the holes with all parts of his body. Kyle opens his mouth and sweat runs down it. The mole looks at the sun from the hole. Then he approaches the exit and looks at the guy. After that, he begins to approach him. Kyle opens his mouth in shock. Nick kills the mole right next to his face. Smiling, he calls him alive. Kyle starts to cry. He runs to Nick, although Nick does not want to. Looking into the distance, he is glad that he is alive. A dead girl lies on the ground. Another person lies not far from her. The guy looks at him and asks for forgiveness, because the moles have become stronger. We remember the guys, because they were secondary characters. Looking down, Nick realizes that they were living people. He squeezes his hand, remembering his comrades. They are standing near the corpses. Kyle squeezes his hands and asks if they can get out. We see something start to happen in the ground. Behind them, someone is climbing out of the ground. The guy opens his mouth in shock, and Nick is silent. We see his mouth, and he says that he is asking strange questions. The mole climbs out of the ground and flies at them. We see its teeth and a long tongue. Nick kills it and says that next on the list. It is raining outside. The man holds the microphone, and the students are sad, because the head of the academy expresses deep regret over the incident, and no compensation can comfort the hearts of those who have lost a family member. Two guys are walking along the road. Nick, opening his mouth, says that he is very sorry, because he could not save everyone. Mike looks down and says that he was never able to stop the dungeon from rampaging. He starts looking the other way. The guys are standing and talking, because he saved many cadets. He stopped. He was wearing black boots. We see the sky, because the guy admits. Smiling, Mike says that he is more than a regressor. The protagonist just looks at him. They both look at each other. He has a cloth in his hand and says that he will continue to ask him for advice from time to time. Nick takes it and smiles after him. Then he begins to wipe his forehead, because tomorrow he will no longer be himself. Smiling, he decides to return to the tower. Mike walks along the road, because at 32 years old he is approaching the end of the novel and will go up to the next floor. Looking up, he thinks that the ending is predetermined. He turns his head, because they are turning to him. The guys follow him, and he says that they must create themselves. We see their backs, because they must create their own happy ending. Then they cope with the 5th floor and return to the hall. The people smile, because they survived again. A blush appears on the guy's face. The protagonist holds a ball that gave the skill of a medium swordsman, and it was not in the store, so it turned out to be a reward on the 5th floor. Smiling, he realizes that the difference in levels is huge. Opening his mouth, he thinks that for taking first place on merit they give a reward for a hidden mission. Looking at the ball, he receives an item that adds a subclass slot. We remember how the guy sits at the computer. Then he rides a motorcycle. After that, he washes the floors. Looking seriously, he never thought that he would have a part-time job. Holding the ball, Nick thinks that he has never been so happy before. Then he squeezes the item. Looking at the light in his hand, he gets a new subclass. There was a smile on his face. His hand begins to shine even brighter. A smile hung on his face, because he received the subclass of a beast tamer. Looking at the screen, he screams, "Where is his amazing subclass?" His eyes widen sharply. He remembers how he walked with a backpack. Then Nick stops. He turns his head and asks to stop following him, because he could not take care of him. The cat opens its mouth and meows. The guy starts to feel embarrassed, because they are staring at him. The cat's eyes become bright and he meows. The protagonist closes his eyes. Suddenly, he starts to run away from the animal and asks for forgiveness. He looks down and thinks that at that time he was experiencing financial difficulties and therefore had to ignore the cat. His face was serious, and he thinks about his subclass. We see how he has fun with animals, because such a job can probably be good. A notification comes that the strategy guide has been sent. The screen says that on the 7th floor there is a monster that can be tamed. The guy sits on a wolf, because it can be ridden. Smiling, he understands that he will soon have a pet. Putting his hands on his hips, Nick thinks that this is the first time he is looking forward to the next floor. We see the monster, because they will reach the floor quickly. The guys run to them, because it was a mistake. We see them running at each other, because on the 6th floor there was a mission endless fight. Emma heals the guys behind. Nate and another person kill monsters. Jack holds a backpack in his hands. He hits the monster with it. One of the monsters had red eyes. They run to Nick, who holds a sword. He kills them with a sword. Putting his hand on his head, he says that it really was endless. Kyle straightens his hands and wishes for death. Opening his mouth, he says that he is not bored and such a gold mine of experience is rare. Looking into the distance, he says that on the 5th floor there was no concept of leveling up and no matter how many monsters you killed, you got nothing. Then he hits the monster, and Nick was at level 5. We see Nick's stats, because he was a swordsman and a beast tamer, and all the stats reached the limit. Looking at the screens, he reads that he cannot yet surpass the limit through training and will not be able to increase his stats through leveling or gold. Remembering the items, he misses the times when he could simply stumble upon them. Something happens behind him. His eyes suddenly turn yellow. Chloe is holding guns and shooting, and the stats have exceeded the maximum. Grinning, he wonders why killers have no limits. The girl opens her mouth and asks why he is watching and if he wants to die. He turns his back to her. Looking seriously, Nick understands that either way, she is helping him keep the situation under control. Holding a sword in his hands, he wants a pet monster for himself. We see an item that says the 7th floor mission is starting. The guys look up and are told that when hunting monsters, there is a chance to get power-up stones. All the students gasp, because players can use power-up stones and gold to increase the power of items, but items that are not weapons or armor cannot be powered up. We see a screen that says the 7th floor was a buff spot, and they will be able to move freely between the lobby and the floor for a limited time. Nate is beaming with happiness and asks that in 72 hours everything will be automatically protected. They come up to him and say that there should be a floor with bosses in the Doomsday Tower. The girl looks at the screen, because a stone for changing the probability of buffing has appeared in the store. We see that it costs 1,000. Liam clenches his hands and says that they need to buff their equipment as much as possible before the next floor. Kyle's face was serious. Nate's was too. The guy was calm. Kyle runs with the others, because the mission has begun. The rest of the guys run to the portal. The protagonist stands behind and thinks that empty pockets will quickly bring them to their senses. Squeezing his hand, he looks at the ring, because with it the floor becomes like a set dinner table. Remembering the task, he decides to go for a separately prepared dish. Nick starts walking to the portal. People are killing wolves on the street. Nate stands and scratches his forehead, because he thought that the enhancement stones would be easier to find. He turns his head and says that he lacks persistence, and should go forward. The word is looking for a lost cartridge case. The guy hits the wolf with his fists. Holding it by the fur, Nick fights only with his bare hands. Kyle takes out the enhancement stone. Looking at it, he says that today is lucky and in his youth he was called the god of enhancement. The main character makes a puzzled face, because he had many nicknames. Kyle holds the stone and says that he will not give in to him. Holding the wolf, Nick asks what exactly he is going to enhance, because he fights with his fists. His face became dissatisfied. Devastated, he calls him a fool. Throwing away the wolf's body, Nick thinks that this one is out of the candidates for pets and what's more, the size is not suitable for riding, and also weak. Turning his head, he decides to look around. The guy is walking along the road, because there are less than 2 hours left. Nick bites his finger and asks where the time went. He stands near the bear, because he was cute, but clumsy. Then he sits on the wolf, he was fast, but his endurance is 0. Nick meets a 2-headed cat. He bites his finger until it bleeds, remembering the notification. Holding stones in his hands, he understands that his efforts were not in vain, but if he does not get a pet, then there is no point in the 7th floor. Ears were visible from behind the bushes. Then he jumps from there. The animal lands near the guy. Nick opens his mouth in surprise. In front of him is an animal with gloves. Kevin had a crazy look. Nick stands and says nothing. He clasps his hands together and says that such an ugly kangaroo couldn't be a pet and that it needs to be checked. He puts his hand to his face and says let it go. Kevin looks at him. Then we see that there is no one on the ground. It was the same on the other side. They hit each other with their fists, and there is an explosion. He widens his eyes and asks, "Did you get it?" Kevin has his hand on his shoulder. His paw starts to clench. Suddenly, he strikes, but the protagonist turns away. Sweat started to appear on his face. He crosses his arms and thinks that the force is amazing. The spring was in good condition. Kevin is sitting on his knees and his muscles were elastic. The spring starts to get bigger. The ground has been destroyed. The animal looks at him. Nick gets holes in his body. Kevin shows his teeth and asks him how he is. The guy jumps on him. He remembers the wolf, because he was not cool. Then the cat, because he was not cute. The main character takes him by the ears. Pulling them, The pet opens his mouth in surprise. Smiling, the animal says something. He falls to the ground, because he has become his owner and needs to choose a name. Looking at the screens, he thinks about his name. Raising his finger, Nick comes up with a name for him. Folding his hands, Kevin says his name. Looking to the side, the main character understands that he can still find a cute pet. An explosion occurs near him, and he closes his eyes. We see a bright light. The main character starts to look there. Kevin becomes small and says his name. Nick starts to be touched by him. We see blue torches, because the 7th floor has been passed. The guys look down and are touched. Kevin punches and asks what kind of kangaroo is that. Nick asks to greet him with his hand on his hip. Nate opens his mouth and asks what's going on. He closes his eyes and says that he has a beast tamer subclass. He puts his hand to his nose and laughs. Looking serious, the protagonist thinks that he won't get off easy this time. He puts his hand to his nose. Opening his mouth, he says that he felt that one class wasn't enough to hold him back. Everyone starts clapping and congratulating him. Kevin looks on and doesn't understand anything. He imagines how they are worshipped. He takes the animal in his hands and asks if the equipment has been upgraded. The guys start looking in other directions and remain silent. Kevin hits him in the face, and Nick had a premonition that this could happen. He starts looking in the other direction. Jack shows his backpack, because he upgraded his class. We remember how he found the hammer. Then he holds it in his hands. It was unique. We see a screen where the class guide was written. Putting his hand on his hair, he considers him capable. Emma puts his hair behind his ears and asks if he has improved anything. The protagonist begins to smile. In his hands is a sword and made him unique. On the body is armor, and also of the unique class. Closing his eyes, he smiles. Sitting on one knee, Chloe begins to get angry, because she received 0 improvement stones. The guys smile, but then they did not yet imagine what would happen to them. They are standing on the ground, the torches are burning. They begin to go out. They are surprised, because the light has gone out and they are asked, "Have you forgotten anything?" Nick looks away, because the voice is familiar. Chloe also looks surprised. We see legs that are walking. Carl smiles and says that they have relaxed. They are surprised by his visit. Spreading his arms, the hare says that he has prepared an unusual show for them to dispel boredom. Kyle opens his mouth and asks, "What a setup." Folding his arms, he says that he wanted this ability. Kyle is surprised by these words. Chloe is also watching. The hare throws balls around. The torches start to glow red. The guys look up and are surprised. Raising his hands, Carl says to fulfill their wish, he organized something. The men look at him. The guys also look at him. Making a crazy smile, Carl asks to enjoy. We see a screen that it was necessary to kill players from other zones. Grinning his teeth, Nick knew that after the calm there would be a storm. He begins to look into the distance. There are men standing, and if they are normal, they will want to avoid this situation. A gun appears near him, although Nick wanted to negotiate. Grinning his teeth, the guy turns his head. The men also begin to take out their weapons. Chloe holds the gun while they shout at her. Her eyes were red. The protagonist bares his teeth. We remember how embarrassed she was. Then she had glasses. And after that she left. She had only eyes and a silhouette of a face. Chloe was serious, because she became a killer. They are standing opposite each other, holding weapons. Thomas holds an axe and asks if he should regard a pointed gun as a declaration of war. Nick, clasping his hands, ponders if they should kill each other, obeying the tower's plan. We see rabbit ears. Carl puts his hand to his mouth. Raising his hand, he decides to lead them to the stage. The torch is still burning and he wishes them to have fun. The protagonist's eyes are closed. After that, he opens them. Nick is lying on the bed. Thomas is looking in the other direction, because they received a message. The guy is looking at the screen. Clark is sitting on the bed and also watching. The girl is holding a gun, because they will have to go to another room within 10 seconds. Jack is holding the door handle. Kyle is grinning, because they can die. The protagonist gets out of bed. He starts running, because he has 10 seconds. Nick takes the door handle. Then he goes through it. There are 3 seconds left, and he runs to another door. He takes the handle of door number 304. Nick enters it, where someone is sitting. Thomas folds his arms and asks to sit down. They look at him seriously, and say his name. We see a notification that the players will die if they do not move to another room within 10 seconds. The man stands near the door and does not let them pass, because this is just a trick of the tower for conflict between players. Then he pounces, because when the tension is high and you meet someone, the likelihood of a fight increases. Folding his arms, he apologizes and says that there is just water in the glasses. Looking seriously, Nick said that he called him a leader, a low-level person. Looking at him, Thomas wants to say that he is not going to attack them, and if the group wants to fight, then they will have no choice. Taking a chair, Nick says that they do not want to fight either. The man remembers the tower and the people, because too much blood has been spilled. His hand trembles and he says that he does not want to lose any more valuable comrades because of the insidious plans of the tower. The eyes of the protagonist widen from these words. He remembers saying that he won't be manipulated by the tower anymore. Emma smiles and decides to cover for him. He holds out his hand, hoping that he will lead them. The guy looks sadly into the distance. Sitting at the table, he thinks that maybe the man is just another victim trying to protect his comrades. With his hands folded, Thomas asks if they can cooperate. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that even if they cooperate, their comrades are scattered in different corners of the location, and how will they even convey their intentions? His eyes turn yellow, and he thinks that the only way to resolve this situation is to use a skill. Sitting at the table, Thomas says that he has telepathy. Pointing his finger to his temple, he says that if he is sure that their group will not attack, he will use telepathy to order his comrades not to attack. Opening his mouth, he thinks that revealing such a rare skill in front of someone who cannot possibly desire it. Standing up from his chair, Nick thinks that there is no other choice and if they want to complete the mission without casualties. A guy's silhouette is visible in the water, because they need to come to an agreement. We see the room itself, because his group is mostly peaceful and therefore guarantees that they will not attack unless the other side attacks first. Sitting down on a chair, he talks about one person. The man remembers Chloe, who was with a gun. Squeezing the chair, he says that he cannot control her. He begins to squeeze his hand harder. Opening his mouth, Nick gives his word that he will stop her. Thomas looks at him and agrees. Pointing his finger to his temple, he decides to trust and tell his people. We are near room 403. Nick enters the room, which was empty. Looking at his hand, he successfully negotiated with another leader. We see the construction of a building. The guy had a ring on his hand and he wants to find Chloe. There is a question mark on the box, because when he completed the mission on the 7th floor, his gold supply exceeded 50,000 and he bought a random skill box in the improved store. A map appears near the hand, which allows you to see the players. We see who is where and there were 5 floors in total. Nick looks in the other direction. The girl is in room 505th. His eyes widen sharply. He turns his head and gets angry. The guy is looking somewhere. There were 2 people in room 401st. Chloe is right there. We see a notification that you need to run across in 10 seconds. Nick runs out of the room and runs. He bares his teeth and thinks. Opening the door, Kyle is standing in front of him. The man on the floor was killed. The guy's eyes turn white. Grabbing him by the clothes, he calls him a scumbag. Opening his mouth, Nick says that they spent so much effort on negotiations. Kyle raises his hand and asks about the negotiations. We remember how the guy was attacked by the nasty first. Grinning his teeth, he receives a notification. The screen says that killers have eyes that can see the number of kills of another person. Looking at the screen, the guy thinks that this is probably an explanation for the action of the assassin's eyes. Suddenly, he begins to understand the essence. We see Chloe with red eyes, because she saw the kill counter. Kyle begins to cry and says that he is telling the truth. His clothes are lowered from his hands. Making a serious face, he remembers the man who pointed to his temple and now everything was coming together. Wine is poured into the glass, and they met again. Pointing to the couch, he asks to sit down. Opening his mouth, Nick asks, "Is this an accident?" Holding a sword in his hands, he says that he knew it. The man looks surprised and is asked to stop pretending to be innocent. We see his mouth, which is silent. Turning away, he begins to laugh. Sticking out his tongue, Thomas says that his ability is interesting and wants to kill her, taking her. His hand is shaking and they ask him how he hid his true face. Holding the weapon, Nick asks where he got so much greed to order others to kill, and if he killed himself, he would gain much more power. Opening his mouth, he begins to tell. The man throws a glass of wine at him. Nick cuts it into pieces. He looks through the glass. People want to hit the man. Thomas holds the weapon and says that because of people he becomes stronger. Opening his mouth, he asks if he thinks that he can handle him alone. His eye turned red and the man strikes. There is a huge red explosion. Thomas is standing in smoke. Kevin is angry and holds his axe. Nick is grabbed by the shoulder. They are standing together, because he is not alone either. Thomas was very surprised when he saw the animal that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Kevin's face looked angry when he heard Thomas call him an ugly kangaroo. But then it changed to shocked when Nick confirmed this with his remark that there was nothing to object to. Thomas's face broke into an evil smile, and the man was pleased to notice that the more he looked at the boy, the more interested he became. Nick and Kevin stood in the center of the room, back to back, surrounded by men pointing guns at them, and Thomas asked them if the 2 of them could handle all of them. Nick's face darkened, and the boy thought about it. Then, with a determined look, he firmly stated that the 2 of them were more than enough. The next moment, the kangaroo and the boy rushed to attack. Nick used his sword to strike the nearest man in the stomach, deciding to deal with the minions first. Another of the men rushed at the boy with a spear, screaming. Suddenly, he froze in place, feeling something strange. An irritated expression appeared on the man's face when, looking down, he saw that a tail was wrapped around his waist. The next moment, the man flew into the wall due to a kick from Nick. The boy gave his partner a satisfied thumbs up, and the kangaroo grinned back. Another man, an angry expression on his face, rushed at them, wielding the iron claws attached to his glove. Kevin decided to take him on himself. His boxing glove fist slammed into the man's face. The kangaroo countered with a forceful punch, sending him flying. The amount of force he used made his glove smoke, and he noted that the man's movements were too wide. When Kevin stood back to back with Nick again, the boy asked Thomas what he would do now that his proud army had fallen. Thomas trembled in horror, realizing that his subordinates had fallen so easily. But he quickly pulled himself together. The next moment, all the fallen men began to rise from the floor, looking strange, and Thomas asked Nick why he hadn't killed them. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and his eyes glowed red as Thomas stated that with such gentleness, the boy would not be able to survive in this tower. He then activated his personal skill and everyone present rushed to attack. Kevin and Nick received multiple blows at the same time, and blood spurted from their wounds. Both the kangaroo and the boy felt incredible pain. Thomas used his commander skill to turn the fallen subordinates into his pawns. A blow from iron claws hit the chair. A sword strike cut through the table. A spear strike damaged the TV. Nick, dodging the sword and spear aimed at him, worriedly asked Kevin if he was okay, while his partner fought the man who had iron claws as a weapon. Holding his sword in his hands and deflecting blows, Nick tried to understand why the opponent's life force suddenly increased, while he did not see any healing skills in any of them. Suddenly it occurred to him that it might not be a cure. Nick saw that his opponent's life force was off the charts when he used his ability. Clutching his chest earlier, the boy asked Thomas if he had used their life force when he rose to fight again. The man's hand glowed red from the ability he was using, and he laughed and confirmed that he had, adding that in this state, all of their stats were doubled. With a malicious expression, he asked the boy if this scared him. After deflecting a sword strike, Nick indignantly noted that if their life force was depleted, they would all die. The image of Thomas when they first met, assuring him that he did not want to lose his comrades anymore, and the way he now treated his people like expendable materials, made the boy despise the man even more. Holding the axe on his shoulder, Thomas poured more power into his ability, and declared that his own life was more important than anything else. Nick winced as he heard the man say that he should have blood on his hands too, since he was here. With a swing of his weapon, Nick sent his opponent flying. Standing still with his sword raised, the boy remembered his past and agreed with Thomas's words, adding that he was neither a saint nor a hero. Gripping the sword tighter with both hands, the boy firmly stated that if there was a way to save at least one person, he would choose that path. Standing confidently and holding the blade tightly, the boy continued to say that this is how a person should act. The people under Thomas's control pounced on Nick again, and as he prepared to repel their attacks, the boy thought about how this was the very reason he did not want to kill. But if he did not deal with the enemies, his own comrades would be in danger. The thought that right now he had to remain cold-blooded made his body glow blue from the awakening of his abilities. Thomas sensed that something was wrong, watching the changes in the guy. When all three men rushed at him at the same time, Nick used his absolute sense ability. He clearly realized that the spear strikes would hit his head, the iron claws in his face, and the sword in his neck. The next moment, he parried all the blows aimed at him and rushed towards Thomas. Holding his sword in one hand, the guy swung it as wide as he could. Seeing that Nick's blow was aimed at him, Thomas screamed. The sword strike hit him in the chest. The axe the man was using could not withstand the blow and, with the chopped handle, ended up on the floor. The next second, Kevin and Nick stood over the defeated Thomas, who muttered under his breath about how unlucky he was to meet such a monster on an unofficial mission. Blood flowed from the man's mouth, and thoughts came to his mind that his comrades were mere pawns for him. When his strength finally left him, Thomas fell. Losing consciousness, he thought that maybe he was wrong. Raising his fist in a victory gesture, the kangaroo shouted a joyful cry, and Nick only looked at the defeated man with disdain. A system message appeared that part of the enemy's ability had been absorbed, and the mission in Zone C-1520 was complete, since most of the participants had died. Nate and Clark were genuinely relieved when Nick was able to return. Sitting down on the stone floor, Nate admitted that he had barely completed his mission and was very lucky that his opponent had suddenly disappeared, while Nick was relieved that he had somehow survived again. Then the guy noticed that Tiffany was alone, away from everyone. The girl was sitting in a cross-legged position when the guy approached her. Embarrassed and looking away, Nick apologized for the misunderstanding, rubbing his head. Without looking at him, the girl snorted and asked him not to take her the wrong way, since she had not done it for him. Propping his hip with his hand, Nick chuckled and told the girl to be honest, to which she pulled out a gun, pointed it at him, and asked if he wanted to die. With a smaller version of Kevin on his shoulder, Nick, deciding not to take any chances and step away from the gun pointed at him, thought about how he wanted to know the reason why Tiffany chose to be a villain, because she was not one by nature. The girl's eyes were thoughtful and sad, and looking at her, the guy thought that most likely something happened to her in the past. The PA system under the ceiling hissed, and it was announced that the mission was complete, and soon everyone would be on the 8th floor. Kyle, Clark and Nate tensed when this announcement was made, and Nate thoughtfully asked why everything was moving so fast. Nick's eyes grew heavy when he heard this announcement, and he thought that if his assumptions were correct, then an unprecedented test should await them on the next floor. It also filled the guy with the fact that his stats had increased slightly. After the battle with Thomas's subordinates, he received a message that by absorbing part of the enemy's ability, his agility increased by 5, and his strength by 3. Remembering the pain he had felt with Kevin, the boy thought that a fight with superior characteristics had the most unexpected outcome. He also remembered his words when he clutched his sword, pointing it at Thomas. Standing against the enemy team then, Nick firmly stated that he was choosing a path that would save at least one more person, because that was what a person should do. Looking at his feet, Nick realized that his words were empty talk, since he had no right to say such things now. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that in the end, he needed to work on himself and his skills. A giant statue of a knight in a helmet adorned the 8th floor, and the place where they were sent was called the Qualification Renewal Hall. Many people who had survived past trials had arrived here for a new mission. Clutching his sword in his hand, Nick was determined to move on, overcoming all obstacles. In the qualification update room at the foot of the knight statue, many people were standing, waiting for the announcement of a new mission. An anxious Nate, looking around, asked Nick what he thought about it, to which he replied that it was very similar to a gladiator hall. His gaze wandered tensely over the people present. Some people stood out, looking quite strong. Suddenly, a dark screen appeared in the air. The weapons that were in the hands of people suddenly shone and disappeared. A strange silhouette appeared on the screen and greeted everyone on the 8th floor. Surprised, looking at the screen, Nick at first thought that it was Carl. Then, when the silhouette could be seen, it was possible to see that he was wrapped in bandages, like a mummy. Lifting up a part of the bandages to reveal his eye, the rabbit-like creature introduced himself as the middle manager of the end of the world tower, Ron. Everyone who saw the rabbit sitting on the chair on the screen floating in the sky and heard his introduction wondered how someone could come up with such a name. Emitting a dark aura around himself, the rabbit stated that he really didn't like being ignored, so they should all pay attention. Hearing these words, the people present tensed up. Manager Ron's voice echoed throughout the room with the knight sculpture, saying that the gladiators were gathering in this room, and only those who successfully upgraded their qualifications would be able to move on to the next floor. Nate worriedly asked Nick if they would die otherwise, to which someone answered in the affirmative. Crossing his arms, the rabbit Ron announced the start of the first phase. A system message appeared, saying that in order to complete the mission, a group of 4 people had to be formed to hunt the Jagham mammoths, and there were only 8 monsters. The time in which to complete the test was 2 hours, and in case of failure, the penalty was death. After everyone read the information, the groups began to form. Looking at his screen, Nick thought that there were 36 people here, which meant there would be 9 groups. But the message he received said that there would only be 8 monsters. A blonde man in a kimono named Dave also noticed that the number of groups and the number of monsters did not match and wondered if one group would be excluded. Looking at everyone from the screen, Ron wondered why he was asking such obvious things, or did he really think that this was just a game? Then a terrifying aura appeared around him, and in a scary voice, he wondered if they were actually ignoring him. Dave, looking at such a rabbit on the screen, could not utter a word. Leaning back in his chair and turning off his aura, Ron sighed and stated that since it was only the first phase, he would be generous and add one more condition. Then his eyes lit up with a strange glint and he chuckled. A new system message appeared with an additional condition, stating that killing another player inside the portal would be considered the equivalent of hunting a mammoth. The contents of the message caused a variety of reactions from people. Some of them were shocked. Some were angry. But there were also those who took the new condition quite calmly. Nick was also shocked by it, trying to comprehend how everything was happening. The teleport platform began to ripple with energy filling it. When the portal opened, all the participants rushed into it, not even really dividing themselves into teams. Suddenly, someone blocked everyone's path, asking them to stay for a minute. When everyone saw that a man in a white suit was standing in front of the portal, they wondered who he was. A smile crossed the man's face. His body glowed with a red aura and he asked if there was anyone present with the class of assassin. Hearing his words, Nick flinched. When he used his ability to detect, he was able to see that the man's name was Leo and he had the class of assassin. Looking at Leo standing in front of the portal in a white suit, the boy wondered why he was looking for people with the same class as himself. The people present froze in place upon hearing Ron's question, as most of them had never heard of such a class. Then one of the men ran into the portal saying that he didn't have time, so whether he was an assassin or not, he had to get out of his way. As if triggered, his action caused everyone else to also rush towards the portal. As he watched them go, Ron muttered that this place was much better, as he expected to see at least one assassin. Then he turned towards the rest, realizing that someone had heard his thoughts out loud. Looking at Nick, Ron asked to be taken into the group, and then another girl asked the same thing. Squinting one eye, Ron froze, waiting for an answer. After some time, the team ran through the forest. Isabella felt an inner thrill from being part of such a team. Her group consisted of 3 handsome men. Therefore, the girl, running after them, trembled with inner delight. While running through the forest, Nick thought about the fact that, remaining the last in the hall, they still formed a group of 4 people, including this killer Leo. The guy carefully watched him, hoping to find out what he was up to. The system sent a guide on how to complete the mission, where there was a hint that a hidden object was discovered in the northeastern part, and the leader of the Jagam mammoths was locked inside the barrier. Surprised by the presence of a hidden item, Nick activated the mini-map. On this map, there were red dots indicating the normal Jagam mammoths, as well as a gold dot indicating the hidden object. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face at the thought that if he could find the hidden object, then no one would die. The next moment, he picked up speed. Heading towards the gold dot, he called on everyone else to hurry. Leo, rubbing his chin with his fingers, was surprised and said that at first he was skeptical about the information provided, because a low-level person told them about it. But looking at the giant mammoth, which was hitting the barrier, he admitted that the guy really did find it. All 4 froze in place when the system message appeared that their team had found the leader of the Jag mammoths, and Leo suggested that maybe this was the secret facility. Smiling happily, Nate looked at Leo and confidently stated that Nick was not someone who could be judged by his level. Beaming with happiness and pointing his hand at the guy, Nate continued to praise his friend, making him blush. Leo leaned closer, looking closely at the guy, stated that he did not look that impressive. His tone caused an angry vein to appear on Nick's face. It seemed that Leo was looking at all of them with the eyes of a killer. Such a look was found in birds of prey and snakes, and Nick, always used to being an observer, felt for the first time what it was like to be closely watched. Nate looked in surprise at Isabella, who, through the finger frame, was watching with delight how close the men's faces were. When the girl stopped fooling around, she asked if they needed to remove the barrier first, to which Nate, striking the barrier with his sword, said that normal attacks did not leave even a scratch on it. Looking for information in his energy notebook, Nick explained that it would probably open on its own after a while. The mission guide said that the barrier would automatically open when 5 Jag mammoths were killed, and the strategy guide did not give impossible tasks. Looking at the minimap, Nick saw that 4 mammoths had already been killed. The next moment, an unpleasant feeling came over him. It made him look back. Leo cut Isabella's neck with his sword. The girl's head flew into the air with a shocked expression on her face. At the same time, Leo's face was full of satisfaction. A moment later, the head was on the ground. Nick gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of rage. Enraged by what had happened, the guy yelled at Leo, demanding to know what he was doing. Twisting the sword in his hands, the killer grinned and replied that it was just insurance in case the barrier did not open. Nate was enraged by these words, shouting at him if he was in his right mind, if he would kill a person just for insurance, and also members of their team. Nick was shaking with anger when he heard how casually Leo answered the guy. His face expressed shock and anger, and thoughts were spinning in his head that it was his mistake, since he knew that the killer was capable of acting unpredictably, but did nothing. Standing in front of Leo with the sword in his hands, the guy realized that he was too happy about finding the hidden object and at that moment lost his vigilance. At some point, Leo got tired of listening to the guy's screams. Smoothing his hair and licking his lips, the man said that since this happened, he could just kill them all and take the reward for himself. Angered by these words, Nate pounced on the killer. Leo filled his sword with energy and prepared to counterattack. At that moment, Nick hurried towards them. Finding himself between the fighters, the guy took Leo's blow on his sword. While in mid-jump, Nate was surprised to find his friend in front of him. Looking back at the guy, Nick demanded that he quickly retreat. The next moment, the energy on Leo's sword broke off the blade and flew past Nick. His gaze reflected fear when the guy followed it. Fragments of Nate's sword flew into the air. When the guy took the aura of the sword on his blade, it could not withstand it and broke. The remnants of the power Leo released hit the red-haired man. Looking back at his friend, Nick called his name. In his blade, one could see the reflection of the guy who fell to the ground. Nick involuntarily squeezed the hilt of his sword. Moments when he had received rare opportunities while fighting and winning surfaced in his head. Nick was shaking with helplessness, angry at himself for not being able to protect any of his comrades. He remembered again an incident from his childhood, when he was also shaking with anger and helplessness. Looking at how the guy did not react, Leo wondered if he was really that scared. The next moment, Nick called him a bastard. But Leo ignored his phrase, looking at what was happening behind the guy. The barrier that surrounded the leader of the mammoths began to fall. When the monster swung its trunk at them, Leo noted with surprise that the barrier actually opened. The next moment, an explosion was heard over the jungle. A strip of solid ground was turned into crumbs. When the mammoth swung its trunk again, Nick grabbed Nate and ran to the side. Carrying his friend on his shoulder, the guy tried to run away. Leo, in turn, decided to stay next to the monster. Having laid Nate under a tree, Nick began to examine him. The guy breathed a sigh of relief that his friend was able to avoid fatal wounds. After that, he turned his gaze to how Leo fought against the monster. He easily dodged all of the mammoth's blows. Holding his sword and filling it with energy, the man enjoyed the fight. Watching their fight, Nick realized something. When the energy released from the sword hit the mammoth, the guy realized that Leo was much stronger than him. He was especially impressed by the killer's exclusive skill, Blade Aura. Due to the fact that the aura moves separately from the sword, it is difficult to predict where the attack will come from. Standing up and gripping the sword tighter, Nick thought that he would like to deal with the killer now, but he realized that he was guaranteed to lose. The system announcement showed that there were about 15 minutes left in the mission. Nick rushed forward, as he needed to deal with the mammoth leader first. He wanted to analyze the beast's patterns while attacking the monster with Leo. A system message appeared stating that they had killed the mammoth leader. The next message said that a reward had been received for clearing the hidden object. Standing in front of the disappearing corpse of the monster, Leo stretched and muttered that the monster had been stubborn, but had let him have his fun. There was a moment when Nick had struck the beast's eye, and the memory of it made the man lick his lips, as he felt that he had discovered something rather interesting. Twisting his sword in his hands, Leo casually remarked that since they had received the reward, then so be it, he would let Nick live. With a frown on his face, the boy asked the killer a question. Looking at him point blank, Nick asked why he was looking for killers. Hearing his words, Leo became wary. The next moment, the man's face reflected indescribable feelings, and he asked if the guy knew the killers. After some time, joyful exclamations were heard in the hall with the knight's sculpture that they had survived. Nate, who had come to his senses, thanked Nick for saving him again. Then the guy glared angrily to the side. Satisfied, sprawled on the floor, Leo hummed something under his breath, which made Nate angry. Looking at his hands, Nick recalled the conversation he had had. Walking towards him, Leo asked if he knew the killer, to which the guy replied that he knew, for example, him. Then, throwing his head back, the man laughed. Looking at the guy with irritation, he said that he was much more interesting than he thought about him, and asked what he wanted. Nick said with a serious expression that he would tell him everything he knew about the killers, but he had to answer his questions. Leo agreed, provided that the guy's information would be interesting to him. Nick was silent for a while, collecting his thoughts. Then he said that in his zone there was a killer so special that he received an exclusive weapon in the form of a pistol. The image of Tiffany was in his head, and Nick called her the king of killers. Rubbing his chin, Leo thoughtfully noted that such a thing also existed. Looking at the man, Nick thought that he did not know if such a title really existed, but he considered it the best bait. The next moment, Leo put his sword to the guy's throat, asking who this killer was. Smiling, Nick realized that the man standing in front of him had taken the bait. Despite the man holding a blade at him, Nick replied that he was not going to tell everything just like that and demanded to answer his questions. Grabbing the sword with his hand, he asked why Leo was looking for another killer and what his target was. The man chuckled as he squinted at the guy. Looking at his hand, which still hurt despite the wound having healed when crossing the portal, Nick thought about Leo being a complete psycho, but was still glad that he learned some important facts. The first fact was that on the Day of Blood, all the characteristics of the killers would flourish and the massacre would begin. The second important thing was that Leo had information about the approaching Day of Blood. The third point was that it required the cooperation of other killers. Nick remembered that Tiffany had previously named him as her target. According to the strategy guide, if the killer killed the target on the Day of Blood, he would receive extremely high rewards. In other words, all the killers were given their legal time to slaughter. Nick frowned as it became increasingly difficult to wait for this day, and the boy wanted to know if the girl felt the same way. Remembering what the girl had done before, he wanted to understand what the true nature of the killer was. This thought made him look towards Leo. Seeing the man sprawled on the floor, Nick thought that now that he knew his target, he couldn't let him continue like this. Clenching his fist in anger, the guy realized that he had to deal with the killer on this floor, no matter what it took, even if it meant going to any lengths. Ron's evil laugh rang out. The sound made everyone present flinch. A rabbit appeared on the screen and asked who it was. Exuding rage, Ron demanded to know the name of the person who found the hidden mammoth. Feeling the thirst for blood, Nick became wary. At this time, Tiffany was renewing her killer certification and for some reason her ear itched. Carl, looking straight ahead, asked who it was. He added, wide-eyed, that it was the guy who found the hidden mammoth. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the manager said that nothing could be done, so from now on they would be accepting volunteers to kill players. People looked at him in fear, hearing that it was on a first-come, first-served basis. Putting his hand to his head, Carl said that too many players had survived because someone had killed the hidden mammoth. Looking straight ahead, he added that at least 4 should have died. Looking to the side, the guy asked if that was the case, that there were more survivors than expected, right? Looking up, the man asked, "What a minute, and how does this relate to killing players?" Putting his hand to his face, the man said that there really was a minimum number of deaths set for each mission, to which he was asked, "That is, if at least 4 do not die, the second mission will not begin." The manager smiled and said yes, he could kill 4 randomly. But that was boring, right? Looking at the screen, people heard that, by the way, they would get a special reward for killing players, so they should choose an easy target instead. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he was really trying to reduce the number of players, so what was the point of a hidden mammoth? Looking away, he heard that, but that was illogical. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked that whoever demanded a hidden animal with a sword at its throat, he just wanted to watch them cut and stab each other, right? The manager's eyes widened in surprise. Looking away, the guy asked that was it possible to talk to the manager like that, to which Charlie replied that he was behind the screen, what could he do to him? Nick frowned, hearing that he had only threatened, but had never touched them, to which he replied that he should stop. A notice appeared telling him never to provoke Carl. It was said that no, if he made him angry. Closing his eyes, the guy asked that this guy in bandages is the same. Yes, his job is just to explain missions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. His hand flew to the side. Charlie looked down and exclaimed. He raised his head up and shouted loudly. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he told you so, he hates being ignored. Looking at the people, he added that he thought that being behind the screen, he would not get to them, naive. Carl stuck his face out of the screen and said that this is still the end of the world tower, let him throw his logic in the trash. The people looked at him in surprise. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he will ask again. He smirked and added that they will kill each other, or want to die by his hand. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked what they should do, to which the hero thought, what if someone should do it? The man smirked and said that he wanted to. Frowning, the hero said the same, and then thought that maybe this was his chance. The cut scene of their fight appeared. The boys were standing in front of each other. Frowning, the protagonist thought that well, it was all for the best since he had already decided. Leo closed his eyes. A thought occurred to him that no matter what happened, he would finish him off here. Standing in front of the hero, the boy asked, what was unexpected? Yes, he said that he had not planned to kill him at all, and did not expect him to choose him as his opponent. Closing his eyes, he added that he was sure he could handle it. With his skills he could not be defeated. Nick looked at him silently. Frowning, he said that one should not judge the strength of an opponent only by the number of kills. The boy frowned and thought that he knew about the eyes of a killer. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that there were many different ways to become stronger in the tower. He flew to the side and added that it was not only murder. Angrily looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that after all. Leo swung his sword. The thought appeared that he was indeed stronger than him. They fought. The thought appeared that now that they crossed swords, he felt it even more clearly. The guy swung his sword. It was said that even with a unique indomitable sword, he could barely parry his deadly blows. Red smoke appeared in front of the hero. The thought appeared that this was the power of the killer's eye. The hero looked away. Standing in front of him, the guy asked what was wrong, said that somehow his skills did not match his loud words. Smiling, he added that well, don't do that, he expected a lot from him, he wants him to entertain him longer. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that it seemed that this was not enough. He grinned and added that it was good that he wasn't alone. The guy closed his eyes. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Leo flew to the side. The sword slid along the floor. The guy stopped abruptly. He crouched in front of the beast. Gritting his teeth, Leo wondered what kind of kangaroo it was. He frowned when he heard. Well, what? Swinging his sword, the protagonist asked what was funny now. Leo flew to the side. He slid along the ground. The guy looked to the side. Taking a step forward, he asked if it was fair to summon a familiar. Grinning, Nick asked what was wrong. He couldn't handle 2 anymore, to which Leo replied that the number didn't matter. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he would simply cut them all out. A crushing blow flew across the ground. The guy's eyes lit up. Frowning, the hero shouted that he should jump to the side. Suddenly Leo struck the ground. The thought came that during the hunt for the mammoth leader they had discovered Leo's only weakness. The guy was swinging a sword. It was said that his blade aura was strong, but it required a lot of mana. Rushing forward, he asked that he was just going to run away. The thought came that in a rage after the strike he would use his skills at full power. Grinning, Leo said that he told you it would be fun. The thought came that because of this his mana was quickly spent. A sharp blow appeared. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought that the problem was that it was difficult to predict his attacks. A blow flew sharply across the ground. The protagonist slid along the ground. He frowned and thought that but with his sense activated he could dodge them. The state of health appeared. The thought came that if he held out until Leo's mana ran out, and at the last moment he would use the skill he had saved. Nick struck. It was said that they would win. The hero thought, wide-eyed, that it was supposed to be like that. He looked forward in fear. The kangaroo spat out blood and exclaimed. Wounds appeared on his hands. The guy smiled widely. A thought appeared that, but why? A blow flew across the ground. The guy rushed forward. It was said that while he was furiously swinging blades with aura, he had no chance to strike a powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, Nick thought, but thanks to the kangaroo, there were more targets, and they were still holding on. The state of the mana appeared. It was said that the moment would soon come. The mana was slowly decreasing. Particles flew around the sword. A thought appeared, that when his blades. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the aura. Frowning, the hero thought that they would become dull. The kangaroo looked angrily. They rushed forward. It was heard that now. They looked angrily. The guy angrily clenched his teeth. The kangaroo swung his fist. The protagonist used the skill of an average swordsman. Their hands clashed. They looked at each other in surprise. Leo swung his sword and shouted loudly. Nick's eyes widened in amazement. A bright beam hit the ground. The hero's eyes widened. He silently looked forward. Kevin spat out blood. The protagonist sat behind him. The guy smiled widely. The glove fell to the floor. Nick froze, thinking that Kevin, he was dead. Walking forward, Leo asked that he had run out of tricks. Grinning, he added that wasn't he the one who said that there were many ways to become stronger without killing, said that well, I'll give him credit, he did well. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that, but it seems that he was right. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he relied only on his pet, and now he was kneeling in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that no, it wasn't. The guy smirked and exclaimed questioningly. Holding the glove in his hands, the protagonist said that it wasn't that simple. Frowning, he continued that it wasn't just a pet. Leo smiled and exclaimed. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if he was really going to say some cliché phrase now, like calling him a friend, comrade, or something like that. Lowering his head, the guy said that people, you see, the more they are attached to something, the weaker they become. Raising himself, Nick replied that maybe it was a cliché. The people looked at the guy. It was heard that they were not having fun together. The player rushed forward. It was said that they were fighting hand in hand. Holding a weapon in his hands, the hero said that a peaceful life is what makes them human. Standing in front of the guy, he added that his bloody path. Leo frowned at the thought that he would only end up alone. Raising his sword above his head, he replied that it was bullshit. Swinging his weapon, the boy added that he had enough of this talk. Leo rushed forward and said that in the face of death, it was funny how desperately he clung to his paltry humanity. The hero parried his blows. Stepping on his foot, the player said that he was simply dependent on the animal. Swinging his weapon, he added that he had crushed it. The protagonist abruptly moved to the side. Blood dripped onto the floor. Frowning, Nick asked what he was dependent on, said no, if it weren't for Kevin, he would have been dead long ago. The guy rushed forward. The thought occurred to him that thanks to Kevin he was able to deplete his mana supply. Running towards him, the hero thought that he should attack. Suddenly Leo jumped up. Raising his weapon up, he shouted that he should die already. Lightning appeared around the sword. It was said that now it was his turn. The protagonist swung and shouted furiously. The guy's eyes glowed red. They extended the weapon in front of them. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. A glow appeared near them. Looking in surprise, the guy asked what kind of power it was. He froze in amazement. Leo made a face in pain and wheezed. The thought arose that, but these are just words. Footprints appeared on the floor. Sighs were heard. Cracks remained on the floor. Kneeling, the protagonist was breathing heavily. Bright beams appeared. It was said that now he could use release. The thought arose that his fencing level increased at the last moment. Yes, he was lucky. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that, but if one such attack takes almost all the mana, its effectiveness is too low. He stretched his hand up. The thought arose that the destructive power is impressive. Grinning, Nick thought that yes, he knocked him down. Clenching his fist, he added that the killer. The beast was kneeling. The hero raised his head. Looking at the kangaroo, he thought that let him forgive, and thank him. His back was the most majestic of all. A notification appeared, stating that the summoned creature that had died could be summoned again in 24 hours. The protagonist stared at the message in silence, thinking that it was reviving. Putting his hand to his face, the manager said that it was unexpected. Smiling, he added that he liked obedient people, congratulating him on his victory. Looking at him, the hero heard that, but let him not flatter himself too much. Now that the killer is dead, the missions will become even more difficult. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he meant. Carl closed his eyes and replied that he meant what he said. Images of players appeared. It was heard that the killer was not only one of the strongest elites in the tower, but also part of its difficulty scale. Raising his hands up, the manager said that now that one killer is dead, the missions in the tower will become even tougher. Gritting his teeth, Nick wondered what it meant. The more killers they stop, the harder it will be for them to climb. Kneeling, he added that, but if they do not stop the killers. The hero looked angrily and thought that a bloody catastrophe will happen. What should he do? Carl, widening his eyes, said that well, anyway, since he did it. Suddenly, A bright glow appeared. It was heard that he would send him on a second mission, along with his special reward. The protagonist suddenly found himself on the platform. Looking straight ahead, he asked what this place was for the second mission, something familiar, like from a comic book. Turning around, Nick thought that by the way, and a special reward, really. Looking at the man, he added that this old man. The tower appeared, a message about the mission appeared. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought about the fact that they suddenly told him to train. The details of the mission are too vague, really. Looking down, he added that well, at least here you don't have to compete with others. Looking away, the protagonist thought that more than that. Looking straight ahead, the manager said that he wanted to throw a random skill box, but since he would get the achievement of killing a demon, he would give him a special reward. Looking at the man, Nick asked who he was, and the thought appeared that this old man was the special reward. The man stretched and yawned, to which the hero thought that wouldn't a random skill box be more useful. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that he had just asked who he was. The old man sat up. He stretched his hand out to the side. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was a heavenly demon who would become his master. Nick's eyes widened, thinking that he was a heavenly demon. An image of a guy appeared, and he added that the one from martial arts webtoons. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he didn't look like canon. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Holding the stick in his hands, the man said that he had impure thoughts, to which the protagonist thought, what for, he reads minds or something. With wide eyes, he added that by the way, that blow, it was obvious, but he couldn't react. Holding the stick in his hands, the heavenly demon said that this is the level of garbage, he will repeat it, so let him watch carefully and try to block the blow. Looking straight, Nick answered that okay. Holding the sword in both hands, he added that that attack was unexpected, he won't screw up a second time. The hero's eyes lit up. He pulled the weapon out in front of him and thought about absolute sense. Suddenly, another blow flew at him. The man stood in front of him silently. Raising his eyebrows, the old man said that yes, he can increase perception. Scratching his back with the stick, he added that but there is no point in it, because his body does not have time. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the body was not keeping up, but his agility indicator had reached its limit. The man sighed and said that it was not only a matter of speed or slowness. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he should attack. His eyes lit up pink. Nick looked at him in surprise. Frowning, Vincent said that with the best sword, let him show what he could do. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, okay, let him forget about being an old man. The image of the man and his statistics appeared, and he added that even the sage status window did not have information about this heavenly demon, an unreadable monster. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that the best sword, of course, for now he can only use this skill once. A glow appeared on his sword, the thought arose that but if necessary, he will show. Nick looked forward angrily. His eyes lit up brightly, it was said about the release skill. Suddenly, the hero struck the master. Vincent extended the stick in front of him. The beam cut his hand. The attack flew in different directions. The hero opened his mouth wide. He froze in amazement and asked again. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that a large piece of garbage, the thought arose that it could not be. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that no matter how he swung the sword with his magic technique, this is kindergarten, to which he thought that the magic technique, he was talking about the skills of an average swordsman. Standing in front of him, Vincent said that in order to pass on his martial art, they will first remove this magic technique from his body, to which Nick said that he should wait a minute. Stretching his hand out in front of him, the hero asked what he was saying that he was going to take away his skill, but they are the basis of the tower system, to which the old man replied that he did not care. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought no, without skills. Chuck swung his sword. He raised his hand up. The hero fired a beam. The beam flew in front of him, and the thought occurred to him that he would not have lived to see this moment. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this time too, if he did not achieve a certain level of success, he would die. A clock appeared, and the thought occurred to him that time was continuing to decrease, and he wanted him to start from scratch. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he was an average swordsman. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that the smaller the vessel, the more fixated he was on its contents, thinking that this was all he had. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was not going to force him, so let him decide for himself. Stretching his stick forward, the heavenly demon said that he could live like a frog in a well forever, or accept his teachings and ascend. Turning his head, he added that many were ready to give their lives for a grain of his knowledge, but he was ready to miss the opportunity to be filled. Memories from battles arose. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about what was right. He already felt then that fighting based only on skills and stats had its limits. He frowned. The protagonist raised his sword up. He abruptly thrust it into the ground and thought, okay. The old man looked at him in amazement. Kneeling, Nick said that he should teach him. Looking straight ahead, he added that from now on he would be his student. Smoke appeared, sighs were heard. Standing still, the hero thought about how after removing the skills, he miraculously restored all his previous levels. Looking to the side, he added that no. The body was lying on the floor. It was said that the double died. He became even stronger. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that in just 3 days, no, he did not know exactly how many had passed. He stood in front of the clock and added that but even before half the time had passed. Nick smirked, thinking that he would surpass all his past achievements. Lying on the clock, Vincent smirked. He went down to the ground. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that he had finally surpassed the previous version of himself, to which the hero replied that yes, thanks to his teachings. The old man closed his eyes and said that he was still at the trash level. Frowning, he thought that it seemed like he had more potential than he expected. The protagonist looked away, thinking that he might have qualities that surpassed any of the sect disciples, if this guy. Sitting on the floor, Vincent said that from now on, they would officially establish a master-disciple relationship, so he should show him due respect and bow. Gritting his teeth, Nick asked why they had not been master and disciple until now. Looking at him, the man asked that he would not call someone a master just because he taught him how to walk, right? To which the protagonist asked him what he meant, and he added that it was true. Frowning, the old man said that from now on, he would teach him swordsmanship, which he had perfected based on the unique technique of the heavenly demon, the greatest swordsmanship of all time. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was a shadowless phantom sword. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Mountains appeared. It was said that he was proclaimed the greatest genius in the history of martial arts. The man sat on the throne. The thought arose that by the age of 29 he had united the 7 branches of the Kama cult, and then ascended the throne of the heavenly Kama. The guy frowned. It was said that people then said that the greatest Kama of all eras had appeared. Standing still, the man said that so, he dedicated his life to the art of the sword, achieved unity with the blade and ascended to find himself in this tower. Only finding himself in this tower did he realize that his path was not yet complete. Frowning, the hero asked what it meant, that he was also locked in the tower, to which the master replied that it was nonsense. Scratching his beard, the teacher said that he had made a pact with the tower, so he played a certain role here, and he was not chained to it. At any time, he could return to his world. Looking down, the protagonist thought that if his words were to be believed, everyone here was like an NPC. Frowning, the man said that because of the pact with the tower, he could not reveal the details, but let him know he would master the art of a sword of unprecedented power. A glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, Nick heard that the sword was pursuing the soul without a shadow. Standing in front of the master, the hero replied that it was clear, he would do his best. Raising his eyebrows, the teacher asked what the reaction was. He did not hear. He said, the sword was pursuing the soul without a shadow. They stood in front of each other, and Vincent said that if he were a disciple of another cult, he would jump for joy, but there was not a drop of emotion on his face, to which the protagonist thought, well, he heard about this technique for the first time. Nick lowered his head and said that in any case, he had no time for tears, every second counted. The sand fell down. Grinning, the hero added that to master such an incredible technique. Looking at him, the man responded approvingly. His eyes lit up and he said that from now on he would have to train hard and be ready for anything. The skills showed. The thought arose that although he had removed the sword skill from his status, restoring the previous level was not so difficult. The hero, walking forward, thought that he was simply following the same path. He breathed heavily and added that but this technique. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that calm but effective, soft but powerful, it was incredibly difficult. He turned around, hearing that this was the sword technique that he, the greatest genius of all time, had honed all his life. Standing on the stick, the master asked how it could be simple, to which Nick thought that he would have this branch. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. Lowering his head, he said that he was not sure if he was doing it right. After he began to study this technique, it seemed to him that his sword skills had worsened. Looking straight ahead, the man thought. He stepped on the ground. Walking forward, the master said that well, in that case. His eyes lit up, and he asked that he did not want to fight him. The hero froze, looking at him. Frowning, he thought that he barely defeated his double, and now a battle with the teacher, especially now he is weaker than before. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked why he was hesitating, should he attack? Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was true, the sand in the hourglass was inexorably flowing away. Rushing forward, he added that there was no time to hesitate. Nick swung his sword sharply. His eyes lit up brightly. The master deftly dodged his blows. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The man jumped up sharply. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what kind of ghostly movements he was having. He couldn't catch him. The man swung his stick, and he added that it was a blow to the head. Nick parried his blow and thought, great, he blocks and counterattacks. The man hit the sword with the stick. Grabbing his head, the hero thought that again, he had definitely foreseen this. But why did he miss the blow? Looking straight ahead, the master asked what he thought. His pathetic sense of smell was able to predict the actions of his sword. Projections of the stick appeared. It was heard that maybe it had worked before, but with false attacks. The master swung his stick. It was said that or by changing the point of impact at the last moment. Swinging his hand, Vincent said that he could easily deceive his sense of smell, to which the hero replied that he should wait. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought, what the hell, what is the teacher even thinking about? The clock appeared, and he added that there was very little time left, and his head was getting more and more confused about whether it was worth continuing to study this complex technique. Nick frowned. Looking straight ahead, the teacher said that he should cast aside impatience. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that he should cast aside what he had been relying on until now and feel the texture. Nick looked forward in surprise. Standing in front of the man, he thought, what for? The master stood still, saying that everything, be it tangible or intangible, has its own texture. Lowering his head, Vincent said that if he can feel it. Suddenly, he struck. Bright lightning appeared. A glow appeared around them. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that it can cut anything. He froze in amazement. Red particles appeared. It was said about a sword pursuing a soul without a shadow. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the sword, capable of cutting even the immaterial texture. Clutching his head, Nick thought that it was calm but powerful. He clearly foresaw it, but he could not reflect it. The hero pulled the sword forward. A thought appeared that it was soft but powerful. A bright yellow beam appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Rushing forward, the master said, "Come on, let him attack." Nick swung his sword at him sharply. They ran through each other. The stick flew up. The man froze in bewilderment. He turned around and thought that this guy. The hero grinned and exclaimed. Looking at the weapon, he said that so this is what it is, a sword pursuing the soul without a shadow. A thought appeared that it seems that he still learned something. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked what he finally began to understand, to which the protagonist replied that at that moment he comprehended the true depth of the master's teachings. Nick closed his eyes and thought that although he had tried to clearly outline the path of the sword, not everyone was given the ability to see its true essence. The cloak flew up and the man said that he should remember. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that the secret of the sword that pursues the soul without a shadow is not in filling, but in emptying. Vincent raised his head up. Frowning, he said that he would only learn true mastery of the sword when he reached the limit, discarding everything unnecessary. The hero looked at him in surprise. A memory arose, and he thought that, indeed, having succumbed to the temptation of momentary benefit in search of better techniques, he would never have comprehended the depth of the art of the sword. Images of people appeared. A thought appeared that like no hairstyle. Grinning, the protagonist added that he would not outshine the shine of the bald head. The man's eyes lit up, and he said that he was asking for punishment until the very end. Nick grabbed his head and exclaimed. The clock appeared. The hero stood silently. The man looked at him in surprise. Kneeling, the protagonist said that he thanked him for the instructions. His words would forever remain in his heart, and he would definitely reach the top of the tower. Nick bowed his head down. The old man looked at him silently. Clothes fell to the floor. Looking at the suit, the hero exclaimed. Turning around, Vincent asked that it was not proper for a disciple of the heavenly Kama to walk like a beggar. Closing his eyes, he thought that they would definitely meet again on the way to the top of the tower. The old man froze silently. The protagonist sat behind him. A notification appeared that the mission was completed. Nick abruptly teleported to another place. Looking to the side, he asked where he was. Was he supposed to return to the gladiators' waiting room? Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. He sat down abruptly and thought about the manager. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had been transported to Carl's room, which he had seen on the screen, and then asked why he was here. The manager chuckled and said that he had a proposition for him, and then asked that he remembered the vacant place of the killer after Leo. He held a glass in his hands. Stretching his hand forward, the manager said that he should take it. Standing in front of him, the hero said, "What about this proposition?" The manager looked surprised, hearing that he could refuse. Closing his eyes, he answered that formally, he had no right to force him to do this, but the liquid in the glass bubbled. Carl smiled and said that who knows what will happen if he gets angry. He really doesn't like it when his words are neglected. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he himself said that he had no right to force, but to threaten, therefore, is allowed. Opening his eyes wide, he added that if he agrees, everything he has created so far will turn to dust. He will have to break through by force. The beams appeared on the manager. The thought arose that but with his current level he can't even comprehend the true essence of Carl. Standing in front of the manager, Nick thought, damn, what to do? He looked in surprise, seeing that he received a walkthrough guide, to which he thought, that's right, he has a guide. The guide appeared. It was said that after completing the gladiator mission, he would return to the beginning of the 8th floor mission and begin the trainer mission. Looking at the notification, the hero thought that going back in time, the tower is capable of this too. Frowning, he added that but how is this related to the current situation? The guy grinned. The thought arose that if he returned to the beginning of the mission, then Leo would be alive. Looking down, the protagonist thought that in this case. He grinned slightly. Taking the glass in his hands, Nick said okay. The manager looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the hero said he agreed. Carl grinned and replied that that was a different matter. A glow appeared around the hero, notifications appeared that he had become a killer, his life force had increased, and a blade aura was applied to his sword mastery skill. After looking at the message, the protagonist thought that it was sword mastery, but the teacher had removed it. Nick looked in surprise, seeing that there was no sword mastery. It was impossible to apply a blade aura, and alternative weapons and skills were given instead. The hero looked at the glow in amazement, and wondered what it was. The man was running forward. The protagonist looked forward. The guy stretched his arms out in front of him, and said that he was fine. Looking to the side, he asked what kind of speed he hadn't even noticed. Grinning, the player asked how strong he had become, to which Nick replied that he had also achieved his goal, and then thought that he had decided to accept the challenge, secretly hugged Nick. Nate's eyes widened and asked that he had even changed his clothes, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking down, the protagonist asked how he was, to which the guy replied that he had a majestic aura. Nick grinned and thought that he was afraid to get a battle suit like his teacher, but they provided a very decent suit, moreover, such a useful effect. Looking away, he added that however. Looking at the players, the hero thought that these were the only people who could survive. The manager grinned and said that it had finally become more spacious. The players shuddered in fear. Carl stretched out his hand and said that the last mission would be more severe than all the previous ones. I wonder how many people would survive. He snapped his fingers sharply and added that they should flounder in agony until the very end. The eyes of the animals lit up brightly. They began to crawl out of the portal. The animals surrounded the players. A mission about destroying the Iron Lion appeared. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that the arena was a place called the Gladiators' Graveyard, so this is where the scene of the last mission would take place. A glow appeared around the beasts. A thought arose that each of these Iron Lions emanated the power that they felt from that mammoth. The four of them barely defeated it. The man closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps they would bury him here. The crowd exclaimed joyfully. Looking straight ahead, he added that but he, the swordsman Dave. The beast suddenly rushed forward. The lion looked furiously. The man frowned and shouted loudly, thinking that he would not give up so easily. A blow flew at the beast. The lion looked in amazement and exclaimed. The crowd froze in surprise. The manager opened his eyes wide. Looking at the weapon, the hero exclaimed. Grinning, he said that it turned out to be. The protagonist began to shoot and added that it was even nicer than he thought. Frowning, he laughed loudly. The man looked at him in bewilderment. The clock appeared, notifications appeared that the gladiator's status had been successfully updated. He could not return to the lobby, return to the beginning of the mission. The hero appeared in the middle of the forest. It was said about the qualification renewal stage. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this was the trainer's waiting room. He really returned. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that he should check the status first. His statistics appeared. Grinning, Nick thought that, as expected, the killer's characteristics had disappeared. After Leo's revival, the killer's place was filled again. He looked in surprise and exclaimed. His inventory appeared. The thought arose that why everything here was unchanged. Standing in the middle of the forest, the hero thought that without a sniper skill, everything was in vain. Okay, they will leave it for now. He looked in amazement. A blow flew at the man. It was said that it accidentally absorbs part of the enemy's abilities. A description of the telepathy skill appeared. The guy flew into the wall. The protagonist put his hand to his ear. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, Nick thought that he should warn Nate about Leo in advance, since he was going through the gladiator mission alone. Kneeling, the guy raised his hands up. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that thanks to this message, Nate would certainly be able to survive. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist sighed. Lowering his head, he said that he was calling Kevin. The pet's head appeared. Its arms and legs appeared. A small kangaroo appeared among the glow. Nick looked at it. Grinning, the pet turned to him. Hugging it, the hero said that he missed it so much. He pressed the kangaroo to himself, and added that thank God he was safe. Closing his eyes, the kangaroo told him to move away. Looking at it, the man said that he was just a cutie. Closing his eyes, he asked that he did not understand how this little guy had survived so far, to which the protagonist thought, what an unpleasant guy. The man smiled broadly. The dogs gritted their teeth. Looking straight ahead, the player asked what he wanted to become his pet's prey. Nick looked at him in amazement and thought, what? Putting his hand to his face, Ron said that he was welcome to the 8th floor. He was the intermediate manager of the tower. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that by the way, he can't stand being ignored, so now he should listen, to which he thought, how dare he consider Kevin food. Crossing his arms, the manager said that he was sharing the contents of the first level mission. A description of the mission appeared. Looking at the screen, the protagonist heard that by the way, if they do not die, even if the first level mission fails, they remain in the game, so they should not give up, to which he thought that there are only 4 participants, so the rules are relatively lenient. Ron grinned and said let the fight begin. Standing in front of the beast, the man said what was going on. It was as if fate had brought them together. Gritting his teeth, the kangaroo said he wouldn't allow it anymore. Frowning, the player asked what the transformation looked like. It was an unusual pet. He stuck out his tongue and added that it was even better. The man stretched his hand forward and shouted let him enjoy the treat. The beast suddenly jumped up. Beams from the blows appeared. The hero parried the attack. The kangaroo swung before the blow. The beast opened its mouth wide. It was rapidly moving forward. Gritting his teeth, Kevin said not bad, to which the protagonist thought that significant speed and strength, and unpredictability due to 2 heads. Frowning, he added not bad, but... Standing behind the beast, the man shouted what he was doing, let him press them harder. The thought arose that this was where the trainer's weakness was evident. The beast's eyes lit up. It was said that with proper training, it is possible to raise a pet that is not inferior to the combat class. Joe clenched his fists. A thought appeared that by focusing on the development of the pet, the combat power of the main owner inevitably remains below average. The man kept the pet on a chain. It was said that therefore, from the point of view of the pet, forced to protect the owner, there are limitations to the combat range. Frowning, the hero thought that now it was clear why there were few trainers, and then said that he would show them. They stood in front of the beast. It was heard that this was not just a monster battle. Trees appeared, loud sounds were heard. Raising his eyebrows, Joe asked how this was possible, why the trainer was so good at wielding a sword. The beasts glared at each other. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted for Kelv to tear them to pieces. Suddenly, the beast jumped up. The hero and Kevin looked at each other. The protagonist rushed forward sharply. The beast looked around. They began to circle around him. Kelv looked away. He exclaimed in bewilderment. The beast looked away angrily. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in rage. Nick frowned. Kevin opened his eyes wide. They rushed forward after the command. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that before, he was only focused on his attack, so they were not in sync with Kevin, but now he can feel it. Lightning flew around the pet. The thought appeared that Kevin's strike and his sword created an ideal battle path. The pet was kneeling. It was said that this mission would be a new opportunity for him. They quickly ran forward. The beast looked in amazement. The thought appeared that he received the sword through the mission. The man exclaimed in fear. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that after this mission Kevin and he would become the best partners. There were messages about the renewal of the trainer's qualification was successful, returning to the lobby. The players were standing in the lobby. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what a killer meant. The protagonist silently looked at him. The girl looked surprised. Joyful players appeared. Nick grinned and thought that it seemed like everyone had renewed their qualifications. What a relief. The man looked away, hearing that they survived, thanks to him. Wow, he has telepathic skills. He was so surprised, he thought that God was talking to him. Putting his hand to his chest, he shouted that he should wait. He had telepathy all the time. Why didn't he use it on him then? He was so scared, performing a mission without him. Turning her head, the girl said that she was also a little offended, to which the hero replied that he would definitely use it on them next time. Chloe turned away. A thought appeared. Why is she upset? Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said that he just loves him more. The hero frowned. The guy grinned. A thought arose that this time not everyone managed to return. Even more depressing is the fact that everyone is trying to hide their grief. The protagonist, looking forward, heard that but. Standing in front of him, the guy asked that who are the killers? Nick frowned. The girl looked surprised. Emma, looking forward, asked that the killer, what is it? Frowning, the hero thought that now that he thinks about it, he understands how dangerous Leo was, and his status is mentioned as the status of the killer. Even Chloe does not know that he knows about the killers. What should he do? Frowning, the protagonist thought that let them wait. They will soon go up to the 9th floor. Looking to the side, he said that the killer. The girl looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was the one who controlled the difficulty of the tower's tasks. The thought appeared that perhaps this could be a chance. The loudspeaker announced that in an hour they would be sent to the 9th floor. Let them continue training. The players fought each other. The protagonist swung his sword. Standing still, he thought that the technique of shadowless soul hunting was too complicated to let training slide. The protagonist looked away. Frowning, the girl offered to talk. The thought appeared that she had swallowed the bait. Nick drank from a glass. It was said that when he himself was a murderer, he managed to find out important information about the Day of Blood. A vote related to the Day of Blood would be held on the 9th floor. If the majority of votes were positive, then the 10th floor would become the venue for this day. The girl pointed the gun. The thought appeared that after their areas merged, Chloe could not use the gun to its full extent, and there was a possibility that she would want to make the 10th floor a Day of Blood. No, she would definitely do it. Frowning, the hero thought that his goal was to use the card hidden in his sleeve. The girl stood still. It was said that to make Chloe doubt her decision. Smirking, the protagonist asked what happened. She wanted to tell him who she was. Turning around, he added that Chloe was the killer. The girl looked at him in amazement and asked what he was talking about. Holding the gun in his hands, Nick said that there was no need to try to hide it so much. He pointed the gun forward and added that because he was also a killer. Chloe's eyes widened, thinking that he was a killer. Then it was clear where he got all these abilities from. She looked angrily. The hero threw the gun over his shoulder. Standing in front of him, the girl said that no, he was not a killer, to which he asked why. Because he hadn't killed enough. Grinning, the protagonist added that either he should blindly trust the eyes of a killer, to which Chloe thought he knew about the eyes of a killer. Gritting her teeth, the girl added that he really was a killer. She frowned and said okay, just agree that he was a killer. A gun appeared in the girl's hands. Pointing it at the hero, she asked how he knew that she was also a killer. Except for trying to count the number of her kills, there was no other way to find out who she was. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that he saw everything. Cards appeared behind the girl. It was heard that her class, her characteristics, skills, and even the amount of gold. Chloe looked in amazement and asked again. Pointing the gun, she shouted that he shouldn't try to trick her. He couldn't have such an ability. Nick took the gun. Standing still, he said that she had 350 units of mana. With that amount, she could use any magic weapon. The girl looked surprised, hearing that her endurance was still 51, and her strength had increased by 3 points, and her agility. Looking straight ahead, Chloe said that was enough. Stretching her hand out to the side, she said that she understood. Let him stop. Smirking, the hero thought, well, now that she thinks he might be a murderer, she won't recklessly vote for a day of blood. That's because a murderer will get a big penalty if he kills another murderer. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had one last question. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if she wanted to know what choice he made on the 9th floor, being a killer, or ask why he killed so few. Looking straight at her, he added that she should ask. No matter what the question was, she would get the answer that was beneficial to him. Standing in front of her, Nick said that she could ask anything. Looking straight at her, the girl asked that he was a great killer. The hero exclaimed in bewilderment, and wondered what it was. He stood still. The people looked up, hearing that the break was over. A glow appeared on the 9th floor. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Looking around, he said that this was the 9th floor, asked where the others had gone. Nick opened his eyes wide and asked that this was an individual mission again. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise. The man took a step forward. The hero trembled and said no. He looked at her in fear and said that it couldn't be. It was heard that the mission of the 9th floor was this. The woman stood in front of him and said that he had grown so much. She grinned and said his name. A notification appeared that the 9th floor was the head of the dead. The protagonist stood in front of her silently. He looked at her in amazement and asked what was going on. His hand trembled with fear. The woman grinned, and he asked what the director was. The children were playing on the playground. The school children were running around the office. Frowning, the guy shouted that he should give it back quickly, to which the protagonist replied that he said he hadn't taken anything. The student abruptly hit the table. Looking forward angrily, he shouted that he shouldn't lie. There were witnesses. He had taken his wallet. Turning around, the guy asked that yes. Lowering his head, the schoolboy answered approvingly, to which he asked what he saw. Nick closed his eyes, hearing that he should return it immediately, and then thought that he really did not take his wallet. The hero sat up, hearing that just because he was a beggar, it did not mean that he could steal other people's wallets. Right. The thought arose that he still clearly remembered why he did it to him. Leaning on the table, the protagonist thought that it was because he took first place during the midterm exams of the 2nd semester. Looking at the guy, he said that he was not a beggar. The student grinned and replied that well, here he stood in front of him, and then what is he trying to prove, an idiot? Stretching his hand forward, he added that orphaned idiots like him live off the taxes that they, rich people, pay. Nick clenched his fist, hearing that is not a beggar. Closing his eyes, the guy said that yes, the orphanage where he lives is also beggarly. The hero slapped him hard in the face. The thought came to mind that all fights between 10-year-old boys begin with insulting their families. The protagonist swung his fist. It was said that he exploded when he heard what he was saying about the orphanage, about the people living in it, then he thought it was fair. Kneeling, the director apologized, to which the woman asked what she got out of her apology. Let him kneel in his church, and not in front of her. Looking down, she said that if he was an orphan, he should act accordingly. How dare he raise his hand against her son? Closing her eyes, the director said that she was asking for forgiveness. She really was very sorry. It was her fault. Standing behind the door, the hero heard that yes, it was her fault, so she would also get what she deserved. He opened his eyes wide. The protagonist looked into the room, listening to her ask to calm down. She really thought that this was possible. She would wear out this brat, no matter what. Nick cried. It was said that on that day he realized one thing: justice without force will only lead to even greater injustice. The hero walked forward. The thought appeared that after this, he decided to never stand out from the crowd again. The protagonist grew up, it was said that, and passed by, even if he saw unfair treatment. Nick walked in a military uniform, the thought appeared that he ceased to exist, completely merged with the gray mass. People were walking around him, the thought came that because he did not have enough strength to protect someone. Grave crosses appeared. The doors of the building opened, the description of the mission appeared. A horn appeared on the head of the beast. The hero looked at it. Standing in front of the beast, he thought that a raccoon, she was killed by a one-horned raccoon. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Gritting his teeth, he apologized to the director. Nick began to cry, saying that he should forgive him for not being able to protect her. Walking down the street, the hero said that she was hit because of him, to which the director turned to him. Looking away, she added that how long will he call her director? The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that he should call her mom. The woman smirked slightly. She hugged Nick. Closing her eyes, the director said that everything was fine, really. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that this is the job of parents. The ghost hugged the hero. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that to protect their children. Standing in the middle of the cemetery, the woman said that so what, he does not need to apologize. The protagonist silently looked at her. Memories appeared, it was heard that he had grown so much, just think. The guy rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, Nick heard that now he also had the opportunity to protect others. Grinning, the woman said that he was kinder and stronger than anyone she knew, let him help others in need, become a ray of light in this world. Lowering his head, the hero thought that he tried to be as inconspicuous as possible. However, now he is trying to follow the instructions of the director, albeit after the end of the world, no matter how ironic it may sound. The eyes of the beast suddenly lit up. He raised his hand up and screamed. The woman looked away in fear. The protagonist grabbed him abruptly. The director looked at him in amazement. The beast looked angrily. The thought appeared that it was too easy for him to kill this one-horned raccoon. A notification appeared that let him kill the monsters that killed the dead and free their souls. Looking straight ahead, Nick thought that she would probably disappear when he died. The woman smirked, looking at him. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should not hesitate. Stretching his hand forward, the director asked that now he had someone to protect, right? Standing next to the hero, she added that he only needed to follow the path he had chosen for himself. The protagonist stood still. He silently looked forward. Nick's eyes lit up. A weapon appeared in his hands. He threw the beast up and thought that he would climb the tower. Raising his head, the hero added that he would destroy it and return the past world. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. He swung the weapon. A bright purple beam appeared. The beast was cut in half. The thought came that maybe this is his path. Looking straight ahead, Nick thought that he should rest in peace. A glow appeared around him and he turned to his mother. A view of the square opened up. The monster rushed forward. The girl parried the blow and exclaimed. She slid along the ground. A glow appeared around her. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Holding the weapon in her hands, she thought, no, she can't take it anymore. A view of the building opened up. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy said that he should take it. Emma, opening her eyes in surprise, asked what it was. Closing her eyes, the guy replied that he just felt sorry for her. She needs to study even during the holidays. It sucks, and shouldn't she take care of her body while she's torturing herself with studying like this? Standing in front of him, the girl laughed and said that he was so weird, to which he asked why she was laughing. This is not a joke. Emma grinned and said that she knew. Raising her eyebrows, she thanked him. The guy looked at her in amazement. Raising his hand, he said that well, he had training, he was leaving, let him take it responsibly, to which the girl replied that thank you, have a good training. Suddenly, the guy turned around in amazement. The girl looked up in fear. She froze, she heard that she should be careful. The people looked away in amazement. There were medicines on the floor. Lying on the ground, the guy asked if she was okay, to which Emma responded approvingly. She looked away in surprise. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. She stood in front of the guy. A thought appeared that if not for her, he would not have lost his leg, and could have become a national athlete. Standing still, Emma heard that it was all because of her, to which she thought that she would not have appeared in front of her in such a state. Lowering her head, the girl apologized. She looked down and then thought that she was telling the truth. The monster swung his club and screamed. Emma closed her eyes and thought that the truth was asking for forgiveness. Looking down, she added that he should pull himself together. A bright beam appeared. The hero suddenly stood in front of her. Turning around, he asked that she heard him. He did not know what connected her with the deceased, what her past was, but she had to do it, to which the girl thought that he was talking. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he should finish off the orc, help the dead calm down. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that but, standing next to her, the guy shouted that it was her fault. It was all because of her. It was all her. It was her that he lost everything, because of her. Frowning, the guy shouted that he died because of her, and she wanted to kill him again, to which the girl said that if he had not lost his leg, he would not have lost his life. Tears appeared in her eyes and Emma said that but how could she take his life again? The hero clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he shouted her name. Fighting the orc, the protagonist said that he knew it was difficult, he probably meant a lot to her, but didn't she tell him? Smirking, the girl said that she would become stronger. Her eyes widened when she heard this phrase. The monster growled furiously. His eyes glowed red. The hero grabbed him by the head abruptly. He slammed him to the ground. The protagonist looked at the girl. Closing her eyes, Emma said that she couldn't. Looking straight at him, Nick asked what he should think about it. He really said that he lost everything because of her. Frowning, he added that he should think about it. Could he do such a thing? Standing in front of him, the girl heard that the man who cherished her, could he blame her for his misfortune, and hate her for it? Emma looked in amazement. She stood in front of the guy. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She looked in surprise, hearing that why she looked like she wanted to cry. Grinning, the guy said that it was not necessary, he would buy her new dietary supplements. A glow appeared around her. A bright light appeared behind her. Closing her eyes, Emma thought that yes, that was the kind of person he was. He saved her. Although he himself suffered, he always put others above himself. He is like the sun. The hero watched her silently. He grinned. A thought appeared that perhaps. The guy closed his eyes. It seemed that she saw him in him. The monster growled furiously. Suddenly, he rose sharply. A blow flew at him. The girl plunged her sword straight into the orc's head. The protagonist looked in amazement. He sighed and grinned. Lowering her head, the girl thought thank you. The thought arose that this was goodbye. The trees bent from the wind. Rushing forward, Nick thought that the essence of this mission was not monsters, but acceptance, coming to terms with the departure of loved ones. Looking straight ahead, he added that they must come to terms with their death, so perhaps this is the hardest mission they had. A notification about the remaining time appeared. Frowning, the hero thought that they only had 3 hours left. He was able to help Emma because she was next to him, but he could not help everyone. Climbing the stairs, he added that all he could do was support them telepathically. A view of the church opened up. The thought arose that he believed that they could overcome difficulties. The girl stood near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that as expected, here he is. The protagonist silently walked forward. Frowning, he asked why she was waiting. The altar appeared. It was said that whether the Day of Blood would take place on the 10th floor or not, everything would depend on the vote of the killers on the altar hidden on the 9th floor. Crystals appeared. An idea arose that in case of a positive vote, a red crystal should be placed on the altar, otherwise a blue one. Altars appeared. An idea arose that the number of killers is unknown to anyone. If the 10th floor is set aside for the Day of Blood, then several areas will unite into one. People attacked. It was said that, and when this happens, the killers will begin to hunt other players, according to their role. A temple appeared. It was heard that so. The girl was standing near the altar. Looking to the side, she said that as expected, he is here. The hero walked straight. Frowning, he asked why she was waiting. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that in order to get at least one vote against, he must convince Chloe she should also have loved ones, but it seems that she does not care. Frowning, he added that perhaps her emotions were dulled after receiving the status of a killer. Taking a step forward, Nick said that they didn't have much time, so he suggested finishing the conversation in the lobby, asked what made her think that he was a great killer. Looking straight at her, Chloe replied that, well, if you think about it, he almost always makes the right decisions. The hero froze, hearing that it was as if he could see the future. The protagonist frowned and asked what he wanted to say, that she had begun to trust him, and then thought that she believed that the authority of a great killer was unshakable. Clenching his fist, he added that he didn't know who the great killer was, but if she thought so, then let it be him. Crossing her arms, the girl said yes, asked what and what he intended to do now. He wanted the 10th floor to become a Day of Blood. Looking at her, Nick replied that he would say it straight. Standing in front of her, he added that he thought it was too early to hold a Day of Blood on the 10th floor, to which Chloe asked why. The hero raised his head and said that whether they were killers or not, they also needed to go up the tower. A hole in the ceiling appeared. It was heard that he did not know yet how many floors they had to go through, but he was sure there were still a lot of them. Standing still, the protagonist said that if they killed the players already on the 10th floor, how long would they, the killers, be able to hold out in the tower? The dog was brought to the cauldron. It was heard that he knew how they say when the rabbits died, the dog was boiled. Looking straight ahead, Nick said that those who lost their usefulness would be thrown out of the tower, which is why they should delay the Day of Blood for an indefinite period. The girl lowered her gaze. Looking at her, the hero thought that although he had just come up with this to convince her, it did not seem so impossible, because even killers are just pawns in this game. The people's eyes lit up, and the thought appeared that but the problem was that even if he managed to convince her, the majority of the killers would vote for the Day of Blood, and they would not be able to do anything. A shiny crystal appeared. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if this happened, it was possible that they would have to fight each other. The girl held the crystal in her hands. Standing in front of the hero, she said that she was beginning to think that everything that had happened up until today was written by fate. Stretching her hand forward, Chloe added that as he knew, each killer was given some unique ability. Frowning, she said that and so? Suddenly, the girl crushed the crystal. She threw it on the altar. Chloe raised her hand up and said that she knew how to change everything. A glow appeared on the altar. Suddenly it sharply intensified. The hero covered his face from the light. A notification appeared that hidden abilities were used. They moved to the canyon. A description of the mission appeared, that his wish would become the wish of all the killers. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that if they pass the mission, they will be able to postpone the Day of Blood, regardless of the results of the vote. Looking at the girl, he thought, interestingly, she knew about hidden opportunities. It's true, it looks like the machinations of fate. Nick looked in amazement, hearing that this mission was initially a failure. Frowning, the girl said that they must find the wolf in 50 minutes. But how will they find it, among these mountains? Looking to the side, the hero thought that right, she has topographic cretinism. They rushed forward. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that let him stop, she wants to live. Frowning, the protagonist said that let Kevin jump. Looking straight ahead, the kangaroo said something. Sitting on the hero's back, Chloe asked again. The pet approached the edge. He jumped up abruptly over the abyss. They clenched their teeth in fear. The black blood wolf stood in front of them. Holding a gun in her hands, the girl said that well, they really found it, as expected from a great killer. Frowning, the protagonist thought that but, in any case. The beast screamed furiously. Nick, holding a gun in his hands, thought that what an incredible tension, a guide to this monster appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that toxic poison, since he does not have a perfect shield, he cannot use the same method as then. However, this time he is with Chloe, she can deal damage from a distance. Looking at the pet, he said that he and Kevin will distract, and she will attack him at this time. Pointing the gun, the girl said that she will do as he said, but let him not think that she will obey him from now on, just because he is a great killer. The protagonist grinned slightly. He and his pet rushed forward sharply. It seemed that this was enough. A glow appeared around the weapon. Nick used the technique of shadowless soul hunting. The kangaroo swung his hand. He struck with an uppercut. The bullets rushed forward. They flew at the beast. Smoke was coming from the monster's head. Looking at it, Nick thought that it worked. The beast clenched its teeth. The wolf, raising its head, growled. Turning around, the hero shouted that he was preparing poison. Suddenly, the beast attacked with poison. The ground began to melt. There were puddles of poison on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that there was enough of it. They would die if they miscalculated a little. Suddenly, he looked in surprise. Nick jumped up sharply. The monster stretched out his hand in front of him. The hero flew into a rock. The girl rushed forward. She jumped off the ground sharply. Chloe pointed the gun and thought that her magic bullet skill worked better if she was closer to the target. Frowning, she said that it was time to die. The beast swung his hand. Suddenly, Kevin struck him. Grinning, he asked what and how he liked this. Suddenly, the pet looked surprised. The wolf suddenly grabbed him with its tail. Frowning, the hero shouted about recalling the pet. The beast looked away. Looking straight ahead, Chloe said that her magic bullets did not work on this monster, asked what to do now, to which the protagonist thought that damn, he was strong despite all their attacks. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he mastered the technique of shadowless soul hunting, he would be able to cut anything, but at this level, he would not be able to cut off even his leg. The beast raised his head up, an idea appeared, what to do now. Chloe shot at the beast's head. The enemy opened its mouth in rage. The girl dodged the attack. The monster swung its tail. The protagonist jumped back from the blow. He landed next to the enemy. Looking at the blurry wolf, the protagonist wondered that his vision was getting worse. Was it because of the poison he spat out? Did it penetrate his body after all? Nick tried to catch his breath and thought about the technique of shadowless soul hunting. Watching his girlfriend hold the gun, the guy thought about the bullets she fired. The protagonist looked at the beast and thought that all this was ineffective. Everything was much worse, they could not even pierce its skin. Gritting his teeth, he thought about what to do. The protagonist looked at the enemy's head. Looking in surprise, Nick wondered if it was skin. The guy held a sword and asked if his ally could prepare for a large-scale attack. Frowning, Chloe thought that he had something in mind. She looked at her serious friend, thinking that despite the fact that he was insanely tired, his eyes were full of determination. Pulling out her gun, the girl thought about what he was saying about a large-scale attack. The preparation takes a lot of time, so she can only use this skill once during the fight. Chloe aimed upwards, deciding to just believe in him. The protagonist ran past the enemy, thinking that the reason why the shadowless soul hunting technique did not work is simple. The monster pierced the wall with its tail. The protagonist dodged the attacks, thinking that the reason was because it was trying to kill him with one blow. Grinning, he thought that given his condition, he would not be able to deal with one blow. Sparks enveloped the wolf. Nick examined the opponent's head, thinking that if this was just his shell, The guy closed his eyes in alarm. Raising the bright sword, the protagonist thought that he had mastered the most powerful sword technique in the world if he couldn't even cut his skin. The beast ran towards him furiously. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. The monster opened its mouth viciously. Nick swung his sword and asked how he would look his teacher in the eye. Chloe closed her eyes tensely. She imagined a mana cartridge and thought about how the magic bullets she usually fired were shaped like a sphere. Remembering how Kyle had squirmed from the shot, she thought that as a result, upon contact with the target, their power would decrease and the penetration would not be high enough. The girl imagined several cartridges and thought that if she gave the magic bullets a shape similar to real ones, she would succeed. Chloe opened her eyes in surprise and realized that the penetration power would increase several times. The guys screamed at the same time. The protagonist hit the monster on the head. A wound appeared on the beast. The bullet rushed towards the enemy's forehead. The cartridge began to glow. The mana accumulation was approaching the opponent. The bullet quickly flew forward. The projectile pierced the wolf's head. Chloe aimed through the hole in the monster. She held the gun with a serious expression. A notification popped up that the girl had defeated the black blood wolf. The protagonist sighed heavily. Chloe lowered the gun. The protagonist stood opposite his friend in the ravine. The guys looked at each other happily. The system reported that they had completed the mission. Their votes would represent the votes of all the killers. The votes were cast against declaring the 10th floor. Day of Blood. Nick climbed onto the monster's corpse. Taking out his sword, he asked his companion to wait. Stunned, Chloe looked at him and asked what he was doing. The guy picked up the ball and the guide said that if he managed to kill the black blood wolf, it was recommended to rip open its stomach and eat its essence. Holding out the sphere, he asked if she wanted to eat it, to which she answered negatively. The protagonist smiled and thought that she had a very weak stomach. The protagonist brought the essence to his mouth. There was a crunch. His heart began to glow. Nick looked at the flame in his hand and notifications appeared that he had received. Immunity to 1,000 poisons. He has resistance to all poisons of the tower. Covering her mouth with her hand, Chloe thought that she could not believe that he ate it. Standing in front of him, she said that now he was leaving. Not only did he quickly find the black blood wolf on such a large map, but he also determined its abilities at a glance, specifying what else he could do. The guy remembered how anxiously warned about the poison and wondered if this is what she was talking about. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that the power of the great killer. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that everything was as expected from the great killer. Looking at his thoughtful friend, the protagonist asked if she was okay. He stood on the corpse and said that since the 10th floor will not be a day of blood, it will be more difficult to replenish the required number of killed players. Nick thought about how he flew from the tower, that the duty of the killer is to reduce the number of players. He imagined how the girl extended her hand, thinking that for this purpose each killer receives an individual plan for killing and if he does not fulfill it, a fine is imposed. He does not know yet what kind of fine it is, but apparently it is something serious, since killers have huge advantages. Having stuck the sword in the ground, the guy thought about the fact that she so easily agreed with his arguments. Knowing about the fines, does this mean that the great killer has great authority? Chloe sadly lowered her eyes and said that while she is alive, and then come what may. The gorge dissolved and the system reported that all the dead have calmed down. The mission of the 9th floor is completed. Laughter was heard in the lobby. Covering his eyes with his hand, Kyle said that just think, he was killed by ordinary kobold, crazy. He shed tears through his smile. The man sat on the steps and called the boss. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Looking at the sad Nate, the protagonist thought about the fact that in the chapter of the dead, although the monsters that had to be defeated were weak, many faced their families. He looked at the upset guys, thinking that someone had to meet their loved ones, someone saw friends. Nick stood in the center of the hall, thinking that they all had to accept the death of their loved ones and let them go for the last time. One could say that this floor was the most brutal at the moment. Jack swung his hammer. Holding the weapon, he told everyone to cheer up. Frowning, the guy said that they must continue to live. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Nate created a sword and said that he was right, they can't just sit. Swinging the blade, he said that they were alive. The protagonist was taken aback. Nick calmly thought that it was true, if someone refused the mission, they would not be able to return. The guy stood in front of the guys with the weapon, thinking that everyone left their regrets behind and returned back. Smiling, he thought that they were getting stronger as they supported each other. The portal in front of the people began to sparkle. The guys turned around, hearing the system announce that the 10th floor mission would begin soon. The protagonist looked at the gate, listening to the 10th floor mission being a dimensional test. The portal showed a city and the tower was telling that all players were assigned to specific areas. The guys stood in front of the gate, listening to the 10th floor mission being in other dimensions. They would be transferred to Mirim. 3 armies were visible in the portal and the system was telling that there would be a war between the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions in this dimension. They would be assigned to one of them. Standing next to the guys, Clark thought that in order to quickly pitch a tent, he needed to calculate the tilt of the fixed pin. The protagonist frowned, thinking that wasn't Mirim the master's homeland. Taking hold of his coat, he thought that if this world was like what he heard from the master. Nick imagined the old man behind the portal. Smiling, the boy wondered if there was a chance for them to meet again. The protagonist happily looked at the sword, thinking that he could only superficially learn the technique of shadowless soul hunting due to the lack of enough time. Grabbing the handle of the blade, he thought that he wanted to meet him again. The protagonist recalled the furious monster, thinking that then perhaps he could refine the technique to a higher level, to the point where he could kill the black blood wolf with one blow. The system said that they needed to choose a faction to join. The guys stood in front of the portal. Nick grinned, saying that he thought it was obvious who he wanted to join. The guy looked at the confident guys and told us that after a short discussion, Nate and Clark joined the Orthodox faction. Looking at the serious team, the protagonist informed us that Kyle, Jack and Lizzie are with the unorthodox faction. He stood behind the girls, telling us that he and Emma would join the demonic cult, and Chloe would also join them. The protagonist looked away. Kyle hugged his leg in tears and asked to take him with him. The plot moves us to the city to the arena, where the system reported that the mission had begun. It was necessary to live a certain amount of time within the faction assigned to them. Emma stood in the crowd in surprise. Bright projectiles rushed down and the tower said that the introduction of memories necessary for the current mission had begun. Nick looked at the flying streams of memories. Puzzle pieces appeared above the crowd. Smiling, the guy thought that this place was the divine cult of the heavenly demon master. The protagonist stood happily in the crowd, thinking that from today on, they were disciples of the heavenly demon divine cult. Would they be able to pass the test of the path of the heavenly demon? Turning around, Chloe thought that there were martial artists mixed in with ordinary players. The protagonist frowned and thought that he could feel the power of their energies. Each of them was at least an advanced player. His pupil reflected the silhouette of a person, and he thought that among these people, there was a person who possessed energy that made him unattainable. The man stood in front of the crowd and said that they were glad to welcome them. Ted stood surrounded by Mana and said that he was the main examiner of the path of the heavenly demon. Nick remembered the old man in the crowd, thinking that he was the main examiner of this test and one of the 12 elders of the heavenly demon divine cult. Imagining Ted standing on the corpses, the boy thought about how he hadn't appeared on the battlefield for about 7 years. But his palm strike technique could still crush anyone. He was one of the strongest martial artists of the heavenly demon divine cult. The examiner stood in front of the boys and told them that as they knew, the heavenly path included 5 trials. Those who reached the 3rd would become servants of the divine cult, so it was in their best interests to give it their all. Standing in front of the crowd, he said that the beginning of the heavenly demon path was weeding out trash. Raising his finger, the man said that it was time to begin. Acolyte number 1, go ahead. The girl confidently took out her sword. She flew back from the blow to her stomach. The stranger landed on the ground. Ted held out his hand and said that it was trash. He stood in the arena and called the next one. The protagonist watched as the man flew away, thinking that after the man became the main examiner of the heavenly demon path, the first test was to check the acolytes one by one, and after this test, the number of servants of the cult increases several times. Chloe crossed her arms and said that this was a pretty good idea. In any case, they will eventually return to the tower. The protagonist looked at the screen with the mission and answered that perhaps this will be one of the ways, since the mission of the 10th floor is only about survival. He smiled. Nick looked away at his surprised friend and asked if he wanted to go through it as a slave. Smiling, the girl replied that not in this life. Ted appeared in front of the guys and said that they dared to talk during the sacred heavenly path. Exuding dark mana, the man said that as he understood, this is a challenge. Clouds were gathering over the canopy. The examiner stood in the arena in front of the girl and asked her name. Frowning, he informed her that from now on Chloe would forget this name. It no longer belonged to her. The protagonist watched them carefully, thinking that he assumed that she was another slave, but it did not seem like she was ready to give up so easily. Looking at his confident friend, the protagonist thought about the fact that she had never held a sword in her life. Would she be able to pass the first test? Chloe was taken aback, hearing that it was enough to stand there. The girl bared her teeth. She tore herself off the ground. Chloe swung the sword in front of the examiner. Stopping the blade with her fingers, Ted thought that she was not using any techniques, just waving the sword. He looked in surprise. A bullet flew into his forehead. The girl was holding a gun and a sword. The guys looked at her in shock. Nick was taken aback, thinking she was crazy. How could she explain a gun appearing out of nowhere in Mirim? The guy watched his friend shoot, thinking that she was basically screaming that she came from another world. The man grabbed her by the neck. Frowning, the examiner asked if that was the finger-snapping technique. Letting go of the girl, he said that it was not bad. Ted walked away from her across the arena and announced that she passed. The dumbfounded protagonist stood in the crowd, thinking that it was understandable. He did not see the gun. Imagining Chloe aiming with her finger, he mused that the tower disguised it as if she was shooting energy using her fingers. Touching his chest, the protagonist thought that this was a relief, It seemed that sometimes her recklessness played into their hands. Nick opened his eyes slightly, hearing that looking at his smile, his friend dared to suggest that he enjoyed watching her suffer. Chloe held her neck and said that she could laugh as much as she wanted. Smiling, she said that he was next. The guy stood in the arena in front of the examiner. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist imagined a huge Ted in front of him, thinking that when he stood in front of him, it felt like a mountain in front of him. He imagined animals and an insect, thinking that he was not as strong as the master, but for an end it made no difference whether it was a tiger or a wolf in front of him, they were both stronger, and how he should attack him. The man asked with a serious look if he was really there to make eyes at him. Nick stood calmly, deciding that he would start with water attacks. The guy got off the ground. Ted ran away from the attack. The protagonist swung his sword. The examiner deftly dodged the blows. The protagonist bared his teeth and wondered what was wrong with him, as if he was mocking him, showing that he would never be able to get to him with such techniques. It felt like he was hearing the master's voice. The man stood silently in the arena. Gathering mana in his hand, Ted thought that it was not bad, but nothing outstanding. It was time to finish. Nick sighed heavily. He confidently extended the sword, thinking that this was a monster that could kill Chloe with the first attack. The water technique was useless from the very beginning. The protagonist stood in front of him, thinking that even if he was just an insignificant firefly, he was still the successor of the heavenly demon, and should not forget this while being here. Filling the sword with mana, the protagonist decided that he should show him. The man looked at him in surprise. Nick walked forward. Frowning, he thought that just a little, but he would show him. The guy jumped above him. The protagonist swung his sword, thinking that he would show the spirit of the successor of the heavenly demon. Ted was taken aback, thinking that this was the technique. The protagonist was walking through the forest. Nick was looking ahead thoughtfully. He approached the examiner with his sword. The tip touched the hairpin. The guy untied his hair with a blow. The man extended the sword to the surprised opponent. The protagonist froze in front of him. Ted brought the weapon to his neck and said that he had passed. Walking under the trees, the protagonist thought that although he had not managed to land a single blow, he was glad that he had passed the first test. Nick sadly raised his head. Stopping in front of the house, he wondered why the man had called him at such a late hour. Ted crossed his arms and said that he had too little internal energy. The examiner sat at the table in front of the guy, telling him that it was because he had learned some unknown cultivation technique that was unknown even to the dogs living in the divine cult. Annoying. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he was starting to get nervous. Would he fail it due to lack of internal energy? The protagonist looked at his stats, thinking that the magic power, called internal energy here, increased when he leveled up. However, he was only at level 8. He closed his eyes, thinking that the hell with the leveling penalty, which he thought gave him an undeniable advantage. This was why he was here. Nick watched as the man touched his arms and asked what he was doing. The examiner removed his hand. Touching his chin, Ted reported that this was very strange. His blood vessels were not blocked, and his body had a constitution that was perfect for accumulating internal energy. He remembered the guy swinging his sword and thought that if he was not mistaken, that sword technique existed, but it was impossible. He had not heard of the Almighty taking disciples. Looking at the confused protagonist, the examiner thought that, moreover, he would never take a person with such a small amount of internal energy as a disciple. The man looked at the surprised guy, thinking that maybe he really was a secret disciple of the Almighty. Ted imagined how the crowd of people joyfully raised their hands and shouted that the heavenly demon had descended. All the demons bowed before him. Imagining Nick standing on the stage, he thought that the guy would become the heir of the heavenly demon, the leader of the cult of the heavenly demon, revered on 10,000 mountains. The examiner imagined how the protagonist frowned. Grabbing the bridge of his nose, the man thought that the second stage of the path of the heavenly demon is a test that a person with a small amount of internal energy will never be able to pass. In this case, he will become a slave. Although he can be a successor to the heavenly demon, no matter how stupid it sounds, he does not see any other option. Is it really necessary to use this? The protagonist put his hand to his head and said that he seemed tired and it was time to leave. Ted opened the box. Holding out a plant root, the examiner asked him to eat it. He held the box and said that it was 100-year-old ginseng. If he ate it, he would gain internal energy for 10 years to come. Standing in front of the guy, the examiner said that this was his gift to him, because he was surprised by that sword technique, so he should not think anything unnecessary. The protagonist took the box in surprise. Ted held him by the shoulders and said that from now on it was necessary to follow his instructions and circulate energy inside his body. He filled the guy's back with mana. Nick clasped his hands. There was a bright flash. The protagonist sat surrounded by energy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist listened to him say that these were the basics of the art of shining life, wondering if it was true. Stretching his hands to his back, the man said that he must not lose concentration. He did not want the root to work in vain. Nick sat on the floor in front of him, thinking that besides trusting him so much and giving him 100-year-old snow ginseng that increased his energy, he was using the most advanced technique of his time, known only to members of the divine cult. Presenting the book, the boy thought that this was the shining life force of the sacred art, and he had no idea how he deserved such favor. He was filled with mana and thought that maybe it was really because he impressed him with his sword technique, or maybe it was just luck. The moon was shining above the house and the protagonist thought that whatever the reason, this is what he learned during the mission at the academy, to seize any opportunity. The plot moves us to the divine cult of the heavenly demon, on the second day, lunch, where the sun was shining. The protagonist looked at the groups of guys in the arena and told us that the cadets who passed the first test were either training solo or resting before the second test began. Emma tied her hair and told her friends that she thought all the other players were disqualified. Nick looked in surprise at the flying stone. There was an explosion behind him. The guys looked at him in fear. They were looking through a hole in the wall. Chase raised his leg and said that it got hotter because they were in a place where they shouldn't be. He grabbed his head and said that they were stupid outsiders. How dare he dodge his blow? The protagonist frowned. The protagonist looked at the grinning opponent and thought that he was from the Blood Tribe. His origin and skill were much higher than theirs. He was one of the best cadets. What does he want from them? The boy put his hand to his head and said that he had no idea how such a loser joined the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Chase opened his eye in displeasure, hearing that it seemed like they had some chatty fools who wanted to die. Dusting off her sleeve, Chloe asked if they were deaf. She put her hand to her neck, asking why they were asking so many questions. The veins on the boy's neck stood out. He smirked. Putting his hand on her hip, Chase said that she had a big tongue. The girl raised her gun. Putting the gun to his forehead, Chloe asked if it would knock the crap out of his head. Grabbing his sword, the boy replied that he was also wondering which was faster, her finger-snapping technique, or his sword. The protagonist raised his hand and asked to stop. The boys looked away from him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that he didn't think it was a good idea to cause trouble during the heavenly demon's journey. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they would lose if they fought him right now. However, they should wait for a better opportunity. Nick closed his eyes. Listening to the guy say that he seemed to be a coward, they should show mercy, they would not pass the second trial anyway, and thought that for the remaining trials, he should either gain more energy through training or use all available means. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing that if you think about it, the girl was quite beautiful, despite her long tongue. Licking his lips, Chase said that he had decided everything. He touched his chin and said that when this trial was over, he would choose her as his slave. Chloe was taken aback, listening that she should be ready. Smirking, the guy said that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Raising his sword, he thought in anger that his opponent had gone crazy. The man walked up the steps. Standing in the arena, Ted ordered everyone to return to their seats. Chase walked through the crowd and said that they would see each other soon. The guys looked after him furiously. The sun illuminated the sky. The examiner stood in front of the guys and told them that this day would be one of the most important turning points in their lives. The novices who passed this test would be allowed to study the advanced techniques of the divine cult. Sweating, Nick thought that it had been hot before, but because of this fool it had become simply unbearable. He was a good man, he held back, the time would come and teach him a lesson. Looking at the bottles, the guy thought that they had finally been given water. The protagonist drank calmly, thinking that he felt much better. They had never been told the essence of this test. The liquid was leaking into his body. There was an outbreak inside. The stunned protagonist held back his nausea. Ted stood in front of the crowd of patients, announcing that the second test had begun, and the goal was to cleanse themselves of the poison they had just drunk using their internal energy. The man frowned. The examiner watched as the boy held his throat, thinking that he had helped him a little. But he was not sure if it would be enough to pass this test. He had to prove himself, of course, if he really was the successor of the Great One. The system reported that the immunity to 10,000 poisons had been activated. Nick was taken aback. Dragonflies were flying over the building. Ted stood in front of the boy, asking if he had really gotten rid of all the poison. The protagonist clasped his hands, announcing that he had prepared himself in case there was something in the water, so it was easy for him to get rid of the poison. He recalled holding the flame in his hand, thinking that after eating the essence of the black blood wolf on the 9th floor, he had obtained a body with immunity to 10,000 poisons. As he imagined himself filling up with energy, the protagonist thought that while he was trying to comprehend the shining life force of the sacred art, he had not accumulated enough internal mana to get rid of such a strong poison. If not for the immunity, things might not have ended so well. Nick stood in front of the man and thought that he was glad to have passed the test without using any effort. Ted looked at him in surprise, thinking that it was amazing. Even though he gave him 100-year-old ginseng and the sacred art of shining life, one must have the internal energy of a first-class warrior to neutralize the poison so quickly. How could he have collected so much energy in just 1 hour? The examiner grabbed his beard. He imagined the master in front of the building. Looking at the bowing disciple, The man thought that it would be possible if his talent was chosen by the Almighty. Maybe he really was his disciple. The guy walked towards them. The protagonist looked away. Chase wiped his chin and said he was done. Ted laughed. The examiner stood in front of the boys and said that this year's cadets were impressive. I would not have thought that first and second place would cope with the poison so quickly. The boy frowned when he heard him congratulate them both on joining the divine cult and was looking forward to how they would do in the next tests. He stepped forward and addressed the elder. Chase clasped his hands and asked if he could request another test. The boy frowned and said that he wanted to undergo the test with a double dose of poison. The stranger sat on the ground, wondering what kind of double dose was this. He was ready to die from this. The man frowned and asked how dare the cadet behave like this. The elder looked at him seriously and asked why he was asking for such a thing. The boy was sweating and replied that he felt like he had not reached his full potential and wanted to prove his abilities in more difficult conditions. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he said that he would like to be with the one who got rid of the poison first. Chase grinned, thinking about how he was called the future of the blood tribe. He drank elixirs from a young age and accumulated internal energy with the exclusive cultivation technique of the blood tribe. The guy looked at a serious opponent, thinking that it turned out that this fool's internal energy was better than his. This was impossible. Imagining Nick's face cracking, Chase thought that he probably used some kind of trick, or was just lucky. Even he would have a hard time with a double portion. No matter what tricks he pulled, he was the future of the blood tribe. The cadet clenched his fist and decided that he was the future of the divine cult, and he would completely crush him. Closing his eyes, Ted thought that a strong spirit was expected from high-ranking tribes, but he crossed the line, and replied that this was not the case. The protagonist looked at him and interrupted him, saying that he agreed. Chase smirked as he said he wanted to make a small adjustment to the amount of poison, thinking he expected that double the amount was too much for him. The protagonist held up 3 fingers. Frowning, he said he wanted it to be 3 times as much. The guys were taken aback. Ted looked at him in shock. The opponent was sweating in fear. The sun was shining over the building, and Nick was announcing that he was done. Chase writhed in tension, wondering if he was done. The guy sat behind him, thinking that this was impossible. This was an accident. He bit his lip, wondering if a nobody like him was actually superior to him. How was that even possible? The guy writhed in anger, thinking that he didn't understand it. Chase coughed up blood. He looked at him in fear. The guy looked after his opponent. The cadet collapsed unconscious. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how the unexpected extra round ended in his easy victory, thanks to his immunity to 10,000 poisons. The protagonist watched as a scream came from the building and told us that since Chase could not withstand the triple dose of poison, he was immediately taken to the medical department, and fortunately, saved. Looking at Emma putting her hand to her head, he informed us that the girls also soon finished the task. Imagining a crowd of guys, Nick thought about the future of the remaining cadets. Whether they will become slaves or official warriors was decided. Dragonflies flew over the arena and the plot informed us that this is where the second test of the path of the heavenly demon ended. We are transported to the next day to the cadets' accommodations, where they were talking from the house about a mystical creature. The guy pointed at his horns and said he was a head taller than a man and jumped like a rabbit. He was so fast that he couldn't catch him even using the agility skill. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that they were a head taller than a man and jumped like rabbits. He was taken aback when he heard the guy from the room say that these mystical creatures looked incredibly ugly. The protagonist was sweating, thinking that he understood who it was about. Nick imagined a smiling Kevin. The guy remembered how he told the kangaroo in the forest to take a walk, but returned before dawn. Chase was lying on the bed, asking where he saw this mystical creature. He was holding the towel furiously. The cadet was sitting on the edge of the bed and answered that last night. The protagonist watched from behind the door. The guys were standing in the night forest, and the guy was saying that he saw it right here yesterday. There was a click. Chase opened the box with a flower. The system reported that it was a snow flower. Its name was due to the fact that after blooming it resembles snowflakes, possessing an exceptional aroma. It is a delicacy for mystical creatures. Chase planted the plant in the soil and said that the guys cannot even dream. It is very rare. The worried cadet raised his hands and asked if he was sure that everything will be fine. What if they are caught doing this? He heard that it is a very expensive flower. Chase frowned. Imagining mana in a deer, he thought about the fact that the essence of a mystical creature contains a large amount of pure energy, which most elixirs cannot compare with. The guy was sweating in panic, thinking that if he could absorb this energy, he would be able to restore his reputation as the strongest of the younger generation of the blood tribe. Chase stood in front of the guys and said that now they will sit quietly and wait for the mystical creature to appear. Frowning, the protagonist asked if this was his plan. The protagonist sat with a kangaroo and said that it was a beautiful evening. Why don't they practice a little? The guys sat behind the bushes. Kevin watched from an ambush. Nick stood seriously behind a tree. He raised 2 fingers. The protagonist pointed forward. The kangaroo rushed to the flower. The animal examined the plant. Chase frowned. He took off from the ground. The guy flew above the animal and shouted that it was here. Grinning, Chase thanked it for the essence. The guys smiled happily. Kevin held the flower in his teeth and thanked it. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Smiling, Nick used the pet recall. The kangaroo dissolved in front of the enemy. Chase smiled in shock. High cliffs were visible when someone asked where the magical creature disappeared to. The protagonist petted Kevin and wondered how he could say that he was ugly, and then added that the kangaroo was the most beautiful creature of all, and that he did a great job taking the snow flower. The protagonist's feet touched the ground. Nick looked at the plant when he asked if it was really a very expensive elixir. The dark-haired guy turned his gaze to the upset pet. He imagined the kangaroo opening its mouth wide. The protagonist handed Kevin the flower and asked him to take it, explaining that it would bring him more benefit. The pet greedily began to eat the plant, wondering what had gotten into it. Then the protagonist thought that taking elixirs of the same strength would reduce its effectiveness, so feeding it to it was the right decision. The protagonist touched the pet and said that he would help it with energy circulation so that everything would be better absorbed. His palms were enveloped in light energy when he used the shining life force of the sacred art. Nick looked at the kangaroo with concern. Veins appeared on his palm when he thought about the huge amount of mana, and that he ate a snow flower, and it seemed like he swallowed 100-year-old snow ginseng. A bright light began to emanate from Kevin. The protagonist crouched, touching the ground with his hand. Light streams of energy appeared on the pet's head. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought that at least everything was not like this. The kangaroo opened its mouth wide and screamed. Then the guy thought about how he could only hear about it. Muscles appeared on Kevin's arms. Veins bulged on his thighs. The pet stood with his fists clenched. The kangaroo smiled widely, looking forward when Nick realized that this was body reformation. Kevin crouched when he spoke about this power coming from within. He jumped up and shot upwards as he finished speaking. The protagonist looked at the pet and wondered why the elixir had affected it so much, assuming that it really was a mythical creature. The protagonist looked down in concern, wondering if his appearance had changed along with his body. Then what had happened to his smaller form? Sweat began to trickle down the boy's face. He imagined a small, muscular kangaroo, thinking that it couldn't be. The pet looked closely at Nick, who turned to it and asked it to shrink. The small animal began to fall down. The protagonist reached out his hands to it. The protagonist looked at it with a smile, thinking that nothing had changed. He stretched its stomach with his fingers when he realized that it had become plumper. The boy's face turned red as he thought about what the meaning was. Kevin sat on his shoulder when Nick said that he had become even cuter, and thought that in any case, he had not lost anything. The protagonist looked ahead confidently, thinking that he could not summon him in the path of the heavenly demon, but he was looking forward to using him in battle in the future. The protagonist turned his back when the kangaroo asked him to stop. The sun shone on the building of the demon god archives. The man stood in front of the young men as he said that they were no longer just cadets, but official warriors of the heavenly demon divine cult. The mentor in the bandana opened his mouth and announced that they would be given a special opportunity before passing the third trial of the cult. The boys looked ahead hopefully. He opened the doors slightly as he explained that for the next 4 days, they would be allowed access to the entire third floor of the demon god archives. There were bookcases in the room. The boys smiled, looking ahead. They ran forward when it was said that they could study any martial arts manuals on the third floor for 4 days, but they were forbidden to make copies, and that if they were caught doing so, they would be executed on the spot. The boys were in front of Nick, shouting about being able to study the martial arts of the divine cult, when the master called them scum and ordered them to maintain order, and the young man thought about how they had gained access to the third floor of the demon god's archive before the third trial. The protagonist touched his chin, thinking that based on his memories, he could tell that the third floor had low-ranking manuals that even slaves could access. He imagined books with tattered bindings. The protagonist imagined a crimson tome when he thought about how there was also a supreme art that even the cult leader studied, and how the essence of the heavenly demon divine cult could be found in the art of mobility. The two pointed at each other as Nick thought about the fact that from what he knew about the third trial of the heavenly demon path, this was the arena where they would fight their chosen opponent. The dark-haired boy smirked, thinking that the fact that they were given access to the third floor could only mean that the art of mobility would play a major role in passing the third trial. Someone brushed against the protagonist's shoulder. Chase looked at him with hostility and asked if he was so relaxed because he had passed the second trial first, adding that he might as well enjoy himself until the third trial began while he had the chance. The boy had his back to the protagonist, who thought that he was an ass for assuming that he wanted to choose him as an opponent. Chase tilted his head forward as Nick thought that, regardless of his behavior, the other boy still had a lot more energy than him. The protagonist looked at the bookcase, realizing that the art of mobility he would learn there for the third trial had become even more important. A system notification appeared in front of him, stating that the books on the third floor of the Demon God's archives would be assigned star ratings, and that they had already been assigned. The corresponding symbols appeared next to the tomes. The protagonist touched the bookcase, thinking that this was great, and that the guide had done all the work for him. The blonde was sitting in front of the young man, who thought that she seemed to have become more motivated after the 9th floor. Nick's pupils narrowed. There was a stack of books on the floor, when he realized that all the tomes the girl had taken had low ratings. The boy stood next to Emma when he spoke to her, noticing that she was working hard. The blonde opened her mouth and replied that she needed to work hard to have a chance to become stronger. The girl turned around, looking back as she added that she wanted to be able to help him and their team even more. The protagonist looked forward attentively, thinking about how her words were like balm to the soul, and how he felt very peaceful, summing up what it meant to be a healer. The protagonist opened his mouth and spoke to her. He handed Emma a book when he asked about reading it, adding that he thought it would suit her. Nick looked serious as he presented the tome and thought about how Moonwalk was the highest rated book in this area, and that of course, if you looked hard enough, you could find even higher, but at least it would be more useful than what she was reading. The girl picked up the book and said its title. The blonde hugged it and said that although she didn't know the reason why he recommended the book, his advice had never hurt her before, and then thanked him. Nick closed his eyes, smiling and asking her not to worry about it, and then wondered if his excuse wasn't convincing. Someone was watching them when the boy said that he would go look for books to read, then Emma wished him to find something suitable. Chloe looked forward angrily. There were low-rated books on the shelf. The protagonist was standing by the bookcase, wondering if all these tomes were written by some mediocre author, when he was approached. The protagonist looked away intently when he recognized the girl. Chloe was standing in front of him when she asked him to give her one too, then he asked what she said. The dark-haired girl opened her mouth and said what she wanted. She closed her eyes when she asked him to choose a book for her too. Nick looked shocked. It was raining outside the building 4 days later. The boys were standing in front of the arena when they were informed that the third trial of the Heavenly Demon Path was about to begin. The bearded man opened his mouth wide when he said that the rules were simple and that they just needed to defeat their opponent. The arena was square in shape when he added that if they fell off the wooden pillars installed in the arena, it would be considered a defeat, and advised them to use the mobility art they learned in the Demon God's archive. The boys stood in front of the pillars. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that the type of mobility art they learned would be the key factor in the trial. The protagonist looked away. The boy stepped in a puddle. He jumped off his feet. Chase nimbly jumped onto the pillar. He pulled his sword out of its sheath. The boy pointed his blade at Nick. Chase glared ahead as he ordered his opponent to step aside. The protagonist looked ahead with concentration. It was raining over the area. The opponents stood opposite each other. Chase held his sword in front of him as he said that his previous life was rather boring. He imagined himself walking along a path as he added that everyone he had encountered lately, no matter how talented they were too weak. The boy glared ahead as he summed up that wherever he went, he only met pathetic people who lay at his feet. Chase held his blade out in front of him as he said that he thought that by taking the path of a heavenly demon, he would also only be killing time, and that after passing the trials and becoming the best cadet, he would have slaves to relieve his boredom. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The opponent remembered standing behind the protagonist. Chase glared ahead. He swung his blade, attacking Kevin. The boy grimaced, looking ahead as he summed up that all of this became unimportant when Nick appeared. Drops fell from the sky as the boy thanked him, explaining that he was filled with a desire he had never felt before. Several bolts of lightning flashed. Chase appeared behind the protagonist. The protagonist looked away, gritting his teeth. There were pillars underneath them as the opponent exclaimed that he was filled with a desire to kill him. The raindrops were cut in half. Chase was in front of Nick. A cut appeared on the boy's chest. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest, thinking about how his technique was so perfect that it cut even drops of water, and how it was only one attack, but he felt it in full. An ominous aura enveloped the opponent as the protagonist thought about how he felt how strong he was. Nick's mouth fell open. A drop fell from his chin when he realized that despite this, it was clear that today he would make him fall. The guy imagined Chase licking his lips, who asked if he realized that taming beasts with a bad character was his forte. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. They hung in the air in front of each other. The guys crossed swords several times. The protagonist glared at his opponent. Chase smiled evilly when he asked if this was all he could do, adding that, as he thought, what he did in the second trial was just a cheap trick. Their feet were next to each other when he added that he had something to tell him. The pillar in front of Nick was empty when his opponent reported that the art of mobility, which he learned from the archive of the Demon God, was written by one of the 12 Supreme Ones. Chase appeared in front of the protagonist when he finished speaking. The pillar was empty again. Colorful animals rushed towards the protagonist as the opponent used the 4 Gods step technique. The boy looked ahead with concentration, thinking about this skill. He imagined a bookcase with a tome of the same name when he realized that this book had 4 stars. Chase pointed his sword at Nick, who thought that he was already talented and strong thanks to his lineage, but this was more like luck, and that the world was unfair. The boy rested his feet on the pole. A purple aura emanated from him as he used the high-ranking shadowless step technique and thought that on the other hand, he was glad that he was like this. The opponent looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked again. There was a message written on the page of the book as the protagonist began to think about the fact that he guessed this as soon as he saw the title Shadowless Step, and the more he read, the more confident he became that the one who wrote this book was his teacher. Chase put his hands out as he wondered if he had found a decent mobility art, and which corner he had dug it up in. Vincent was in front of the boy as he said that it was a pity that he couldn't teach him sword techniques because of his oath to the tower, and that he couldn't help. Then he replied that he didn't seem too sad. Nick looked ahead with a smile as he thought that he now understood why he had said that, and that the Shadowless Step was the basis of the Shadowless soul-hunting sword technique. He moved around the arena nimbly as he thought that this arena was definitely created by a teacher. The protagonist appeared at the side of his opponent. He imagined Vincent and the book as he thought about the 24 round wooden pillars that could be stepped on, and that it was drawn in the second part of the Shadowless Step manual. The protagonist deftly dodged Chase's attacks, who called him a slippery vine. A blade was waved in front of the boy's face as he thanked him for the compliment, explaining that the vine was an incredible slave that could eat up to 1,000 mosquito larvae a day. Nick was in front of his opponent, who asked him what he was saying. Chase approached the protagonist, shouting loudly. The protagonist was moving backwards under the opponent's pressure. The opponent looked forward angrily. Nick's pupils narrowed as he realized that while he was advancing, the flow of his attacks was uneven. The youth dodged Chase's attack, thinking that the Four Warriors Step was an art of agility that showed its true value on level ground, and that in this arena, he could only use 70% of the aforementioned abilities. Chase gritted his teeth as he was struck. He flew away from the protagonist, who wondered what it was for him. On the other hand, the protagonist quickly approached the opponent. Cuts appeared on Chase's chest when Nick exclaimed that this was practically his home. The opponent grimaced when he wondered if he had lost. He began to fall, stretching his arms up when he thought about this being the ground. The clouds in the sky dispersed when Chase thought about how scary this technique was. The young man rested his foot on the pole. The protagonist touched his hair and mentally exhaled, wondering if he had won. He looked towards the boys. The protagonist was standing on the pole in front of them when he assumed that he had succeeded. Chloe looked up intently as she mentally called him a name, and thought about him taking the best book. The man bent his hand in front of him and exclaimed that Nick had won and that the next one could choose his opponent. Ted looked ahead in admiration, realizing that right now he was witnessing the birth of the next Supreme. The protagonist bent a few fingers. Clouds were floating in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the area. The protagonist stood with his back to him. He imagined the people fighting, thinking that the 10th floor could be a day of blood. The guy imagined Ted with the box. He remembered sitting with his hands folded in front of him. Nick imagined a muscular and smiling Kevin. He remembered using the Shadowless Step technique. The protagonist clenched his fist, realizing that this floor was the place where he acquired a lot of new knowledge. Chloe was standing next to him as he thought about how she used her advantage of ranged attacks and also won easily. The protagonist imagined the girl attacking the enemy when he summarized that her main skill was arc strike. Chloe crossed her arms over her chest, saying that the book Nick chose for her was useless when the guy realized that she had reached a higher level. A girl was standing on the pole in front of him when he realized that this time it was Emma's turn. The protagonist, looking ahead with interest, thought about how, although most of them were stronger than her, she was quick on the uptake, and given Moonwalk, she could defeat the vast majority of opponents. The protagonist looked scared. The blonde was lying on the ground when he shouted her name. Nick lifted her head. He gritted his teeth and looked away. A guy was standing on the pole next to them. The young man with a sword on his shoulder looked ahead. Chase took a step forward when the protagonist explained that if anyone asked who the strongest cadet was among those who participated in the Sky Demon Path, it would be his opponent, who was the future of the Blood Tribe. The protagonist stood with his legs wide apart when he added that he, who had defeated Chase convincingly, was also considered one of the strong cadets. Nick looked away angrily when he summed up that most of the cadets remembered a different name. A young man stood on the pole in front of them. He was holding a sword when it was explained that he was the first son of the Blade Tribe, named Rick. The boys were sitting by Emma's bed in the medical room of the Sky Demon Divine Cult when the protagonist thought about how she had gotten the most fearsome opponent of all. The protagonist and Chloe looked closely at their friend who said his name, then he asked if she was okay. The blonde looked away guiltily when she asked if she had lost, adding that it had happened even with the book he had recommended to her. The guy wrung out a wet rag. He placed it on Emma's forehead when he replied that her opponent was too strong and that she shouldn't think about it yet and should focus on healing. Nick was sitting next to his friend's bed when he added that not long ago she was an ordinary office worker and that being on the same level with people who were fighting for their existence was also very impressive. Then the girl laughed and said that she thought so. Chloe closed her eyes and asked her not to be fooled, adding that he had taken the best book for himself. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when the blonde asked if it was true, to which he replied that it was not what she might think and that it was not that she was completely wrong. Then the friend said that this meant that everything was really so, after which Chloe grinned. The protagonist looked at Emma with concern, who said that he was usually very serious and stern, so it was cute to see him so confused. The girl covered her face with her hand as she added that everything was fine, and that she actually liked the moonwalk that he recommended. She propped her hand on the bed as she concluded that she couldn't always rely on him, and then asked her comrades to do their best in the remaining challenges. The blonde looked forward with determination. Emma was sitting by the window as she exclaimed that she would also do her best until they returned to the tower, and Chloe agreed with her, saying that she was going to do that anyway. The guys looked in the same direction. Nick smiled slightly as he thought that this was very similar to her. The full moon illuminated the mountains as he thought about how it would be nice to walk the path of the sky demon with her, but she would find a way to use her time wisely, and that it was their job to pass the remaining trials with dignity. The boy remembered Rick standing next to them, asking if she was okay, explaining that he thought he hit her too hard. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion as he cursed in his mind and wondered what was going on with this boy. Birds were seen in the sky as it was explained that the third trial of the sky demon path would end the next day. The sun illuminated the grounds as it was explained that there had been 38 duels in total, and only half of the cadets remained. The protagonist stood in front of Ted's desk in his office. Nick was handed a scroll as he thought about how right after the trial ended, the contents of the fourth stage were announced. Someone stabbed a man in the neck as he explained that the fourth trial was murder. A brief description was given near the portraits, when it was told that among the requirements for passing the fourth stage was choosing a target from a list of names and carefully preparing for 2 weeks, as well as the murder itself. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the probability of a successful murder was calculated using the information from the list and its statistics. Then he mentally repeated what was written. System windows with different percentage values appeared when it was reported that the calculation was complete. The corresponding numbers appeared near the portraits. Then the protagonist thought about what detailed calculations. Nick looked carefully in front of him when the examiner spoke. In front of Ted was a box when he said that the person who took first place in this test would receive a sacred object of divine cult as a reward. They were opposite each other when the protagonist repeated what was said, wondering that if this is called an object, then how impressive will be the treasure. The bearded man looked ahead with a frown, thinking that the most important thing in the fourth trial was the target, which had to be chosen wisely. He imagined someone opening the doors, thinking that if the target was too easy he would pass, but would not learn anything. The dark silhouette was pierced by thorns, when Ted added that if he chose a target that was too difficult then he could die, summing up that in order to survive in Nirim, one must be able to find a happy medium in everything. The protagonist held a parchment in his hands, when he thought about which opponent he should fight to take first place. Near the portrait of the dark-haired man, 30% was written, then he decided that the probability was too high. Rick put his hand behind his head, when Nick thought that he would probably choose a target with 20% or less. The dark-haired boy touched his chin as he thought about how it would be risky to pick someone with a score below 10% given the options, and how there would be no point if they all died, and then wondered what he should do. He stood in front of the examiner. Ted stared ahead, thinking that the test had already begun. The protagonist looked surprised when the old man mentally asked him what he should do. The boy gritted his teeth. The examiner sat in front of him as he said he wanted to pick Lucas from the Red Death sect, an unorthodox faction. The man in the portrait smirked as his stats were listed. The protagonist imagined women arguing behind him as he called the target a filthy animal. The man covered his face with his hand and laughed. He smiled creepily as he looked ahead. Nick gritted his teeth in anger as he remembered that the target's profile said that he liked knives, alcohol, was lecherous, had raped and killed over 10 women, and then said that he would take care of this trash. Ted slammed his fist on the table as the system alert popped up saying that the probability of a successful kill was 1%. An ominous aura enveloped the examiner as he said that this was too reckless, and that only the strong had the right to be angry, and then asked him what he thought the probability of killing Lucas was. The protagonist stood in front of him when Ted allowed that it was 10%, and then said that it was not, and that even if the boy gave it 200%, the probability would be much lower. The bearded man looked ahead angrily and asked him if he was really willing to risk everything, even knowing what would happen. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that saying that the probability was too small did not mean that it was completely impossible. The examiner's pupils narrowed. The boy took a step forward and spoke. He imagined a flame above him when he said that if his path led through fire, he would put it out. Nick imagined cutting through thorns when he added that if his path led through them, he would cut them down. The boy took another step. The protagonist looked ahead resolutely when he said that he would do whatever it took to get through his path. The protagonist stood in front of Ted. The bearded old man looked tense as he thought about how instead of choosing the middle path, he had the arrogance to claim that the path he had chosen was the right one. An image of Vincent appeared above the boy as the examiner thought about how he was just a kid who had just touched the martial arts, and why he saw him as the supreme one. Ted smiled slightly as he suggested that it might be him. The setting sun illuminated the road in front of the cart. Nick sat by the window, thinking about how he had not chosen Lucas thoughtlessly. The young man imagined the book and the ring as he added that he had the manual and Kevin who had woken up. He remembered how the kangaroo opened his mouth wide as he thought about how, besides his own abilities, he also had various cards that could greatly change the situation. The protagonist sat, looking out the window, thinking that if he prepared properly for 2 weeks, his chances of winning would increase significantly. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought about how the most important thing was that he wouldn't lose the reward the guide recommended. Then the protagonist remembered the system announcement that said that the special reward Ted announced would be of great help in the upcoming mission, so he was strongly recommended to take first place. Nick was shown in profile as he summed up that he still thought that 1% was too much. The youth continued to look out the window of the carriage when someone cursed and asked him if he really wanted to go all the way with him. The boy held the reins in his hands, cursing when the guide asked him to shut up and look at the road. The protagonist remembered the opponent grimacing when it was explained that Chase, who was disqualified in the 3rd stage, was assigned to the transport squad to transport the cadets undergoing the 4th test. The protagonist imagined the man with long hair when he thought about how calling it a transportation department was too pompous and that he was basically just a porter, and that it was a result of him incurring the clan's wrath by getting disqualified on the 3rd test. Chase gritted his teeth when Nick thought about the only reason he took him along, specifically for killing practice. The carriage stopped near the trees when the boy thought about how even though he wasn't as strong as Lucas, and he didn't know if he would make him his target for training, there wasn't much of a choice. The protagonist slapped the carriage and asked it to stop, explaining that they would be camping there today. Chase stood by the horse, thinking about how he was using weird words again. The protagonist crouched down, looking back when he turned to the porter and asked him to come and get this. The boy grimaced in anger. He stood behind the horse as he replied that although he had to serve him because he had lost, he was still Chase, the future of the blood tribe. The veins on his neck stood out as he added that his role was only to deliver him to the mission site, and that was all. The guy squeezed the hilt of his blade. The horse looked away carefully. Chase was enveloped in an ominous aura as he summed up that if he dared to humiliate him further, he did not even know what he would do to him. Nick looked ahead indifferently as he thought about how he expected this from him. The guy stuck his hands in the basket as he decided it was time to tell him the cruelest truth of this world. The protagonist held a chicken carcass as he summed up that whoever does not work, does not eat. He imagined the shudder as it was explained that inside the tower, basic human needs such as sleep, food, and natural needs are suppressed. A river flowed between the trees when it was explained that although this murim was on the 10th floor, it was not part of the tower, but was located in another dimension. The lock was opened when it was explained that the suppression of the need to eat in this place was removed. Many dishes appeared in front of Nick when he thought about how he remembered the food he ate on the ground and could not restrain himself any longer. A cauldron was on the fire. The protagonist tied a bandana when he added that this is why he decided to start cooking. Then it was explained that he had lived alone for 12 years. A plant was depicted above the cauldron when the protagonist explained about the oil extracted from the fragrant lotus, a seed found in Murim, and how it looked very similar to the one he had on Earth. A large knife appeared in his hand. He cut the chicken carcass several times. The chicken pieces flew down as Nick summed up that he would now throw the seasoned chicken legs into the oil. The chicken parts were floating in the cauldron. The guy was shown in profile as he thought about how pleasant it was, which reminded him of rain. He poured the red liquid on the meat as he thought about the most important thing, or rather, he would season it with a special sauce that he had prepared in advance. Chase looked ahead in horror as he asked what kind of strange food it was. The protagonist grinned, mentally asking again. There was a plate of food in front of the cadet, as he was told that it was the food of the gods, which would captivate him forever. The protagonist smiled widely, summing up that it was seasoned fried chicken. Nick crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would be his partner in murder. Chase turned his head to the side and said that he would rather starve than follow his orders, and then asked him what he meant. A piece of meat was shoved into his mouth, then he began to say what he had already said he would not. The guy froze, putting his hands out to the sides. He closed his eyes in pleasure. Chase stuck out his tongue, licking his lips when he realized what it meant to be happy. The cadet ran, spreading his arms out to the sides, when he wondered if the world had always been so beautiful. He put his finger in his mouth. The guy with the scar looked pleased when he suggested starting to practice killing. The protagonist looked away carefully. Clouds were floating above the mountains. The boys were standing opposite each other. The protagonist looked at Chase and suggested calling it a day, then Chase called him a monster, adding that he had never lost to anyone, but in a fight with him it felt like he was fighting a new person every time. The cadet wiped the sweat off his face as he asked if the assassination was planned for 3 days from now, to which he was told in the affirmative, explaining that it would be if everything went according to plan. The setting sun was shining on the trees as he warned that even with his help, Lucas was in another league, and that he still couldn't imagine him killing him, and then wondered how he was going to do it. Nick was standing behind Chase as he said that if he was that worried about him, he could join in. The boy glared at him as he asked him again, exclaiming that he would celebrate all day if he died, and then asked why he thought he was worried about him. The protagonist put his hands behind his head as he said that it was too bad, and that he was going to cook him more chicken if he succeeded. Chase's eyes sparkled as he said that he never doubted him for a second. The protagonist's mouth was closed as he thought about how he was simpler than he seemed and how he reminded him of someone. The boy put on his hat as the cadet told him to hurry up, warning him that he would not wait for him. The sun's rays illuminated the carriage as Nick thought about how he was doing now. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. The baskets fell to the ground. A woman was sitting in front of the man who asked if it was true that if they wanted to trade there they would have to pay for protection, to which she replied that she would pay next month and then asked him to be merciful. The men looked at him with smiles when he asked again and wondered if she thought he didn't know that she would ask for an extension again next month. Then they started talking about how it seemed like they got the newbies right this time and how they needed to work harder too. Chase was standing next to the protagonist when he said that these unorthodox bastards were so barbaric and that he looked like a wild boar. The man opened his mouth with his back turned when he suggested that she must think he was joking. His muscular arm was shown when he started talking about who he was. Kyle looked forward angrily when he shouted his name, adding that he was the Black Bear of the Red Death sect. Then Nick wondered what he was doing there. The man was shown half-turned when he was told that he was behind him. Kyle looked back in surprise. Tears welled up in his eyes. The protagonist adjusted his hat when he shouted his name. A man was eating noodles in an inn near the Red Death cult when someone said that he was doing well. The protagonist was sitting in front of Kyle when he said that he really enjoyed taking money from people and that one would think that he grew up in an unorthodox cult, to which Kyle replied that he was also on a mission. The red-haired man looked at Nick and asked what he was doing there, to which the boy replied that he was on a mission right now too. The cadet squinted forward when he spoke of killing. Kyle was shown in profile when he asked again, assuming that the target was one of his guys, to which he replied in the affirmative. Sweat was pouring down his face when the protagonist said his name was Lucas. The dark-haired man was eating noodles when he loudly asked again. Kyle opened his palm and whispered that the protagonist had really gone crazy, adding that he would never defeat him, and whether the guy had overestimated his abilities, summing up that he knew he was strong, but Lucas was on another level. Nick glared at his comrade. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that if Kyle, who knew him quite well, was reacting like this, then his target was actually quite strong, and that he was very objective, which made him even angrier. Chase glared at him and turned to him, asking if he was in cahoots with an unorthodox bastard. The protagonist and Kyle looked in the same direction when the latter asked who it was, to which he was told that it was his porter. The cadet with the scar grimaced. The red-haired man looked at him with a smirk and replied that he understood. Kyle stood in front of Chase when he asked how dare he call Nick by his first name, being a simple porter, explaining that he is his right hand and on this basis he will now teach him discipline. The guy in the headdress looked away and asked them to calm down, warning his comrade not to look at his appearance, because in fact he is much stronger than he looks. Then the cadet replied that he is not just a porter. The protagonist looked at the angry guy, thinking that they were in trouble. Chase clenched his fists when he exclaimed that he is the protagonist's fart. Sweat appeared on Kyle's face. Nick looked shocked. The men looked at each other, arguing about who is who to the protagonist. It was raining outside. A lantern was burning near the entrance to the Moon Cloud house. The protagonist was sitting on a tree branch. He stared ahead, thinking that it was finally time for the mission, and that it was good that it was raining. There were people standing outside the house with an umbrella, when Nick thought about the fact that, based on Kyle's words, Lucas visited a brothel called the Moon Cloud House every day. The man kicked down the doors, calling for Sophie. The servant covered his head with his hands when he exclaimed that he had arrived. The girl hugged the musical instrument to herself, trembling. The protagonist lowered his angry gaze when he realized that it was Lucas. The man stuck out his tongue, squeezing the neck of the bottle. Kyle crossed his arms over his chest when he said that there was a girl in this place named Sophie, and that she was an aspiring courtesan that the bastard had fallen head over heels in love with. The protagonist was sitting next to Chase when he asked him again and asked him how young she was and how old she was, to which he was told she looked 16. Nick was shown in profile as he thought he was completely crazy to be acting like that. Dark shapes were seen in the building as he thought that what was even stranger about the situation was that Lucas himself had placed Sophie in the brothel. The man smirked evilly when the protagonist explained that he had intentionally made her family indebted to the Red Death cult. The old man was kneeling behind the girl when it was revealed that her father eventually had no choice but to sell his only daughter to the brothel. Lucas tilted his head forward as he said that it was beautiful. He turned his back as he waved and said that he was going to the bathroom, and then asked him to wait. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, thinking about what he had heard his last words loud and clear. There was a forest in front of the house. Lucas was standing half-turned. He looked away, frowning, when he asked who it was. Kyle was standing near the tree, who said that this was where the young leader of the sect was. Then the latter called him a newbie and asked what he was doing there. The man's face turned red. His bottle was cut. The protagonist appeared behind him. The man began to spin. Nick looked closely at the parts of the bottle. Lucas was right in front of him. Kyle ran to Chase, who called him a wild boar and advised him not to come closer. The protagonist looked at the guys behind the tree, who were shouting that now that things had gone this far, he had to win no matter what, and that they would all die if he lost. Then the young man wondered why they had come with him there at all. The man pulled the sword from its sheath and asked who sent them there, guessing it was either the Justice Alliance or a demonic cult. The sheath fell into a puddle as he added that it didn't matter. Lucas tilted his head forward as he summed up that now that he had ruined his good mood, he would make him pay for it. The man grinned creepily, looking ahead. The opponent pointed the blade at the protagonist, who thought about how once the first assassination attempt fails, the difficulty of the next attempt doubles, and how the longer this goes on, the harder it will be for him. A footprint was left on the ground. The guy hung in the air, realizing that he needed to attack as much as possible. Nick held the sword in front of him, adding that he needed to do this before he sobered up completely. Lucas dodged the blow with his eyes closed. The boy was in front of him, holding the blade. The protagonist swung the sword in front of the opponent. The man deftly dodged a series of blows. The boys were peeking out from behind a tree when Cal called him a monster, exclaiming that the protagonist's attacks weren't working at all. Lucas gripped the hilt of the blade when the boy thought about how he seemed to predict all the trajectories of the sword, judging by his movements. Nick was in front of the enemy when he assumed that this was the difference in their abilities. The man touched his hair when he said that he was speechless. He looked at the boy menacingly. Lucas swung the sword in front of him when he asked about the man trying to kill him with such a low level of skill. The man swung the blade when he compared the protagonist to a parasite, adding that it was too absurd. The protagonist looked at the broken sword. The boys opened their mouths wide and called him by name. A shard of the blade was in the air. It stuck in the ground near the fighting people. Lucas looked at the sword in horror and asked what it was. Nick smiled, looking ahead as he replied that he thought that the man with his vast experience could not have foreseen this. The young man stood in a puddle. Suddenly, he flew away from the opponent. An ominous aura enveloped the man in front of him. The protagonist adjusted his hat as he thought about the powerful energy, wondering if his attack was not fatal. Lucas touched his chest several times as he said that this was not bad. He imagined insects as he added that he apparently had some skills despite being a pathetic parasite. The opponent looked ahead angrily. He rushed forward as he exclaimed that he would still remain a pathetic insect no matter how hard he fought. The man swung at the protagonist. He moved behind the boy. Lucas grabbed Nick by the neck. The opponent lifted him up, holding him in front of him. The man looked at him with a smile and said that wriggling like this suits him better. Chase pulled his sword from its sheath and told him to take his hands off of it. The cadet was grabbed by the shoulder. The boy was standing behind him when he told him to stop, then he asked what he was doing. Kyle looked forward seriously and explained that the protagonist had not yet shown all that he was capable of. The man held the boy in front of him, who thought about the arrogant idea that everyone weaker than him was an insect. The protagonist frowned deeply. Lucas' hand reached out to the old man and his daughter when Nick realized why he did not hesitate to commit such brutal acts. The boy glared at his opponent, thinking that he had to admit that his current fighting skills could not defeat the bastard and that he needed to do something right now, but the difference in their abilities was so great that he could not even touch him. The protagonist remembered the duel with the cadet when he thought that if it were not for his training with Chase, he would have died much earlier, but even in all the hopelessness of the situation, he had an advantage. Lucas swung his sword, licking his lips as he exclaimed that it was time to die. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. He held the boy in front of him, looking at the sword as the protagonist thought of a move that could not be foreseen. Kevin hit the opponent on the head when Nick called him. The man looked at the kangaroo, assuming that it was a mystical creature. Lucas turned his head to the side as he thought about how he did not know where it came from, but the strength of its energy was simply off the scale. Veins appeared on the opponent's forehead as he summed up that this meant that he had a powerful and valuable essence. The protagonist swung the blade, cutting off his head. The boys carefully looked in front of them. Kevin was standing in front of a decapitated body. Someone raised his leg, standing in a puddle. Bloody drops fell on the protagonist. Behind the boys lay Lucas's head. Kyle and Chase clenched their fists, exclaiming that they knew he could do it, that he was invincible, and that Nick did it. The boy looked at his hand, breathing heavily. He remembered the blade wrapped in energy as he thought that it was definitely the aura of the sword, the symbol of a high martial artist. Lucas glanced at his blade as the protagonist wondered why the sword's aura suddenly dissipated. The protagonist looked at the fist extended to him. Kevin looked ahead with satisfaction. A smile appeared on Nick's face as he realized that the most important thing was that he had overcome the 1% chance. They touched fists. The protagonist and the kangaroo stood next to each other as he thought about his victory. The moon was visible from under his hat as the protagonist decided that it was time to go home. He adjusted his hat, looking up. Chase stood behind him when he called him by name, then Nick thanked him, explaining that their training was very useful. The cadet opened his mouth and began to ask a question. The guy looked furiously in front of him and wondered if this mystical creature was really his. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Kevin looked scared. There was a full moon in the sky when Chase called them thieves and ordered them to return his snow flower. Then the protagonist suggested that the kangaroo run away, and Kyle asked Nick not to forget him. The cart was driving through the mountainous area. Angry Chase screamed loudly, and Nick said that when he found out that Kangasa ate his snow flower, he was furious. Chase ate chicken and calmed down. Kyle left home, and the protagonist noted that he, fearing problems after the death of the leader of the sect, quickly left its ranks and joined the group that Jack was a part of. Nick imagined the girl's angry face and thought that Kyle had learned after that the young courtesan of the Moon Cloud House had been putting poison in Lucas's drink every day. The protagonist imagined Lucas, after which he emphasized that if it weren't for her, they would never have been able to defeat this monster, and they owed their lives to her courage. Nick looked out the window. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bright sun, the protagonist said that it was all a matter of karma. His carriage arrived at a tall building that stood behind a high stone wall. Nick frowned. The protagonist remembered standing among his comrades and thinking that the fourth test of the path of the heavenly demon was murder, including him. 12 people had coped with it. Nick imagined the killed guys and noted that 7 paid for their failure with their lives, 15 returned crippled. The wounded warriors left the battlefield while the protagonist said that most of the recruits failed the task and only miraculously returned alive. Nick moved along the corridor. The protagonist introduced Emma and began to reason that it was good that she failed the third test. She was not the best killer. Chloe stood behind a tree with a gun in her hands, and Nick emphasized the fact that his second acquaintance was as if born for such tasks. Bowing, the protagonist reported to the elder that he had completed the task. Taken aback, Ted wondered if he had really been able to kill Lucas, noting that Nick continued to surprise him again and again. The protagonist stretched out his hands. His look was crazy. Putting his hand in his bosom, Ted declared that he would keep his word. The protagonist was in anticipation of receiving a reward. Nick imagined the liquid dripping from the bottle, and in his mind he wondered if they would give him the essence of azurite, a drop of which could give him as much internal energy as 30 years of training, or if they were talking about a sacred relic of a cult, at least something on the level of the sacred art of a heavenly demon. An image of a book appeared in his imagination. Nick looked at the book with a satisfied look and thought that he could finally become incredibly strong. Disgust was visible on his face. Opening the box, the protagonist saw a terrible mask inside. Looking at Ted, Nick said that he had gone to real hell and received a mask made of a human face. The mask suddenly flew out of the box, and Ted said that this was an unusual thing. The mask ended up in the hand of an elder, and the protagonist in his thoughts asked about a phantom touch. Surprised, Nick listened to the words that an ordinary mask could not hide its potential from the falcon gaze of a master of his craft, but this item fully deserved to be called a relic. Ted said with a smile on his face that if he put on this mask, saturating it with internal energy, the mask began to cling to the old man's face. The protagonist was frightened by what he saw. Nick suddenly calmed down. Ted's face changed, after which he said that he would be provided with a perfect disguise. Looking at the elder, the protagonist thought that it was incredible, even his perfect sense could not detect it. He imagined how the girl pierced Lucas's body and emphasized the fact that with such a thing even the most difficult murder would become just child's play. Taking the mask off his face, Ted asked what Nick would say and if he was satisfied now. The protagonist took the mask and replied that he was satisfied with everything. Putting the box in his bosom, the protagonist thought that if he used this thing correctly, it would help much more than any elixir or secret technique. Ted slightly lowered his head and said that since Nick liked the reward, he should allow him to ask one question. The confused protagonist replied that he was listening. The dumbfounded protagonist heard the question about his relationship to the cult leader. Holding his beard, Ted said that it could be said that his position in the cult was unshakable. Even the elders were afraid to mention him once again. Smiling, Nick began to reason that Ted was not afraid to mention the supreme leader, which meant that he was quite sure that he was somehow connected to him. Standing opposite, the protagonist replied that Ted had noticed correctly. He was the only disciple of the supreme leader. Looking around the room, Nick said that now it was his turn to ask questions. The enraged protagonist asked where he was. He imagined a battle with a monster and thought that thanks to the shadowless soul-destroying sword technique that he learned in a hurry, even the most difficult trials were within his power, but it was obvious that there was still a lot to learn. Lucas stood behind him. Looking at the screen with the cults, Nick reasoned that he chose the demonic cult to get the opportunity to meet the teacher again. In fact, the plan was to search for him immediately after arriving, but the protagonist calmly remembered how he shouted that he wanted to meet the leader of the cult. After such tricks, the death penalty would not be long in coming. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it was time to act, because the elder now believed that he was his student. Looking back, Ted said that he had not yet completed his training in isolation. Looking down, Nick reasoned that he had mastered the sword technique all his life. The sword and body became one, he became a deity, after which he was transferred to this tower. Looking at Ted, the protagonist asked if the supreme leader had gone missing. The elder was suddenly taken aback. He slammed his hand on the table and asked if the protagonist knew anything. Holding his chin, Nick thought with a satisfied look that he had hit the bull's eye. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of a tall castle and began to reason that the training ground of the heavenly demon was a place that only the cult leader and his right hand had the right to enter, the pavilion of the demon god. The protagonist frowned. He saw the outline of a girl, shrouded in a bright aura, and noticed that the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult was standing in front of him now, and if he died, she would ascend the throne. Nick knelt down. Putting his hand on his knee, the protagonist greeted the deputy. Holding a fan in front of her, the girl said with a satisfied look that this was the old man's disciple in person, and the plot introduced us to the deputy leader of the heavenly demon cult, Amanda. Nick felt as if he was being squeezed by a huge snake. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that he did not think that he would meet the deputy himself so soon. She could be aiming for the place of the leader of the cult, although he should inherit it. In his imagination, a picture appeared of Amanda holding a blade and came to the conclusion that she wanted to get rid of her at any cost. Stunned, Nick suddenly heard laughter. Wiping away tears, Amanda asked if the protagonist's nerves were too much, after which she clarified who he took her for. The protagonist was taken aback by the words that she gave him her favorite relic. She was even a little offended. Nick was in shock. A drop of sweat was running down his face while he thought about the fact that Amanda was not going to kill him. Touching the ground, he clarified whether Amanda was looking for a teacher. Rising to his feet, the protagonist also asked if she was looking for the supreme leader. The girl answered with a satisfied look that it was true, that's why she called him there. The purple aura enveloped Nick's body again, after which he felt as if he was being drilled through. His face was serious. Streams of blue energy were hovering behind Amanda. A portal opened behind her. Nick came out of the portal. A bay appeared in front of him. Amanda looked at the protagonist and said that the actions of the Murim alliance, that of the blood cult, did not give him peace. There were reasons to suspect their alliance. Nick introduced the people of various cults and emphasized the fact that they seemed to say that there was a war between them now. In this dimension there was a war between three factions, the Murim alliance, the blood cult and demons, after which he added that if he had not prevented the onset of the Day of Blood, he would have had to carry out their missions in the middle of this meat grinder. Smiling, Amanda clarified whether the protagonist was saying that he knew where the Starry were, and whether he could return him to them. Nick turned his gaze to the portal. Nick folded his arms and replied that he would definitely return it very soon. A man appeared behind him and asked who he was. The old man held his hands behind his back and said that he was the protagonist's future teacher. A slight smile appeared on Nick's face. The protagonist remembered training with the old man. Pulling out the stick, the old man said that it was his choice whether he would remain a frog splashing in the well or be reborn under his command. Standing in front of Vincent, Nick declared that he was his disciple. Memories of how he bowed his head before the heavenly demon and asked him to teach him everything surfaced in his head. The protagonist was kneeling before him again. Vincent looked at him and listened to his request to accept his respects. The old man looked at him intently. His face suddenly became displeased. The upset protagonist looked up. Nick began to swing the blade. The protagonist imagined a watch with its hands spinning backwards and thought that it would be weirder if Vincent recognized him. After all, he had regressed and was now in a parallel dimension. Nick's eyes were shining brightly. He had struck. Adjusting his hair, the protagonist asked Vincent how that was. The old man was shocked by what he saw. Holding his chin, he said that Nick's skill was lousy, but it was definitely a shadowless soul-destroying sword technique. Looking at the river, the old man said that taking someone not from the cult as a student was unthinkable. The enraged protagonist thought that he was a stubborn old stump. Vincent hit him on the head with a stick. Frowning, the old man thought that Nick was not bad after all. An ordinary person would not be able to master even the basics of the shadowless soul-destroying sword technique. But he... Holding his head, Nick said that no matter how much Vincent denied it, if someone defeated him, an old man trained in techniques. The embittered protagonist cried out that Vincent would have to say goodbye to his reputation as the strongest warrior. The veins on Vincent's head stood out, and he agreed with the protagonist. Nick suddenly smiled. The old man began to draw something on the ground with a stick and said that he had heard of one man. He was called the most talented fighter among all the candidates for the leadership of the cult. Vincent drew the guy's face on the ground and said that his name was Rick, and if nothing unexpected happened, then he would be his student. Nick suddenly frowned. The old man with a serious look said that if the protagonist defeated him, then he would take him under his wing. The protagonist's face was embittered. Sweat was running down his face. The protagonist imagined Rick, as well as Lucas, and emphasized the fact that he had no idea what Rick was capable of. He might be weaker than Lucas, but this time his goal was not to kill, but to duel, So all tricks were useless, he would have to rely solely on his own skill. Nick started walking. He imagined the girl's corpse and noted that he could very well lose, but there was no way to retreat. The protagonist moved toward the portal. He said with a serious look that he could handle it. Looking after Nick, Vincent asked where he was going. Holding a stick on his shoulder, he asked if the protagonist really thought he could win. The protagonist turned around. He smiled broadly. Nick ran to the old man, shouting that he would gladly heed his every command. Coming out of the portal, the protagonist thought that he had a feeling as if he had forgotten something. Amanda was sitting on a chair, waiting for Nick. The people gathered in the arena 10 days later. Ted opened his mouth wide and said that he would announce the conditions of the final test of the path of the heavenly demon. Holding a paper in front of him, the man said that they would have to fight each other according to the list he had made. With a wave of his hand, he announced the first duel. Rick held his hand to the back of his head. The protagonist crossed his arms. Nick frowned and mentally asked if he would be with Rick right away. The people pointed at Vincent. The men's faces were serious. They stood quietly. Amanda crossed her arms. Vincent sat on the throne and stroked his beard. Rick waved to him and cried out that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the old man thought that the guy had not changed at all. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Rick said that he was looking forward to a glorious duel with Nick, although the victory would still be his. The protagonist squinted and reasoned that they were about to cross blades, but he felt no anxiety, no excitement, no fear. Looking at the enemy's sword, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he saw that Rick had grown up to be a worthy warrior, as befits a son of a respected class. Holding his hand in front of his face, the protagonist noted that for him, a man who had grown up in the shadows all his life, Rick was brighter than the sun. Many sad memories surfaced in Nick's head, after which he assumed that Rick really deserved to become a disciple of a leader greater than him. The protagonist closed his eyes. Vincent ran his finger near the girls, thereby saying that if Nick lost, he was finished. The protagonist sighed with a smile on his face. He got into a fighting stance. Rick prepared to fight. They rushed at each other. They swung their blades and cried out that they would fight with dignity. Rick was lying on the ground. He was trying to catch his breath. Sweat was running down Nick's face. The man waved his hand. The people in the stands looked at the arena and heard that the protagonist was the winner. The protagonist extended his hand. He helped Rick stand up, saying that he was incredible. Looking at the boy's happy face, the protagonist reasoned that he was not saying this out of politeness. He was very impressed. Rick was almost as good as a full-fledged martial artist. Looking at Vincent, Nick emphasized that this was to be expected from a potential protege of the teacher. If not for his 10 days of individual training, he would have lost without a doubt. The protagonist smiled. He looked at his fist and wondered if he had now secured his right to become the leader's student. The guys were scared. Nick looked at them and wondered why they were all so scared. The protagonist was shocked. Vincent was hovering in the sky above him. The old man, who was surrounded by a purple aura, thought that he wanted to address all the members of the heavenly cult. People knelt down. The elder's aura began to spread. Nick also knelt down and thought that the body had lowered itself. This was the stern authority of the supreme leader. Energy began to emanate from the protagonist. The protagonist was surprised. Vincent said with a serious expression that Nick would become his disciple. People surrounded the old man while the protagonist thought that not everyone agreed with his sudden decision. With a wave of his hand, Vincent threw the people away from him. Watching the remaining duels, the protagonist told us that, of course, the other recruits also faced off against each other as part of the test. It was getting dark outside while Nick was saying that thus the long journey of the heavenly demon had come to an end. Night had fallen. Sitting next to Vincent, the protagonist asked why the old man had declared him his disciple if he would soon leave this place, adding that he had only drawn unnecessary attention to himself. Holding a glass in front of him, the elder asked if the protagonist wanted to say that the news that the strongest in the world had chosen a disciple was a trifle. Nick was surprised. Holding his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that there were clearly consequences. Many people would be interested in where he had suddenly disappeared to. Drinking alcohol, Vincent said that on the contrary, the race for the throne would be more interesting this way, because his competitors would not even know where he was. Looking at him, Nick asked if the teacher had figured out the problem Amanda had told him about. The old man imagined how he had defeated the warriors and said that he had only had to stomp once, and they had all fallen down without strength. The puzzled protagonist mentally assumed that it had been an interesting sight. Embarrassed, Vincent asked if the protagonist wanted to learn anything else before returning to the tower, noting that it was quite possible that they were seeing each other for the last time. The protagonist was thoughtfully silent. He filled his glass. Drinking alcohol, Nick suggested that they just have a drink. The disgruntled old man called the protagonist an idiot, adding that he climbed into the portal to find it, and ended up ruining such an opportunity. The protagonist thought with a calm face, thought that he knew that he would not get a second chance like this and might even regret it in the future. Nick remembered how he watched the guys drinking together. Looking at his reflection in the sake, The protagonist came to the conclusion that he just wanted to drink with the teacher. Vincent silently looked at the guy. He remembered how Amanda watched his training, after which he said that at his age it was stupid to bother himself with thoughts about the future. There was not even enough time for training. Sighing, the elder thought that despite the fact that he had dedicated his entire life to improving his level of martial arts, it was a sin to complain about such moments of silence. Holding out a glass, Vincent asked to pour him one. While drinking with the teacher, Nick reflected that the journey had been exhausting. The 10th floor had almost become a day of blood, but he had learned a lot and would return without any regrets. Looking at the flowers, the protagonist noted that even if he parted with the teacher again, it seemed to him that this meeting would not be the last. Nick teleported. He saw a petal in his hand and in his thoughts asked the teacher to take care of himself until their next meeting. The protagonist noticed the voice calling him. He smiled. His comrades were standing in front of him, and Nick emphasized the fact that he would conquer the tower side by side with his friends for now. They paid attention to the loudspeaker and heard that they were being congratulated on passing the 10th floor. Players from Area C-2567 would no longer be able to increase their stats with gold or stat points. From now on they could only increase their level through training. The joyful protagonist emphasized the fact that they had all become noticeably stronger. Kyle started posing, saying that it was impossible. The bloody cult called him a black bear. There was a smirk on his face. Jack held a hammer in his hands and said that Kyle really was a spy. Kyle began to cover his head with his hands. Chloe approached Nick. Standing opposite, she asked if he had become stronger than the others, after which she called him a disciple of the Sky Demon. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The dumbfounded guys asked about the Sky Demon, who is stronger than everyone in the world. Puzzled, Nick wondered how to explain everything to them. The protagonist imagined how he received various items and noted that when conquering the tower, everyone gives it their all, but he always raked in all the sweet rewards for himself. He stood quietly, imagining Vincent, and thought that before this, by hook or by crook, he managed to hide it, but now they found out that he became a disciple of the Sky Demon. Nick imagined the outlines of the guys and thought that he was not the only one in Mirim. Everyone realized the significance of this event, and it was natural for them to think that everything was going too unfairly, especially for Chloe, an unrivaled killer, and the best in her previous squad. Dumbfounded, Nick assumed that Chloe was unhappy with this state of affairs. She said with a serious look that this was expected from the great unrivaled killer. The embarrassed girl said that no one but the protagonist could become a disciple of the heavenly demon himself. Enthusiastic Kyle said that he had dreamed of meeting the heavenly demon all his life. The guys joyfully began to shout that Nick was doing well. A blade appeared in Nate's hand. He rushed into battle shouting that they would not disgrace the honor of the protagonist, and it was time for them to become stronger. Emma swung her sword and noted that one cannot always rely on the protagonist. The boys started training, and Nick thought that their friendship and faith in each other helped them conquer 10 floors, so such things could not cause discord. Smiling, he assumed that he was the only one who hesitated in doubt. A projection appeared in front of him, which said that the manual was available. Nick was suddenly surprised. He began to read on the projection that he needed to familiarize himself with the principle of the mask made of a human face before starting the 11th floor. The protagonist climbed into Clark's tent and asked to let him take shelter in it. A mask appeared in his hand and he began to study the rules, where the first was that the mask allows you to take the form of only other players according to the choice of the wearer. The second rule was that it is possible to change not only the face of the wearer, but also the display name and level. The third rule was that as soon as other players find out about the existence of the mask, the disguise will immediately stop working, and the final rule was that murders committed with the mask on the face cannot be tracked even by the ability of an unrivaled killer. Looking at the projection, Nick thought that it was not for nothing that this thing was called a sacred relic. The protagonist held the mask in his hands. It began to transform. The protagonist put it on and saw projections of the guys he could turn into. His eyes were scared. A bright light was coming from Clark's tent. Nick turned into Emma and looked at himself in the mirror, arguing that he chose her because she had a different body shape, gender, voice and clothes, which could not be imitated by facial transformation alone, so he wanted to know if the mask could handle such a task. He climbed out of the tent and emphasized the fact that he was not a pervert. Embarrassed, Nick looked away. Turning away from Emma, he said that the weather was wonderful today. Confused, Emma watched him. Exhausted, Nate said that they had been torturing themselves for 6 hours already, but the characteristics were still the same. A purple projection appeared. Sitting on the throne, Ron asked if the guys thought that they would sweat for a couple of hours and immediately become 3 times stronger. Nick frowned when he saw the monster. Grinning, Ron asked them not to be too upset, noting that for those of them who thought they had chosen the wrong class, the 11th floor would be an ideal chance to retrain. A voice came from the loudspeaker, saying that they and the players from other zones would be pursuing the same goal. The guys looked up and listened to how their goal would be the complete extermination of the participants of one of the zones. Now a reward would be assigned for the head of each of them. Their characteristics appeared next to the warriors. Frowning, The main character read that the reward for his murder would be 146,000. Behind Ron's back were leaflets with the wanted players, and he emphasized that the amount of the reward was determined based on the dexterity and agility of the player. So they should not yawn and are obliged to reduce the distance between themselves. This is a chance to radically change their situation. The guys were horrified by what they heard. The enraged protagonist thought he was trying to prevent a blood day, and Ron had assigned such a task. The girl raised her hand and asked to wait. She looked dumbfounded and said that they didn't have to kill anyone if their task was to completely clear one of the zones. They could just hide until the players of the other zones were tearing each other's throats out. Waving his hand, Kyle asked if they would do nothing while the others were raking in gold with shovels, and if she was suggesting that they missed such an opportunity in conditions when it was hard for them to level up. Emma stood behind him and said that the problem was that their opponents would not be monsters, but other people. The world was not what it used to be, but if they just started killing people just to get stronger. Holding her head, Emma asked how they could trust each other after that. An angry Jack cried out that the girl was right. It would take much more time, but you can level up with training. Nate held his hands in front of him and said that the problem was that with such altruism they only shot themselves in the foot, because while they sat back, other players would not miss the chance to get stronger. Looking down, Nick thought that most of his comrades had never killed before. Looking around the room, he reasoned that there, even if they did nothing, they would simply become targets for other players. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character emphasized the fact that after all the litigation they had experienced together, they had become a real team. The guys were having a heated discussion. Nick listened to them in silence, upset, and thought that everything was the same now as it had been then. Chloe sat on the stairs and said that they had found something to fool their heads with. She asked the guys with a serious expression to understand that if they did not kill, they themselves would become victims. The protagonist rode through the settlements on Kevin. He remembered standing in front of his comrades and thinking that this time, perhaps, everyone would have to kill another person. Even if they did not dare, they would just wait until one of them died. Frowning, the protagonist said that their lives were at stake, so the line between good and bad was now blurred, but he could confidently say that each of them had coped with past trials and formed their own principles. Nick presented the book and emphasized that it was good when the leadership suggested the best course of action, but it was not omnipotent. The guys looked at the protagonist carefully. Nick rode through the forest and came to the conclusion that when the leadership was silent, he could only rely on his principles. The protagonist imagined Chloe holding a gun in front of her and saying that they need to understand that if they do not kill, they themselves will become victims. Holding the rope in his hand, Nick thought that survival is an elementary answer, but so true, their goal is to survive, to conquer the tower. The protagonist imagined himself falling from the tower, wrapping it with a rope, and added that if they continue to avoid killing others, then the difference between them and those who were not afraid to take such a step will only increase, in which case only death awaits them. In his imagination, the people he killed appeared, after which he said that these were only the first who fell by his hand. Nick suddenly turned around. He dodged the attack and said that he killed those people because they were villains who wanted them dead. The guy jumped back, saying that he immediately hit the jackpot. He said with a crazy look that the main character had an excellent reward, and his level was shameful. The protagonist looked at the enemy with a serious look. Spinning his weapon, the stranger asked how Nick had survived with such a level. He swung his nunchucks, shouting that it would be no more painful than a mosquito bite, so the protagonist should accept his death with dignity. Nick hit him in the face. The guy flew into the tent. The protagonist extended his fist. The stranger was lying under a piece of cloth. He rushed at the protagonist again. Swinging his nunchucks, the guy asked if Nick had killed anyone. He shouted with an enraged look that he had already ruined more than one soul before coming to the tower. He delivered a powerful blow with his nunchucks. The protagonist threw him into the air and asked if he dared to brag about such a thing. Kevin watched their fight. The wounded stranger thought it was impossible. Nick and Kevin moved on. The embittered protagonist noted that the world was teeming with the most scum, so his conscience did not gnaw at him. He simply got rid of the trash. The guy called Vinny by name and raised his hand in greeting. The system showed that the man who had approached was Herman, and the guy had a level of 27. Vinny also raised his hand and greeted his friend. A system message appeared, and Herman noted with feigned horror that someone from their zone had been killed again, to which Vinny pressed his hand to his chest and, in a sorrowful tone, said that it was terrible. Herman narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said that his friend was being overly dramatic, to which Vinny replied that he was simply glad to have run into an acquaintance. Herman smiled mysteriously and thoughtfully confirmed that he was also glad about it. The next moment, the guy swung his axe, declaring that he was also extremely glad to see them. At the same time, the guy's face was distorted in a grimace and a thirst for the huge reward that was appointed for Vinny. But the next moment, a glowing line appeared across his entire body. Blood splattered, and Vinny, upon removing the artifact mask, turned into Nick. The look in his eyes said that the guy was serious about achieving his goal. A notification appeared about the number of players in the 4 zones, and the news that 2 people were killed in the 4th zone. Nick was sitting on Kevin's back, who was confidently rushing forward along the rocks. According to the information received from the tower, in order to complete the task with the least number of kills, the surest option would be to target the 1st zone, where there were only 2 players. However, given how the tower system loved balance, it was safe to say that these 2 were quite capable of giving a full-fledged rebuff to players from other zones, which is why the guy concluded that they were stronger than even Tiffany and him. Sitting on Kevin's back, Nick thought about those players in the 4th zone that he had encountered earlier. Vinny, who he had met at the beginning, was still in school. Herman was also a high school student, but Nick did not feel a drop of humanity in any of them. In the past, when he was still in school, he also met similar people. Once, when a group of bullies from his school attacked him, Nick asked why they did it. In response, he heard that it was fun. These people tried to cause harm because they were typical trash, who shamelessly made the lives of others a nightmare, and all for their own amusement. Those whom Nick killed in the tower were no exception. Kevin's foot landed on the very edge of the cliff. Carrying the guy on his back, the kangaroo pushed off the edge and jumped forward, while Nick, sitting on him, thought that he needed to kill the rest of the players of the 4th zone as soon as possible. Activating his skill received for the first kill on the 11th floor, Nick tried to locate each player. The first one he was able to find was Tiffany, who clashed with a man with brass knuckles. It felt like the girl was out of her mind, as she was rambling, asking why he killed an innocent man, then claiming that people like him deserved to be punished, while the man looked at her in confusion. Preparing for battle, Chris felt stunned, as at first, seeing the reward for the girl, he was truly scared, but now it seemed to him that she was just crazy. Ignoring his words, Tiffany approached him step by step, continuing to mutter that he killed an innocent friend. The next moment, she was overcome by bloodlust, and Tiffany pointed her gun at the man, telling him to beg for mercy. Watching what was happening with his arrogant gaze, Nick tried to understand what she was talking about. When an angry Chris also asked what Tiffany meant and whether they had known each other before, the girl shot him in the leg. Unable to stay on his feet, the man fell to the ground. Clutching his shot knee, Chris began to scream, but ignoring his screams, Tiffany approached him, demanding that he beg. Trying to stop the blood, Chris also tried to find out from the girl what exactly he was supposed to beg for, and if she meant one of his acquaintances, then he did not want to. The next moment, a bullet hit his other knee, and the guy screamed in pain. With a scary face, and an equally scary voice, Tiffany demanded that he beg for mercy. Chris, completely scared of her, tried to crawl to the side. With tears in his eyes, he turned around to curse the girl. The spearman and the guy in glasses stood opposite each other, when a system message appeared that a 3rd player was killed. The guy in glasses, who looked like an avid gamer, looked at the message, laughed, and said that the pace was too fast. The spearman shook all over, seeing that the bespectacled man allowed himself to be distracted, and the man cursed. Swinging his weapon, he directed the tip of the spear to attack the guy. But the next moment, the gamer appeared to his side, saying that the spear should not be struck like that. Eugene turned around at his voice. But the next moment, the guy in glasses pierced his back with the spear that Eugene had previously held in his hands. Seeing the tip sticking out of his chest, which Eugene tried to understand when the guy managed to go behind him. Adjusting his glasses, Samuel asked the man with a grin if he understood now. Surprisingly, the reward appointed for him was designated in the form of questions. An hour and a half after the mission began, the status of the number of alive players in each zone was updated, which was shown by a system message. In Zone 1, there were 2. Zone 2 had 7 alive and 4 killed. In Zone 4, there was only 1 survivor out of 7. Zone 3 still had 8 players, who were divided into 3 groups. Nick, riding Clark, managed to catch up with the girl and call her by name. For some reason, tears were visible in her eyes, the sight of which stunned the guy. But the next moment they evaporated, and Tiffany looked at him with her studying gaze. When the guy got off the kangaroo's back, she turned to him and said that so much time had passed, and he had killed only 1 person. Using her ability, the girl, looking intently at Nick, reproached him for being a great unrivaled killer, but for some reason now he was cooling off. Her ability was the Enhanced Eye of the Master Killer, which allowed the user to see how many people their target had killed, and also allowed them to see the target's memories. The guy's eyes lit up with admiration, then he read the information about the girl's ability. On the other hand, if you remember how she acted when she met Chris, then you can't help but wonder what she saw in his memories. After waiting for Kevin to take on a miniature form and climb onto his shoulder, Nick said that in his opinion, it would be better to scout out the situation now, rather than rushing to kill other players. Turning away, Tiffany sighed and said that she did not understand him at all. Nick remembered the 4th fact about the mask made of a human face, which said that a murder committed with a mask on the face cannot be tracked even by the master killer, and this turned out to be completely true. Tiffany glanced over her shoulder at her partner, and asked what his plans were, since there was 1 more player left to deal with to complete the mission. The system message did indeed show that there were 2 players in the first zone, 7 in the second zone, 8 in the third, and only 1 participant in the fourth, where they were. Nick opened the mini-map and began to examine it. Summoning his sword into his hand, he told Tiffany that there was one last player left to find to complete the mission, and they needed to deal with him as soon as possible before more were killed. Only after activating his superiority gaze did Nick discover one thing. For some reason, the 2 players from the first zone were nearby. Samuel turned to his companion and said that he did not want their fun to end so early. Behind the 2 of them was a tied-up man, who was the last survivor from the fourth zone. Bob, kneeling, tried to say something, but the gag prevented it. Samuel was holding a bottle with a button in it, and the guy complained that there was still a lot of gold that they hadn't appropriated yet. His gaze was filled with greed and anticipation, just like his girlfriend's. Standing next to Tiffany, Nick said that they would have to deal with another problem first. Fighters were flying on the screen of the game console. Samuel was trying to beat an old game, and Monica, who was sitting next to him, was reading a book. At some point, Samuel's hands, constantly pressing the buttons, froze. Taking off his headphones, the guy grinned. Then he threw the game console at the feet of a man who had approached. Nick stood in front of him in the sunset light, and Samuel muttered that the game had begun. Nick's tense face was displayed on the panel, already turned off, to the console. Samuel turned to his girlfriend and said that he had said that it was worth catching this miracle, pointing to the tied man, as the hunter would come to them himself, and therefore she lost the bet. In response, the girl cursed and transferred him the money. Looking at how the 2 communicated, Nick thought that these 2 were well-coordinated partners. Samuel adjusted his glasses and remembered a series of messages showing the speed of eliminating players. Getting up from the ground, the guy said that, seeing how someone was diligently clearing one of the zones, he immediately understood everything. Quickly appearing next to Nick and putting his hand on his shoulder, Samuel said that someone most likely has a skill that reveals the location of other players. Sensing danger, Nick also turned on his ability to analyze and quickly turned around. Still holding his shoulder, Samuel assumed that the guy had a mini-map. The next second, Nick tried to get away, jumping back. The intense gaze betrayed his wariness and concern from the realization that these 2 were able to hold out for so long for a reason. Samuel and Monica simply emitted waves of power. Moreover, it seemed that both of them had a unique class of pro gamer. Since the tower followed a system similar to the game, then perhaps the pro gamer class was the strongest of all. Looking at the 2 in front of him playing rock paper scissors to see who would attack first, Nick thought that if they both belonged to this class, then either they really were professionals or spent their entire lives playing games. Finding out this was the primary task for Nick at the moment, so he opened his mouth and addressed the gamer. Making an innocent face, Nick asked if the guy in front of him was the pro gamer Samuel, thereby making him freeze in place. The next moment, his face lit up with happiness, a slight blush appeared on his cheeks, and the guy asked if Nick was his fan. Smiling and making a shy face, Nick replied that he was not exactly a fan of Samuel, but often rooted for him, confirming with the guy's reaction that he really was a pro gamer. Looking at how the couple in front of him was flirting, Nick thought that since he did not really know Samuel, he was not the best player, but he would still have to sweat to cope with him. Samuel happily turned to Nick and asked if he wanted an autograph. At this time, Nick himself gave a signal to Tiffany. The girl appeared high in the air behind him. Aiming her gun at the target, she pulled the trigger. At the moment of the shot, the bullet flew forward towards Bob. He, kneeling, felt the projectile hit him the next second. But before that could happen, Monica was there. She grabbed the bullet with her blade and grabbed it by the guard. Then she twisted the handle, changing the bullet's direction. The next second, it hit the ground without even hitting Bob. Tiffany was shocked by what she saw. Nick was also very impressed by Monica's abilities. Shock appeared on the guy's face from how quickly Monica caught the bullet. Looking at the girl holding her hair from the gust of wind, a thought came to Nick's mind. The girl's serious look showed how powerful the owner of the pro gamer class could be. Standing in front, Samuel grinned and sarcastically said that it was a pity that the 2 of them were prepared for such an outcome. Then the gamer, giving his legs speed, added that the fun was just beginning. The next moment, he was already attacking Nick with his spear. The satisfied expression on his face showed how happy the guy was when he said that it was a sin to finish the task right now. Nick gritted his teeth as he barely held the sword in his hands after parrying the attack. The next moment, Kevin covered himself in shining energy. Cracks appeared on the ground where Kevin, already in his large form, had struck with his fist. Samuel barely managed to jump back from this attack. Feeling something, the gamer looked back and saw a guy with a sword in his hands about to attack him. Using a shadowless soul-destroying sword technique, Nick struck Samuel. The guy used a penetrating gaze to dodge every blow dealt to him. Sparks flew in different directions when their weapons touched. The tip of Samuel's spear flashed in the air. One of these blows, the gamer almost hit Nick, but he was able to dodge it by bending back. Concentrating, Kevin prepared to strike. Feeling this, Samuel suddenly braked. Using divine control, the guy was able to track the kangaroo's movement. His control was so amazing that he was able to move his body in the small space that was between Kelvin's fist and Nick's sword. The gamer then pressed the end of his spear into the ground and jumped. With a precise kick, he threw both opponents in different directions from himself. Having received a kick to the chest, Nick coughed. Pressing his trembling hand to the place of the blow, the guy wondered how Samuel could move so quickly. The gamer himself at that moment firmly planted his feet on the ground, looking at him. He turned to Nick and said that the technique that the guy possessed aroused his interest, since he had never seen anything like it before. Then, over his shoulder, he looked at the kangaroo and continued to say that, to his surprise, the guy also had a high-ranking pet, which meant that he was a multi-class character. Samuel scratched his head and thoughtfully said that Nick was so strong, but for some reason he wanted to finish the task early, and that was why he was bored. Drawing an analogy with the game, Nick could have taken all the rewards and lived happily ever after, but for some reason he did not want to do this. After a short silence, Samuel spoke again. Expressing his irritation and contempt, the gamer said that Nick called himself a fan, but in fact he was just a loser who had never played a game in his life. Looking at Samuel standing in front of him, Nick said in a firm voice that this was not a game. Brightly smiling images of Emma and Jack popped into his thoughts. Frowning, Nick said that the people who were caught here were not some lines of code. The next people he thought of were Nate and Kyle, who had put a lot of effort into training. Holding the sword tightly in his hands, with a serious expression on his face, Nick declared that they were all real people. Frowning, Samuel tried to understand what the guy in front of him meant. Then, with a tired sigh, he contemptuously called the guy justice itself. Pointing a spear at him, Samuel asked if he wanted to conquer the tower without actually killing anyone. Giving himself some speed, Nick answered that he did. Running to meet Samuel, Nick regretfully said that he had no idea who exactly he would have to face here. Attacking the gamer with his sword, the guy continued to tell that if he had known such things in advance, he would not have started to cut out the fourth zone. Spinning the spear in his hands, Samuel grinned and asked how he had lasted so long with his principles in the tower. Attacking Nick's blade with a spear, Samuel assured him that he was not going to stop either. Against the red sunset, he looked very sinister with his wide smile, advising to deal with him before they killed his girlfriend, because even he could not defeat his wife so easily. Taking his blows on the blade, Nick asked who exactly they were going to kill. Monica repeatedly deflected the bullets fired at Bob. From the efforts applied, the girl was already out of breath, and her physical strength was not the best. Which could not be said about Tiffany, who stood in front of her with a gun in her hands. Holding the gun in her hands, the girl looked away. The heroine's mouth was slightly open, talking about good skills. Looking forward, Monica understood that no one had deflected her shots like that before. Her eyes looked ahead carefully. Tiffany, holding the weapon above her head, thought about her outstanding speed and reflexes. Her hands confidently held the gun. An incredible stream of power rushed high into the sky, straight from the magic gun. The stream continued to rush forward. Soon the stream of power reached a certain peak in the sky. A magical rain was falling from the sky. Monica looked at the sky, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Frightened, Samuel shouted to Monica, warning her. A strong magical hail swept to the ground. A group of guys stood next to each other in the camp. Two heroes were walking up the mountain. Sean and Emil looked ahead in surprise. A large group of guys appeared in front of their faces, standing next to each other. The frightened heroes decided to just leave. Running away from the guys, Sean and Emil did not understand what happened, because they should have all been scattered across the map. The guys continued to silently watch the heroes. Turning around with a smile on her face, Lizzie remembered that they learned a lot from the tasks with doubles and said that she quickly found them from such a height. Looking at the book, Clark was glad that the manual said that getting together at least 3 people would greatly increase the chances of survival. Jack looked away in surprise, holding a hammer in his hands. Emma looked up and began to say that they all could not worry. The team of guys confidently continued to stand. A lot of sand and dirt rose up on the street. There were explosions in one of the areas, in the middle of which there was a body. Monica was unconscious. The main character, standing next to Kevin, said that he did not expect such a strong blow. Tired Tiffany said that there really was no more mana. Turning around, the heroes watched Monica and Samuel. Thinking about the battles, everyone could not understand how the girl was able to throw the guy beyond the skill. Thinking about Bob, everyone understood that they all used him to stall for time. The main character looked away with distrust. Samuel looked at Monica with displeasure. With a smile on his face, the guy told Monica to get up, since her time was almost up. A report began in the system window. The tired heroine lay on the ground, not moving. A few seconds later, the system window asked to insert a token. This was a unique skill of pro-gamers. The heroine looked forward in surprise. The girl's body immediately began to jump to the side. Monica opened her eyes wide in surprise. The heroine continued to rush forward quickly. With her mouth wide open, Monica began to scream. The main character and Kevin looked forward with concern. The eyes looked forward angrily. Turning to everyone, the girl said that this was her last cheating skill. Looking at the laughing Samuel, the main character said that he apparently also had a second life. The legs slowly walked forward. Something noticeably large began to fall from the sky. Monica and Samuel ran forward shouting that they had no equal. The main character, gritting his teeth, carefully prepared for the battle with the rest of the guys. Samuel continued to run forward with Monica. Kyle happily twisted the guy's head. Tightly squeezing his head with his hands, Kyle continued to rejoice. Monica and Samuel turned to the screams. The protagonist and Kevin opened their mouths wide. Tiffany looked away with displeasure, seeing the system window that all players were killed from 4 zones. The windows began to say that the 11th floor task was completed and they could all return to the lobby. Building. Kyle, with his hand raised, began to call the protagonist. With a smile on his face, the man asked Nick what they would do without him. With a positive grin, the protagonist looked at the man, realizing that he had saved him more than once. Nick looked askance at the guys, hearing how happy they were that they were okay. Thinking about his team, the guy realized that most of them decided not to kill anyone. With a smile on his face, Nick said that he was very glad that it turned out this way, despite the fact that they missed the opportunity to become stronger. Thinking about the rabbit, the guy understood that they still chose to remain people, not monsters. Introducing the guys, the main character realized that before entering the tower, he did not know anyone, but now he strives to conquer it for the sake of his friends. The main character stood next to his friend. Raising his head up, the hero understood that they would finish this place and return to normal life, no matter what it cost them. Grinning his teeth, Ron told the guys that they were idiots. Looking at each person, the rabbit said that only he gives them a chance to become stronger, but they missed it, and now they are still smiling. Sitting on the throne, Ron looked ahead with displeasure. The system window began to appear slowly, and Ron said that they will all see how long their friendship will last. The leg went forward. The second one also slowly approached. The team of heroes confidently looked ahead. Tiffany, meanwhile, was sitting on the steps of the stairs, beside herself with anger. Thinking about Monica's blow, Nick realized that he really hurt her pride. The magic circle began to slowly thicken. Sparks flew in different directions. The team of guys looked ahead in surprise. Kyle screamed in surprise. All the guys did not understand what was happening. The main character and his team were looking forward attentively. Tiffany looked away, holding her head in her hands. Armed Samuel and Monica looked at the guys with a smile on their faces, saying that this was a very good meeting. The system window showed that the merging of the remaining zones was complete. The heroes looked at each other with displeasure. Opening his mouth, one of the guys said that he was standing side by side with those who killed his friends. The guy put his sword forward with displeasure. The hero, opening his mouth with displeasure, asked what kind of mockery this was. One of the heroes looked forward with a smile on his face. Samuel happily told the guy that he turned out to be the leader. Their legs stood next to each other. Tiffany and Monica looked at each other angrily. Waving his hands, Nick asked everyone to calm down, saying that the mission was already completed. Seeing the whole situation, the hero answered that there was no point in them fighting each other now. Nick gritted his teeth in displeasure. Throwing down his weapon, the protagonist understood that they weren't even thinking about calming down. The spear confidently fell down to the floor. With a smile on his face, Samuel calmly raised his hands without weapons. With a smirk on his face, the hero understood that they hardly had any good feelings for them, because they killed their friends. Waving his hands, Samuel told the guys that he could tell them about the essence of the 12th floor mission in advance. Holding his glasses, the guy with a smile on his face said that this was very valuable information. The heroes gritted their teeth in displeasure. One of the men looked ahead with displeasure. Nick's eyes watched something in surprise. Satisfied, Samuel heard how they asked him about what he knew. The hero began to smile, looking forward, realizing that even he did not know what kind of mission awaited him next. The loudspeakers announced that the mission theme was a game and all missions up to the 15th floor would adhere to this theme, so the guys needed to start creating a new character. All the heroes looked forward in surprise. Looking at Samuel, Nick realized that the guy had not lied and seemed to have known everything in advance, since he was from the pro gamer class.